final siege as well.
Is it just me, or did Nadine either change a lot or just straight up not look like Nadine?
Yeah.
I don't know. He doesn't look like Nadine to me, at least, but I haven't seen him in a while. Some last in August where I had the chance to meet him. But maybe it's just a hat, or maybe it's literally a lot of different places. But we're not going to see it here at all. Actually, we'll see the double B. Then we have a Sandy, a Daryl, a Leon, and a Frank. But also, we have a trick shot
on offense. A lot of damage rolling in, only 7% remains. But Big has their backline all the way pushed up to the side of Brutus. Lars wants a little bit more damage, only 9% left, and Nadine will be able to get that last shot. Says Jay, still has to push it on the left side though, still needs to get this next super. It's really a question of when it's going to happen. There is the push on the brink. Blood Diamond trailing by just 7%. They still have to keep defense up this right side. Meanwhile, for Big, they have to keep defense up the left side. Okay, Big has played defensively here towards the end, but that might be as Blood Diamond have this. Let's go, ready to go. LSSJ does get to help with the push in. Blood Diamond collects 1, 2, 3 kills, and that's it. That's the game. There's no coming back for Big at this point. Lollipop drop will also help these guys get some control as well as get Andrew some positioning for a pull. Here it comes, and there's the counter pull from Nadine, and down it goes. Gene from FA Frutas. Pop-off, better known as Melody, still lurking on the back lines. Went in a little bit too deep. Hopefully for his sake, he's able to make it out, and he does. Deeply infiltrating the enemy side, though. Still, Davis back, but Frutas are looking quite strong. Nadine needs this next super. Pop-Off has the mech, but Big is leading. Nadine has to stay on the point. Idar Joker needs to stay alive. There's the healing from Nadine.
Edgar jump just a little bit. There's a strong position here for a push for Frutas. They find a big chunk of damage here, but they definitely still need to deal some more if they want to catch up. However, Edgar seems to have escaped there. Lars on the top will be dealing some damage. The base rush now, and it's all going to be about this defense here from Idar Joker. How much work can he do so far? Quite a bit, but here you have it.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars for the final installment of GameStars Season 2. It's all coming to a head for Season 2. It's the international playoffs, and Teddy, the stakes could not have been higher.
Man, it's been a long journey all the way up till here. First off, the qualifiers, the international group stage, the finals, and now we get to the playoffs, and this is where the big money is at. Huge amount of money, life-changing pretty much, and I'm so excited to see all those 8 teams competing for that prize pool and the bragging rights as well. This is going to be our list of contestants. Blood Diamond will be playing first against AC Milan Clash. We'll have Navi versus Final Stand, Reply Totem against Big, and then last but not least, Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming. But that's not it, because we have both semifinals and the grand finals today as well.
Yeah, and in that grand final, the 2 teams are going to be competing for $10,000 as the grand prize. Of course, we do talk about the $30,000 prize pool as being absolutely massive, but really the big bucks are for winning the grand final. As you said, Teddy, it's got to be one of these teams. And as we've gone through the international group stage and the international finals, we have repeatedly had to say goodbye to half the group. But today we're going to have to say goodbye to 7 teams, and only 1 will get to advance on the finals. No, seriously, I mean, we have been very, very sad to wave goodbye to some of these teams, but in the end, right, all but one of the teams will get knocked out at some point. And Teddy, here's the schedule for today. Blood Diamond versus AQM will be counting us down. Then Navi versus Final Stand, who I believe is being replaced by FA Scarlet Stars today. Tribe Gaming EU versus SK will be after that. And Reply Totem versus Big. Honestly, I gotta say, Teddy, I'm looking mostly at Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming, considering that this is a massive storyline that we've seen throughout GameStars. Tribe Gaming EU took a 6-0 win over SK, and SK still, though, has made it to the international finals, pretty much as we expected, but will now have to face these guys again.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough journey at GameStars here for SK. They made it through all the way until here. It was a bumpy road for the least, but they're here. And ultimately, that's what matters. Now it's going to be time for them to seek revenge against Tribe. Some other big news, the previous champions from Season 1 XO did not make it all the way through either. So it leaves things very much open for who will be the champion here. There are definitely some favorites. I think that, you know, teams like AQM, Navi, Tribe, SK, Totem are definitely amongst them, but it's still a whole lot of different teams that have a huge shot at taking this, and every other team does as well for sure. Here are going to be your maps and modes for this first match, Blood Diamond versus AQM. We're going to be starting off with Split in Hot Zone, then Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab, Hot Potato in Heist, and if it gets to a 4th and 5th set, we'll have Nuts and Bolts in Siege and Dry Season in Bounty.
All right, a great arrangement of maps, in my opinion, especially because we get to see Hard Rock Mine for set number 2. Surprisingly, we have not seen a whole lot of Hard Rock Mine, and I do think of all the maps that we have in rotation in competitive, I think it is the most consistent test of who has like a lot of control over the matchup rather than just within the game. As far as Split, though, that is going to be starting us off. And Teddy, this is also a really interesting one to start us off because we get to see who's really good at the counters and also who's good at running the tanks since they're so popular here. And here are the bans coming through. Rico and Daryl to start us off. Daryl, actually, we've seen banned out a lot more, but also played a lot more. I think it's because of the buff he got, Steel Hoops, as a built-in ability in his kit, and now that his star power gives him an additional shield. So we're kind of back to the meta. This time, exactly 2 years ago, it was the Daryl meta, and now we're sort of softly in the Daryl meta once more. And the Rico ban, also, Rico's going to be a strong pick on Hard Rock Mine, so it makes sense for Blood Diamond to ban it out.
Yeah, I agree. I think even just to start things off on Split, Rico is a terrific brawler, and I think it makes a lot of sense to get it out of the way because those two modes are so early on in the rotation, right? Proceeding to the next two bans, we'll have Lola banned out by Blood Diamond, AQM going for the Rosa ban. On the AQM side of things, they were banning Rosa very consistently throughout the group stages, so no big surprise over there. They did throw the Daryl ban in. I believe they had some different bans before. I think they were banning Lola, as a matter of fact. But, I mean, clever to switch it up because Lola is already covered by Blood Diamond. Still in a great place. It got nerfed, obviously, but it doesn't feel like it in a way, right? It's still one of the most consistently banned brawlers, even after the patch notes. And we can totally understand why. It's really strong, really versatile, can do a lot of work. Rosa, I think Speed Gear pretty much sums it up. I feel like I've said Rosa and Speed Gear in the same sentence a whole lot of times throughout the season, but it's true. It's, you know, the brawler where it synergizes the best with. Probably across all brawlers and all gears, this is the one that synergizes the best, right? Because Rosa is so good in the bushes in the first place, but now if she can run faster in bushes, well, I mean, she's gonna be more than happy about that. So far, our 4 bans, pretty standard. I would say no big surprises, no big risks, but at the same time, do you really want to be taking a risk here? This is a matchup that is entirely winnable for both sides. Blood Diamond that have had a terrific year going from, you know, somewhere in the tier 2 scene towards actually standing a big chance against those tier 1 teams. AQM, obviously, no need to introduce them, but we still will. That's going to be Gia, VGX, Ikeos, and Yoshi on the side of Blood Diamond, Javi, Rafa, and Ale SSJ. So everyone here is first of all, so good, and secondly, all Spanish.
Yeah, it is the all Spanish roster from both sides, and this is going to determine, I guess, who is the who are the kings of Spain, at least for now. Definitely going to be some bragging rights at stake here, Teddy, as you mentioned, but also, as you mentioned, really, it's the prizing that is the large motivator. Now, something I want to point your attention to: check out iChaos's most picked brawler. And we already talked about this earlier, Teddy. It's kind of remarkable how he has picked Rico 15 times. Now, Blood Diamond, just because they didn't go for risky bans doesn't mean they didn't go for targeted bans. And with that Rico ban, I think this is absolutely, covering a bunch of possibilities, especially iChaos picking that Rico so consistently and also very consistently doing well on it. He's going to have to find another brawler to play. Obviously, it won't be too much of a challenge. He does still have that Leon in his back pocket, and Leon's still a really, really useful brawler. But with that Rico out of the picture, that comfort brawler is gone, and should these guys get in kind of a risky situation, it might not be as winnable for them.
I mean, it's just a perfect ban, right? iChaos is considered as being one of the best Ricos in the world, and additionally to that, Rico is just a really strong brawler at the moment, and it can be quite hard to counter as well. So honestly, I think it just, kind of two birds, one stone, in the sense that you remove a brawler that is strong in the meta, that is going to be played for sure, otherwise, if it's not banned. And in this case, you know that in a mirror matchup, there's not much of a chance that you're going to be winning it consistently. You might win it one game or two games, but you're not going to win it for the majority of the match, or at least it seems unlikely. So I like it a lot. And with a Rico ban, it also makes a lot of sense that we're going to be seeing a lot of Gale on the split. The jump pads doing a great job at just getting those tanks into those aggressive positions. And so far, we're seeing that quite a bit already.
Yeah, Rafa is going to jump in. Does get punished immediately, though. We are going to see the mirror matchup as well. Primo's an interesting pick. We've seen this one before. After game number one, it has had a lot of struggles as well. So hopefully it does go well for both teams. Something that we could see vanish in the next game. Javi and LSSJ shutting down the right lane. Both teams are also very even on the score at this point, but here comes Guille on the left side on the Guille Frank. It's what we love to see from him. Doesn't hit the stun on Rafa. It could be a big disadvantage for him. Rafa's going to be all over him. Guille, though, still has so much health, and you just can't kill Frank unless you are able to cycle out those supers so quickly as Rafa does. Blood Diamond now with a marginal advantage. iChaos has to play defense around the left side. Rafa throws him over his head just to get a few more percent, and LSSJ defends on the right side. Guille still has a gadget to work with, but it's not going to net him the kill. It's going to be so close. It could be an AQM win here. Blood Diamond still need to regain control of the right side and then migrate over to the left.
Yeah, this is going to be nearly impossible here for Blood Diamond, as AQM will be running away with that first game. And here's something that I thought was so interesting and that we've really seen develop ever since the balance changes. First of all, obviously Frank has become one of the most popular brawlers to play in almost every single mode, besides maybe Bounty, and even then you still see it happen once in a while. It's wild how strong Frank is, and Primo happened to get buffed, right, in the latest balance changes. I think it was supercharge rate, something along those lines. Not a huge buff, but still a buff, and Primo happens to counter Frank pretty well, and we saw everyone using the pull gadget with Frank to deal that huge ton of damage. And slowly we've been seeing everyone switching over to the noise cancel one, the anti-stun, because there's so many Primos in certain of those modes, not everywhere, right? But in modes where you kind of expect to see a Primo to try to counter those Franks, like we see here on Split and Hot Zone, we've been seeing the switch come true again, because it's just such a struggle. Otherwise, Primo can kind of like either toss you around or super you, and he has so many different ways of canceling that super, and even just your regular shots. It's almost bullying at that point. So noise cancel has to be played out, and we saw that here as well on both sides. It's kind of the only way, otherwise the Primo can just completely counter you.
Yeah, it is interesting. I wonder why we have seen so many players using the pole rather than the noise cancellation. I am always a big advocate for noise cancellation because roughly half the brawlers can CC you and stun you out of the super, and you do want to be prepared for that. But I mean, you can see some pretty good kills with the use of that second gadget. Though seeing the migration over to that first gadget once more, Teddy, as you mentioned, it totally makes sense because if you're seeing the Primo, you're gonna have to bring all you can to the fight. Javi will see what gadget he's running this time. Same for the other side. Once more, we are in the mirror matchup. Ye is going to narrowly get that victory on the left side. A narrow advantage as well for AQM to count us down. iKaos is going to get that jump in. Will he get the damage? Javi and Ella SSJ are doing a good job of defending. Down goes Ella SSJ, and Yoshi gets the kill with the Gale Force Super. Now, Blood Diamond had to regain control of the right side. Javi is not going to use that jump pad in. He's going to look for an opportunity to use this super. iKaos gets stunned. Is going to have his super ready, but LSSJ is just able to cycle out that super. And now Blood Diamond and AQM still are roughly tied, but Blood Diamond has a marginal advantage.
Yeah, this is a good start for Blood Diamond so far. Though Yoshi has taken back some control on that right side. Has got Ale pretty low HP on the right side as well. A bit of a wild fight on the left side. Very chaotic so far, but Rafa has a super, and that could be what ends it on the left side. And that's going to fully capture it for Blood Diamond. And now it's all about focusing on the right side. They have a bit of a lead. They want to keep it. And for that, they need control of the right zone. So far, it's going pretty well, but they are losing a couple of players. In fact, it's going to be a team wipe with everyone on AQM solo HP. Problem is, they've taken back the lead. That means that now Blood Diamond, they need to defend on the left no matter what. You're going to get thrown around by Rafa, but the kill comes through anyways. And with that, perhaps even the game and set. AQM take it, but both games were so close. And that's going to be a bit heartbreaking for Blood Diamond because historically, this has been a really good map for them. And so far, they look pretty good on it as well. They look like this was their chance to start things off with a 2-0 in the first set. However, it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Clash instead.
Yeah, well, great plays by both teams, honestly. It did come so close. And honestly, I think that there were lots of situations where both teams got great outplays. It just happened maybe once or a couple more times for AQM than it did for Blood Diamond. And that's what got them the win. It's the consistency that you need to see. But by and large, I mean, this was a very even match, and it could have very easily gone to a game number 3, and still it would have been just as close of a game. I predict. The stats, though, they tell a much different story. AC Milan Clash, more kills, more damage, and in the mirror matchup, I mean, this is everything. Having more kills and more damage and more objective capture. This just shows, I think, better gameplay on the side of AC Milan Clash, though I don't think that just 7 kills here can account for what, like 14% difference between these two.
Yeah, it's pretty wild actually how close that game was considering the kill difference. But once again, you know, this was one of the main topics of conversation throughout this entire season was how well can the different teams play the objective, because we saw so many different games where damage-wise and kill-wise it was extremely close, but it was just still not enough to win those games. And as a matter of fact, not every kill is worth as much to your team if it doesn't give you any positioning, if it doesn't give you any map control or help you towards, you know, completing the objectives. And we've talked about it a lot, so I don't want to get too deep into it again, but it is true. And that efficiency is so important because you're going to get a limited amount of kills, a limited amount of opportunities, and the teams that can just make the most out of them and really convert it into winning those games, that makes a big difference. Because we've seen matches where at the end of the match there was a 20-30 kill difference in favor of the losing team, and yet they lost, right? So it's really interesting to look into. And I think that if you watch the VODs afterwards and look at, for example, where those kills happen, you know, if it's very deep in the enemy, in your own base, for example, then you're not really gonna win any control, right? So you have so many different situations where you can try to diminish the value of you going down to your opponents, and it can really go a long way. And I think it's something that's going to be a big topic for next year as well. But we're starting off with set 2. That's going to be time for some hard rock mine action. And so far, things are starting off really well for AQM. Very aggressive early on as well. Yoshi chasing Ale all the way down to his own bushes, but not able to catch the kill just yet.
Okay, those micro plays are going to be super important here, but more important is going to be the max pushes. Ala SSJ has his ready. Yoshi is still looking for his next one. Blood Diamond got to deny the super to Yoshi so they can capitalize on the movement. There is the speed, and they are going to be able to take over mid as a result, but here's the counter. Let's go from AQM. There is the pull onto Rafa, but he's still alive. Chooses not to use the super, though. Would not get amazing value off of it. Meanwhile, Ala SSJ is trying to line up these shots versus Guille. Guille is doing a great job of flanking around the right side. Blood Diamond, they gotta wait for this super to expire, and there it goes. Guille now has to retreat back a little bit more. Was in a very aggressive position and would have been able to get a lot of damage had Blood Diamond pushed up during the sandstorm. There's a great pull on the Javi, and AQM are now just one gem away from grabbing this countdown. There's a great pull by Rafa, but Yoshi is able to pick up both the next gem and the one dropped by iChaos. AQM have the countdown. Blood Diamond is not looking super hopeful for them that they interrupt this countdown.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough for sure. They only have a couple of seconds left, and Yoshi is going to be a hard target to catch as AQM make it 3 games in a row. And now it's starting to look a little bit more grim here for Blood Diamond, as they've had some close games. This one was not one of them, and they need to wake up now because there's not that much space left. It is best of 5, best of 3, which means that soon enough they're gonna run out of best offs. They need to really hurry up and find that reaction. One very interesting thing I think about this come from Clash is that they have a Gene, but they played him lane and had the max mid instead, which you don't really see every day, but I like it actually, because I feel like on the one hand you still have that pull capability and those super clutch moments from a Gene pool that can not only just be consistently taking down a free kill basically, but also, you know, catch the gem carrier if the game has been going wrong for you so far and all that stuff. But at the same time, you also have the max mid, which is great at dodging and staying alive, and it gives you a bit more versatility as well, depending on the matchup you get on the other side. Maybe against certain brawlers you want to put the Gene mid, maybe sometimes the max, and you have a bit more of possibilities regarding that. And it seems like they are going to be sticking with it once more. And actually Blood Diamond is going to do just about the same with great results so far, as they're pushing quite aggressively, getting a nice double kill and locking AQM down in their own spawn.
Yeah, this is the classic hard rock mine move, and the sandstorm to follow. Guille is going to get pulled, and also lots and lots of wall break to interrupt those bushes on the left side. Good start for Blood Diamond. There's the pull onto Javi, though, and now they're going to play a little bit more defensively. iChaos could be getting a super any second now, especially Yoshi with that super is going to make him that much more deadly. A great pull onto Guille, but it won't take him down. There's the 3-man Finch. That will get the kill confirmed on Guille, and AQM are going to have to back up. Javi is at risk of getting pulled. There's the pull, and Yoshi will help him finish it off. There's the sandstorm as well from AQM. Once more, you can see Yoshi and iChaos, they are sticking very close together. Teddy, you pointed this out. We saw the Gene lane. I'm looking at Yoshi and Gene just staying consistently close together. You get the magic puffs healing, and it's super, super useful. And you also get that pull whenever they need it.
Yeah, well, they might need it sooner or later, but the pull is going to be missed. However, Rafa doesn't miss, and this is going to be 11 gems now for Blood Diamond, starting off the countdown, and their chance to take their first game of the day here against AQM. We said that they needed to wake up. It seems like they have, and Blood Diamond are going to be taking their first game.
Yeah, wide awake at that too. I mean, such an explosive start right off the beginning. And there were points where AQM got some pretty good pushes back in, but I mean, I would mainly attribute that to the max supers and the speed getting them in there as well. Some good pulls here and there. I think once more, very well played on both sides. It just seemed like Blood Diamond finally started to wake up and got some really, really good form as they needed to make that push in on mid. And they responded really well, I think, to the comp that AC Milan Clash was running. They managed to focus down the Gene and the Max very well, because the Gene and the Max were kind of a disturbance and a support to Sandy whenever they had those supers available to get a pull or to get a speed in. And Sandy picked up that speed or picked up the kill off the pull whenever it came in. But now, Blood Diamond, they did a good job of separating those two support brawlers, and I think that was part of the win condition for them. So we see Blood Diamond, they've already, figured out a pretty winnable way of responding to this comp from AC Milan Clash. I wonder if it's going to account for a comp change or maybe a playstyle change from AQM.
Well, what I think is really interesting here is that they didn't really find a response. They just copy-pasted the comp, right? And it doesn't feel to me like a very traditional way of playing Brawl Stars. So huge props to Blood Diamond for making it work, because it's not exactly their idea, or as far as I know, not something they run very often. So they made it work, and they definitely caught AC Milan Clash off guard. And the fact that they made it work better than Clash did is very impressive. To me, we'll have to see if they can do so consistently, because I feel like we might keep the same mirror matchup going, and I think we will. Yeah, it's gonna be the same mirror matchup again, and now this is gonna be an even more important game, as Clash are on the verge of picking up a second set. However, Blood Diamond seem pretty set at shutting them down, and so far doing a very good job at it.
It must be the time of the year, Teddy, because exactly a year ago, we were looking at this kind of meta. This comp was looking absolutely unstoppable. Gene, Sandy, Max, and everyone was running it, and no one had a counter to it. And exactly 2 years ago, we were in the Daryl meta, where Steel Hoops was so strong. And once more, we are in the Daryl meta. We're just fortunate enough to have Daryl banned out in this matchup. It's weird. It must be the time of year. But let's get into the game. Blood Diamond is leading marginally over AQM. Here's a big winner for AQM, though, is that they have two supers to work with. There's a speed on the iChaos. He's going to be looking for that pull. The speed plus the pull is so powerful because it lets you get a super long stun. You hit the pull at as close to max range as you can, and then walk away with that speed. You're able to keep that enemy stunned for a long time. It's not going to work out so well for AQM, though, as Blood Diamond is playing very defensively here. Speed once more on iChaos. He doesn't want to waste that super without a viable target, though. And Blood Diamond staying consistently concealed within these bushes and dodging out the shots from AQM pretty well is going to mean that they hang on to the pole, they keep that pressure, but AQM is not able to get their own pole and then win mid as a result.
Yeah, one of the reasons why Gene is so good on a map like Hard Rock Mine is the scouting capabilities as well in the bush, with the shot splitting off and covering a lot of ground. You can quite easily see where everyone is and make sure you have as much information as possible for your team. Information is going to be key at this level of play. A mispull from Rafa, that's actually going to be quite huge, as AQM are literally tying things up gem-wise, and now they don't have a pull available anymore. So if they overextend, they'll get punished. However, iChaos is going to miss his pull as well. Countdown starts for BD, but obviously AQM can just tie it up by picking up the next gem, and they'll do just that. 10-10 gem-wise, and the next couple of supers are going to be so important.
Okay, and here is the phase shifter out by Yoshi to keep himself alive. Gem spawns on the side of AQM. Nonetheless, Blood Diamond is able to push up and grab it. AQM, they have no supers. iChaos is going to get his, though, and Rafa has this hole ready to go. Same for AQM. Who's going to go for it first? Well, AQM is going to tie up that gem count, and well, sooner or later, that last gem is going to spawn, and it is going to be the side of Blood Diamond to grab it. If they keep on alternating like this, AQM had to find an opening. They are going to look for maybe that last gem, because they can rely on Blood Diamond pushing up to get that one. Ooh, and here's the speed from Yoshi. iChaos also has the super ready. One gem spawns. There's the next one. Blood Diamond know exactly what they need to go for, but AQM knows exactly what they got to play around it. There's the pull. Here could come a big play. Down goes Rafa, and AQM got to run away with this 15th gem.
Yeah, they need to kill here onto Ali SSJ. He's holding on to those gems, but that's going to be the team wipe for Blood Diamond, and they make it a set of their own. 1-1 now in sets, and it seems like Blood Diamond are definitely back in this match. Nice recovery, because this set was not starting off too well for them either, and man, that was a lot of pressure towards the end. A very, very close game. They made it work, and now they are in a position where they can start being a bit more comfortable again.
Yeah, I would definitely be comfortable if I were them. Looking at the scoreline, looking at the gameplay, though, I mean, the gameplay was very even, but it came down to that 15th gem. It was such a handy victory for them at the end, especially as AQM got a little bit impatient. We saw them go for the pull. iChaos went for the pull. Unfortunately, didn't connect it onto any members from Blood Diamond, and that was really the winning factor. I think AQM, though, did a pretty good job of making up for that missed pull, as they did snag a kill on the primary gem carrier from Blood Diamond. The deal is they could not follow up on the next gem carrier, and that is why Blood Diamond was able to run it home with all of the gems. And here are the stats. Once more, so even between these two teams. It's almost impossible to call. I mean, we are seeing a consistent trend, Teddy, is that more kills on the side that won, but I mean, it was such a slim victory, and the damage is, I mean, not as close. It's still not a lead for Blood Diamond. I think it's really hard to chalk up a victory from these, because it comes down to the micro plays in the end.
Yeah, and then once again, you know, we were talking about how much certain kills matter most than others, depending on so many different factors, and this happened exactly again, right? As you mentioned, they missed the pool, which would have been a lot better if they landed it, right? But still, AQM managed to find a kill on the gem carrier, but there was someone nearby from Blood Diamond to just pick up those gems, run away with them, and when it's a max that, you know, has a super, has gadgets, it's gonna be a nightmare to chase. And sure, you had the man advantage, but you couldn't really do much from that kill, because the situation remained the same, if not worse, as the gems were solidified on just that one player instead of being split across two. So in the end, a kill that doesn't really matter too much, you know. And I feel like Blood Diamond have been doing a pretty good job at trying to maximize that, right? And make sure that they're risk averse in their decisions. I mean, I feel like this game could have gone very differently if there weren't as many missed pulls. Honestly, from both sides, they missed a lot of gene pulls, and that's fine. That happens, but you need to be really careful, because that game could have been turned around either way, just if one of those pulls actually landed.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, it has been a hot minute since Max and Gene was all the rage, and you can see, I mean, Max and Gene versus each other, it is very, very high risk to go for any sort of aggression on that, and I imagine the nerves building up to just using that super that you know is going to result in an attack by the enemy team as soon as you use it, is definitely nerve-wracking, I would say. If I were in the player's shoes, I would be very, very concerned. If I miss the pull, then I know we are instantly going to get pushed in on, and it might not be a winnable situation, especially if you're facing an enemy gene pull. You never want to be the first one to go for the pull, but if you want to get the victory, then sometimes you just got to take the risk. And we saw AQM take the risk, and unfortunately for them, it did not pay off even a little bit. We'll see how it goes in the next game, as we will be heading into set number 3. This is going to be a fun one. I wonder if we'll see the Sandy Max once again, as well as that Gene, because we saw it once, and this was the pretty much very well-rounded, the all-around champion comp for every single map about a year ago. And it sounds like we will be seeing one familiar brawler. It is going to be the Sandy. Excuse me for not realizing we were on Hot Potato, because that would be a pretty bad comp for a Hot Potato.
I was confused for a second. I wasn't sure, but I was there like we'll see what happens, you know, once we get to it. But yeah, you're right. It's already interesting enough to see a Sandy here, to be completely honest. Not a brawler we see a lot in Heist, especially on this map so far. It's not exactly working out too great. BD managed to claim a 19% lead. I'll be pretty happy about that, but there are a couple of kills going the way of AQM, and they're starting to gain some more control. Kills getting buffed up as well. Gonna be helping to deal with Rafa, but Rafa has so much shield, so much HP, and so far it seems to be a bit unkillable.
Yeah, Rafa does charge forward once more, has that gadget ready to go, gets stunned a little bit by Sandy, but he keeps on moving forward. It's an unstoppable force, but iChaos is an immovable object, and he'll get this push up to the enemy side as well with that Sandstorm down. It is going to be quite tough for Blood Diamond to know exactly what they're facing against. They don't know exactly how to dodge an enemy that they cannot see at all. We'll see how it works out for them. Meanwhile, on the left side, though, Jabby is trying to get himself poised for a push in. Blood Diamond is still leading in damage. That could very soon change, especially with the super from Guille. There is the push in. Stomper to follow up. A distraction on the left side. Rafa gets a smack in on Guille, but that's all that Blood Diamond is going to get from this push from that alone. Jabby still does have that super ready to go. A little bit of damage on the safe, but still not a lead for Blood Diamond anymore. AQM still leads by 6%.
Yeah, 6%. I don't know if one BB bubble across the map would do it, but no matter what, there is no BB bubble available just yet. There is one now. Gonna go for the hit. We'll only get one, but at this point, there's too much of a lead for AQM anyways, and with this little time remaining, we need a miracle for Blood Diamond, and miracle it is not gonna be, as AQM even managed to close it out a second before the game ends, and that is gonna be AQM taking back the lead, and that's gonna be frustrating for sure for Blood Diamond. I mean, it felt like gem grab was a long set that asked them a lot of work. I mean, they had to reverse sweep it, and it came down to the 29th gem as well, so not exactly you know, a smooth set. And after that grind, immediately they lose the first game to Clash and never really have the chance to take the lead, to take the reins, and that's always gonna be demotivating. But we've seen earlier as well in Gem Grab that Blood Diamond did not give up. They lost the first game. It looked like they might be getting swept, honestly, at that point, losing 3 games in a row. They still managed to win 2 back-to-back games to take the set. They could still do it again now. But if they don't, that's where I would start being a bit more worried, because then the lead starts being a bit too wide, and against a team like Clash, they're not usually going to give you enough space to come back anymore. So they need to get back in this game now. Otherwise, Clash might just get loose, and I don't know if Blood Diamond will be able to catch up afterwards.
I mean, we'll have to see, right? What we did see in the last set is sort of the comp steal, which led up to a mirror match. And I think from the side of AQM, I mean, this is a very, very good and solid team composition. You have the M's for defense, and you have BD and Bull constantly on the offensive. And I think it's a really good balance for what you need to see here on Heist, especially on Hot Potato. You have these 2 closed off lanes on the side that are great for tanks. You have tanks that can rush in, taking a bunch of damage, but it doesn't matter because they still get huge damage on the safe and have great survivability on the safe as well, so they can keep on rolling in that damage. And then you have a brawler that is just a good all-round defender for checking the bushes, or even, you know, in the mirror matchup versus an M's, and also keeping those tanks at bay. I think it's a great comp from AQM. I would not be surprised at all if Blood Diamond decide to steal it. And I think also from the side of Blood Diamond, I mean, this was a pretty good strategy. The thing is, AQM, I don't know how they made it work with a Sandy, but they're thinking, they're thinking one step ahead of us, obviously. I guess when you can't see your enemy, it is a really big struggle as a tank, because you're running into the unknown. You have no way of checking that Sandstorm, and so the damage that you trade off for that control apparently cancels out. It's a way, way different approach than we've seen to Heist in the past. Because Heist, usually you're going for the offense, and then you die on offense, and then now you respawn at your own safe to go for the defense. But AQM have gone for the mid control, and then they just circle back to mid whenever they meet a lot of pressure.
All right, let's see if this time around BD can take the game. Same comps, I believe, as far as I know. And once again, BD was a bit of a better start, but that's sort of to be expected when you have a roughs on a team, that the start is going to be a bit slower. You need your team to get those buffs in and to get stronger over time. and opening up those walls is only gonna make the tank's life harder, as they will have less cover to work around with and try to close the gap and get closer to their opponents, leaving them open for some nice curveball shots. Potentially, Rafa pushing forward, getting a bit dangerously close to Yashi, but Yashi remaining distant, playing well with his teammates to try to find a workaround. Rafa is gonna miss the shot, and although the damage lead is gonna be slightly in favor of BD, it's gonna be at the expense of a team wipe and a whole lot of control.
And a ton of damage from AQM already as well. Yeah, and Yoshi keep on getting that damage up. SSJ needs to get the good dodges versus curveball. He's dodging out most of the damage pretty well. The damage keeps on rolling in from Gie. Meanwhile, though, Rafa is using the speed and the shield to push up on the right. It is going to net him a lot of influence. Watch how AQM just curve around this guy. AQM are going to keep up the defense versus SSJ. Icons is able to get a super off of it. And now I'm starting to see why the Sandy is pretty good here. Typically, Sandy does struggle because of his range, especially on certain matchups, and is not able to get that super out. But on Heist, no one cares about feeding supers. Your muscle memory does not condition you to worry about feeding supers, and AQM, but very fed Sandy here. There is another super from iChaos. Will Blood Diamond be able to get enough damage here? Well, there's the BB bubble, but it's just not enough. That is AQM taking this set in a sweep after a pretty rough set number 2. They're headed to set number 4 with a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, this is gonna be a bit heartbreaking for Blood Diamond, but it's Blood Diamond. We've seen them pull off some crazy comebacks before. This could be one of them again. But every time I say it, you know, the further we get into this match, the scarier it looks for Blood Diamond, because so often when those matches go the distance, it is AQM that closes out the match and takes the victory. So it's dangerous. It's dangerous, and BD need to be very, very careful, because now they're getting close to getting eliminated, and the bracket here for the playoffs is a single elimination. So that means that if you lose your match, you're done. Your season is over. And sure, you made it top 8, you made it to the playoffs, and that's great, and you will go home with a little bit of cash and still a pretty decent achievement, considering, you know, the size and the importance of the event. But it's definitely not what you're aiming for, whether you're Blood Diamond or AC Milan Clash. And Blood Diamond at this point, I mean, 4 kills to 33, that's rough. That's very rough.
Yeah, it is most certainly rough. Now, I mean, once more, this is not the objective of the mode, and considering the amount of deaths they incurred, they still did a pretty good amount of damage on that high safe, actually about half of what AC Milan Clash was able to deal back to them. Problem is, though, they still didn't manage to get the win, and that's what it's all about. I think, really, they did give a lot of kills to the side of AC Milan Clash because they kept on running the tanks, which is what we're traditionally used to on this map, and it can seem impossible to defeat at sometimes, but AQM use a pretty calculated approach, and some people are speculating that this is like Zeta-style comps. And I mean, Zeta, we did see them win the World Finals. They are definitely leading by example, right? And I think now that they've won the World Finals, the English-speaking world is actually paying attention to these guys now. And it seemed like a very weird strategy from AC Milan Clash, but I mean, after reflection, we can see exactly why it worked. I wonder if we'll see the Sandy here as we head into nuts and bolts, but something tells me no. I think we'll see some more throwers that could give him a hard time, and maybe some surge as a result.
Yeah, some tanks could also just be brought in here as well. They've been so good lately, so good, and it's true that a couple of them are going to be banned, especially Daryl, which I feel like is pretty good at Siege, because you can quite quickly go from one bolt to the other, or contest another bolt and fight for it. And if the guy is standing on top of the bolt, you basically will you know, knock him back and get a free kill. So that's out of the way, but stuff like Buzz could also still be very problematic, or even Mortis. Let's see, we'll see the Frank, the Mortis as well. the Gale, which we've been seeing a lot played out on this map. And you're right, we'll have a Barley on the IKOs, and then there's 2 on Rafa, which is still a really strong brawler as well. Be in a bit of a tough position, but gets the double stun. Wow, that's a lot of value and nothing that BD could have done at this point. And sure, the bot still goes to AQM, but Diamond are able to snatch 2 very sweet bolts, because if they didn't, it would be a trio bolt lead for Clash now.
Yeah, that would be so huge, but now Blood Diamond has some realistic retake potential. They are leading by just 1 bolt here. A good defense versus the bot. Meanwhile, versus the Brawlers, they have walked all over this Ike. And still, IKOS is going to be keeping Ala SSJ back pretty well, as Ala SSJ is going to have to sacrifice some of his health for some control. IKOS now with the healing herbal tonic. On the left side, though, Guille keeps on farming up this super off of Javi. Here's the next one. Not going to get the chain, but he is going to get the kill, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Rafa, meanwhile, has so much mobility here, and Blood Diamond will be pretty poised to get this last bot. Should they be able to defend this, they got to get rid of IKOS on the right side, but they also have to focus on this bot. Rafa will rotate over to the right to try and take out IKOS. Yoshi, though, is very prepared. Here's the super in, and just a few thousand health left on the bot. It does not look like AQM is going to be able to get this push in. And Blood Diamond just need to grab a couple of bolts here in order to win the final siege and have a chance at not letting AQM having this match point.
Yeah, I'm surprised that AQM didn't dive on that. I feel like it was definitely diveable, but they decided to play it safe instead, and I'm not even sure if that's actually the safer path, as it does seem like Blood Diamond are going to get this final bot, and it's going to be a pretty massive one as well. Good chance here at matching the damage, but they do need to get a good push going, and IKOS is going to go for the dive now, which, once again, I feel like it would have been more efficient earlier was the Gale on his side. We'll get a bit more extra damage, and they do have a Gale in defense, which means that they can rotate that bot around. Javi going to go for the stun. Noise cancellation is gonna pursue, but it's not gonna be enough damage here from BD, and AQM still make it a game, and not any game. Ready? This is match point now.
It is match point. Just at the end there, it seemed like a race against the clock, and Blood Diamond, I think, would have been able to get a lot more damage, maybe even winnable damage, had that clock not run down so early, but AQM did a great job of stalling things out and keeping things as slow as they possibly could. I was really concerned for, as Gale put that polar vortex on the right side, that it was going to be too strong with Frank moving in on the left side. Now being able to push through that choke point, get the stun on the Ike, I was really worried for their sake. Fortunately for them, they were able to defend it, and as you mentioned, it is match point that is rolling in. Now, you already said too, Blood Diamond, hey, they're no stranger to performing under pressure like this. Problem is that we said the same thing in the last set, and they did get swept to 0. Now, with some adjustments here and there, maybe the comp could be adjusted to perform better than AQM, but really we were looking at such a strong start from Blood Diamond with this composition, and we thought they were doing really well with the Frank, and it proved to be true until the end. The problem was they didn't win the bot still, and they didn't get enough damage on the Ike when they were presented the opportunity, and I think AQM had a much easier time at doing that because they brought in the Barley, and I always love to see the Barley on siege because you're able to get so much damage when you finally have a push in. I wonder if we'll see Buzz in the next game, because I was really expecting it. It did appear from the side of Blood Diamond that they were preparing for the Buzz. We saw the Stu pick, and he can keep really good range from Buzz. He's always able to dash out of that super from Buzz as well and not get stunned. But there was no Buzz from either side, actually. And that's something that could very well change in the next game. I wouldn't be surprised if Blood Diamond takes a risk because they are at the match point, and AQM have to be acutely aware of this risk that Blood Diamond is now willing to take, and could be bringing in a counter to deal with it as well.
Well, there's only one way to find out. It seems like Mortis is gonna remain for Clash, and in fact both comps will stay exactly the same. No changes whatsoever. Let's see how this one goes down, and actually first bot pretty much guaranteed to be picked up by AQM, as it's just gonna be the one bolt for BD for now. Won't pick up a second one. However, that's going to be for the second preparation phase as a level 3 bot is secured by Clash.
I wonder what their strategy is here, right? Because it does look like Javi is trying to stay up at mid to collect the bolts, but he just doesn't have the mobility of Guille. And then Rafa here is for a counter. Ala SSJ also can defend the bot pretty well. Nuts and Bolts is pretty closed in, so you're going to struggle to find good value with Bell. But on defense, of course, it is going to be a really easy time. As Javi breaks open mid, Ala SSJ is going to have a decisive advantage over these shorter range brawlers. Ooh, and Alice SSJ is taking a lot of damage. A great stun by Javi. Guille is going to be able to get a bunch of damage in the process. Alice SSJ barely stays alive. There's the push from Yoshi to take him down. And the level 6 siege bot from AQM. Blood Diamond have a big amount to catch up. In fact, it is going to be a disadvantage for them on the final siege, but the walls are broken open. Alice SSJ could make a big play. Rafa is going to get that breakthrough, gets stunned out by the Polar Vortex, and this could be an impossible push in by Blood Diamond, but they do have 25 seconds to change their minds.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. For sure, not an easy position to retake here, especially with the bolt lead that Clash has started to build up. Yeah, gonna try his best at staying alive, doing a pretty terrific job at it. Does end up going down, but the trade is in their favor because Clash has control. The spins and the pins are coming in, and with that, the win as well for AQM.
Great start for AQM. They had a bit of a rough time in the international finals versus Reply Totem, but they are keeping their streak going strong. Blood Diamond will be going down, and such a close match too is going to end in a 3-1. And man, these guys are brutal right until the very end, spinning and pinning and winning. Unfortunate for Blood Diamond, they will be eliminated as a result of this match. They will be taking home a nice sum of cash for making it this far, but not a super ceremonious end for them. A very hard matchup for them, and honestly, to their credit, versus this all-star roster, they were looking very strong. So I'm hopeful for this roster going into the next year, but that is going to do it for them and GameStars for 2021. Here's a recap of the last set as well. Such good domination by AQM, though Blood Diamond did have their moments. We saw Javi get that awesome double stun and some considerable damage from Blood Diamond towards the end of that first game, but it was not enough to take them to victory. And same comps this second game, but AQM still was able to take the win. I think just, I don't know what to chalk it up to. Teddy, you got any input?
Man, I feel like overall Clash were just hitting their shots very well, man. Like across the board, they were doing a really good job. And, you know, I think the Mortis was a big problem as well for Blood Diamond because it meant that they consistently got that first bot and then they capitalized on it, right? And when you have a Gale in defense as well, that doesn't need to use too many gadgets until the final bot, which is the only one where they're not guaranteed to get it if Blood Diamond are able to get enough bolts. It's still very much defendable, and that's what we saw in Game 1 of Siege. Game 2 of Siege, it didn't even get there. They just got all 3 bots. So it was a very safe approach, and I do feel like the lack of Buzz or Mortis for Blood Diamond basically meant they were physically, it was impossible for them to win the first bot, and therefore, you know, get that snowball effect rolling bot to bot to bot until the match is over.
And take a look at these stats as well. I mean, it could not be more accurately reflected. Basically double the stats here for AC Milan Clash. In terms of damage, still a lot more. I mean, it just goes to show these guys played really well. They simply played better. That's what it's all about. Even though in certain matches it was quite tough to call, each single one looked very close. It's just that those microscopic outplays by AQM that built into much larger outplays in the last set, I would say especially. Look out for these guys in the next round. They are going to be advancing onto the semifinals. And with that, we are going to be moving on to match number 2. First, we're going to get a short break as our players prepare. Make sure you get up, stretch, get some water, and strap back in when you're finished for some more Game Stars.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars. Pretty soon, we're going to be getting into match number 2 of the day. Earlier, we saw a great win by AQM. They are going to be heading on to the semifinals, and now it's going to be Navi versus FA Scarlet Stars. Teddy, it was going to be Final Stand, actually, that was facing versus Navi, but now it's FA Scarlet Stars. They barely went down in their qualifier, and now they're going to get to step up to the challenge.
Yeah, Final Stand had some Christmas family time commitments they couldn't get out of, so we'll see FA Scarlet Stars instead for an all-EECA match here in this second quarterfinals. Our maps and modes will be Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, Hot Potato, and Heist, Sneaky Fields in Brawl Ball, and if we get to a 4th and 5th set, it's gonna be Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab and Shooting Star for Bounty. All around, I would say a decent amount of range in quite a couple of those maps, especially Ring of Fire, Hard Rock Mine, and Shooting Star. But no problem about that is that I'm not sure if we are going to get to a set 4 or 5, because we're talking about Navi. They have been not only dominant in their region, but throughout the entire world at the World Finals. And FA Scarlet Stars, they played pretty okay, but we also have to keep in mind that they did fail to qualify, right? So they have a bit of a second chance here, a bit of luck, I guess, but they'll have to make the most out of it, and they'll need nothing short to another miracle to win this match. Bans coming through already. Buzz banned out by Scarlet Stars, and we'll have Lola banned by Navi. Nothing too special here, but I would still say that Buzz has not been played whatsoever in our previous match, despite not being banned. So
yeah,
keep that into account.
It's peculiar, right? Because Buzz, I mean, you mentioned, has not been played at all, but also was not banned in our last matchup, was totally available in Siege. We are going to see the double ban of Lola also, that second round of bans. And here is the classic Bell ban from Navi. I don't know why we could have expected anything else. They always ban these two brawlers. It just seems like Navi, they play the same few like compositions over and over. They ban the same brawlers every single time, but they do it so well that, like, what are you going to do? Now you can play Brawl Stars versus Navi, and you know that can take you a certain way along the road, but it's not going to prepare you to face other teams, right? So, I mean, I'm sure with enough preparation, you could take down Navi if you prepare specifically for this matchup, but it's not going to take you very far. There are other matches to win to get to this stage, right? And I think, Teddy, I also brought this point earlier on, is that Navi, it seems like they cycle through the same few strategies, but they just do it so well that they can get away with it.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, you can see it from the comps already that they do like their tanks, especially the Frank. Surprisingly, we don't see that many tanks being played out because this is kind of what we know them for as well. In the
Mhm.
ECA region in general, it's a bit more apparent on the Scarlet Star side of things with, 13 Mortis picks from Raze, for example, which is pretty wild, 7 Frank picks from Angel Tents. But the thing with Na'Vi is they know when to bring the tanks as well and when to stop bringing them in when it's too predictable, when your opponents are, a bit too comfortable and feeling like they are going to be playing a lot of B and a lot of tank counters. Then at that moment of time, Na'Vi comes in and plays something wildly different, and those tank counters don't fare as well against those comps, and they manage to still make it work. They do a great work behind the scenes, and I think it's one of the teams that has had this year the most underrated staff as well, as in analysts and coaches and all that stuff. And that goes a long way because they always feel very prepared comp-wise and very capable of winning any matchup, no matter how things are going. So Na'Vi has been a bit of an underrated team, and they were honestly a bit of a dark horse in EU until Worlds. Because they're not exactly competing. I mean, they're not competing in EMEA, but they're still a part of EU. So you have that thing, where they never really felt like completely included in EU. Although they were respected for sure, there was a bit of they were seen a bit differently than most of the other EU teams that are competing in the Brawl Stars Championship in the EMEA region as well. And they've proven pretty much everyone wrong with their hard work and with how good they are at this game. They have a lot of talent, and those guys have gone a long way. I've said it quite a couple of times already throughout the broadcast as well, but some of those guys from Na'Vi, they were playing in my $15 scrims 1 year ago. That just says, such a long way they've gone since then, and how hard they've worked, and how much they deserve this as well, because the grind never ends, and it definitely feels like that for Na'Vi. So I'm very proud of how much they've achieved this year, and I have a feeling they might go very far here in this bracket as well. Their first opponent here, Scarlet Stars, is not far from home for them. They know those guys. They've beaten them over and over throughout the year, throughout the BSC, because they competed both in ECA. And I don't remember Scarlet Stars winning once against Na'Vi, which is what worries me a bit about this matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did get 6-0 swept by Na'Vi, unfortunately. And I can't say for sure whether they were really prepared for this matchup, because the places have been locked in for a few days now following that international finals. And now that final stand is out, Scarlet Stars is in by, as you said, pretty much by chance. They got a little bit lucky that one member was not able to show from final stand. And they'll be able to claim a bit more cash, yes, but it's looking a little unlikely that they do head on. You never know what's been going on behind the scenes. Maybe they're re-energized, should they celebrate Christmas, if they were home with family and things, which coincidentally is what resulted in the forfeit from final stand. But Scarlet Stars, I'm really hopeful for them. I would really love to see them take like one game off of Na'Vi, but I mean, to be realistic,
Is that what you call hopeful?
Well, I mean, Na'Vi is Na'Vi, man. They are scary. Have you seen MMA? In person, they're scary too. Honestly, if they'd shown up, if they had gone to the LAN, I think they still could have won by intimidation factor too. They could have had a guy bring the punching bag behind MMA, and he could have gone to town on the thing in between games. I think that maybe that would have scared Zeta's socks off. Maybe it would have been a different matchup in the grand finals. Regardless, right? Back to the match at hand. Na'Vi, we expect them to perform really well. FA Scarlet Stars could get some good momentum going in the first set. That's really their best bet here. Also, to play the match versus Na'Vi, they always ban out the bell, so they're always keeping their options open for the tanks. We saw repeatedly, even when Na'Vi faced Tribe EU in Worlds, that Na'Vi will continue to run the tanks if you don't start countering it. So I think Scarlet Stars could get a nice surprise versus the guys if they run some tank counters just off of game number 1.
Yeah, but to be fair, it was a very similar approach to the game that Scarlet Stars had. They were bringing in a lot of tanky comps as well, a lot of buzzes and franks and those really annoying brawlers to deal with. And obviously Mortis, we saw it earlier, 13 games played with Mortis. That's a huge amount, especially considering how counterable Mortis is as a brawler. It's pretty wild. We'll have to see how they approach this on both sides. I mean, they know each other. That's the thing as well, right? They've been competing in the same region for over a year now. They know exactly what to expect from each other, and there's not that many teams that are going to know each other as good as they do, just because their scene is still a little bit younger and a little bit smaller than the EMEA region, which means there's, you know, less teams to really look at as adversaries and as rivals, and those who definitely have, at least Scarlet Stars have, and we have a lot of aggression from the PAM early on. We'll be getting punished for it HP wise, but it's still a slow start for Na'Vi. Though do get the slow and the stun from MMA. That's going to result in the first kill. The second one comes right after as Jason finds a nice bounce, and Na'Vi pick up a nice early lead. Cube is just vibing, man. Just vibing. Look at that. 72 HP. It was so low, just running around the map, killing everyone casually, as Na'Vi are already leading by almost 50% and are looking really good in this game so far.
My eyes have been fixated on Cube this entire game. He pushed up the right side versus Rico, which is a tough matchup as is. Used the shades to win that entire lane. Got the kill on Reliable. Circled over to Angel Tinson. Still got the super off. He's going to do it once more. Won't get the kill on Pam just yet. She has healed up a lot. There it is. The mutually assured destruction at mid, and the super in by MMA to seal the deal. Cube has been playing so well. You said he was vibing, and he's absolutely rolling with the punches. Reliable will be going for something here. Great flex from Na'Vi as they all back away to dodge out that huge combo potential from Reliable. Na'Vi just need a few more percent here, and they're not going to play it too risky. Jason will step onto the point a little bit. 14% left for Na'Vi. The Scarlet Stars have control of the point for now.
Man, I love how Cube gets pulled and he's still the one that gets the kill against the other Tara. That's just build diff, man. Really, really. I do have to admit, Scarlet Stars are coming back now. They're getting really close. Cube is low HP, gets a kill once more. Does have the pull available, and that's going to make Scarlet Stars' life pretty tough. Although they are catching up, although they're very close, this is going to pull him into the zone. The kill doesn't really come true. Instead, Reliable finds a kill. It's all tied up now, and it's a very small margin, but the overextension from Raze gets punished. MMA finds Reliable, and it seems like Na'Vi are still going to be picking up this game, despite things getting a lot closer than we expected.
Okay, that is very weird that we saw them come back so closely. Na'Vi also, though, did such a great job. I think Scarlet Stars had more of a focus on mid, and that is what got them so much percentage here. And honestly, that is the objective of the mode. Hot Zone, you want to be going for that mid. In Na'Vi, though, we saw, Teddy, you and I both saw Cube throughout the entire game, getting great value on the right side on Tara. We even saw before the game, Cube does really well on a couple of brawlers that stand out the most to me. It's Tara and it's B. I love seeing Cube on the B. I think we'll get to see it once we move onto some longer range maps with some longer and narrower lanes. But for now, the Tara is working really well on lane, even versus Rico. And I think the Rico pick also by Scarlet Stars show that they are prepared for this matchup. They want to get that diff on the right lane. They want to get the winnable lane with Rico versus Tara, but still Cube is able to make it work with the use of the gadget, which, yeah, it has limited uses, but if you're able to get so much value out of each use, then it starts to not matter anymore. Cube was doing a great job of flanking on the backside as well. Honestly, my eyes were glued to Cube the entire last game, and I wouldn't be shocked if Scarlet Stars focus him down a lot more in the next game and then start to turn their attention to mid.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. He was popping off, though. That has to be said. He was literally just running around the map, obviously very fast because of the speed gear and the amount of bushes they're on this map, and he was just getting some kills left and right. And eventually, I did feel like Scarlet Stars did manage to shut him down quite a bit and slow the pace a bit more, get some more control, and lock down the center area. And for a while, they held it. I mean, it was only like 6% making the difference in the end, but still, it felt like Na'Vi at the end, they were in control, you know? Even though it was close, even though it started to feel a bit more dangerous, in the last couple of seconds of that game, they still had so much more utility than Scarlet Stars. And I think that part of it was also deliberate, that they knew that they wanted to have as much utility as possible for the retake, and that involves having as many supers available and everyone with a decent amount of HP to go for those picks all together, instead of pushing solo and dying, kind of like Scarlet Stars were doing. And it paid off. It definitely did. We do have Jason and Cube going down early on here. That's not going to be ideal. Raze is going to get reset his heal and take 2 hits from the Tara Shadow. And he uses his pull, which will not find any kills. So that's not exactly ideal. But Scarlet Stars are still leading by quite a bit nevertheless. And Na'Vi, they start things on the back foot.
Okay, Scarlet Stars doing a great job already of setting up on mid. Angel Tense also will be looking for this next super whenever he can get it. He does outrange MMA slightly. He's going to be forced to back up versus Cubic, though. Cubic is doing a good job of juking out the shots, and he's not going to be very hit. Sucker. Jason is going to get the bump away onto Angel Tense, but it's not going to give him the victory at mid. Scarlet Stars are doing such a good job of locking this down. I wonder what the strategy is. Well, here comes Cubic from the backside, and there's the super as well. Reliable on the right side, keeps on getting pushed back by Jason, and Na'Vi can finally start to work on capturing this point. But this is a much different game than game number 1. Scarlet Stars had a 50% lead on Na'Vi just moments ago. It's now dwindled to a 40 and now a 30% lead. Na'Vi are clinching this complete lockdown in spawn trap on FA Scarlet Stars. There's a super on the left side by Cubic as well. Jason will get the push right as Reliable's shield expires, and the spins from Cubic as well. Respectable as well, because he is in the bush. The enemy cannot see him, but Na'Vi now has the lead, and it's going past the 80% mark, nearly the point of no return.
Man, I love how Jason is playing this as well. He struggled so much until they had control, and once they had control, he's been bullying them. He hasn't died once ever since he got in that aggressive position, and staying alive in that position, that close from their spawn, with how quickly they can just, you know, respawn and find him back without him being full HP. He was just hitting super, getting a couple of shots, and he would have his next super, and then someone else comes, he supers them, and just all over and over and over again. And Na'Vi somehow, despite being behind by like 60%, they make it look easy in the end. They make it look easy. And it's true, their comp was maybe not the best at taking control of the zone and the map, but once they have it, it was so good at defending it that Scarlet Stars just didn't stand a chance at taking any control back.
Yeah, I'm relatively convinced that Jason just has like a special Gale or something like that, because he seems to charge up those supers so quickly. When I see people play Gale like this, I get inspired and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna play Gale. And then I just never get a super. How does he cycle it out so quickly? It's exactly what you pointed out, Teddy. He's doing such a good job in that aggressive position, and it's reflected so well in the stats as well. Scarlet Stars, I mean, it looked like they would be taking a game here, and even in the last game, it looked like they could take a, but it's the same trend that we already saw on Hot Zone. It can get very, very close, but Na'Vi, they still managed to bring it back in crunch time, and they do it so dominantly as well. It's just such a cool, calm, collected approach from these guys, and that takes you really, really far. And I mean, no doubt it takes you really far. These guys are leading by example.
Yeah, I think there's been some nice adjustments in Na'Vi as well. I feel like they are playing a little bit less aggressive per se, and much more measured and just really careful. And they took their time here but once they were set up, it was impossible for Scarlet Stars to unset them up, if that makes any sense in English. And and it was just very dominant. And sure, the game was close, and sure, it looked very scary at some point, and I felt like Scarlet Stars were running away with the game, but at the same time I didn't. That's the thing. I felt confident in Na'Vi even when they were behind by 60%. We started seeing some kills here and there, and I was like, okay, they're gonna retake, and with this comms they might hold it, and so they did. So impressive stuff from Na'Vi. Very composed, very calm approach, and I like that side of Na'Vi quite a bit. I'm hoping to see much more of that. We'll be moving on to Hot Potato up next. Comp-wise, it's gonna be pretty vastly different, I think, to this. Rico, I think, is going to be one of the more dominant brawlers to expect here. Maybe some throws, maybe they want to go with the Edgar. We've seen that being played out quite a bit, or even a Daryl, sorry. I'm not sure. I think there are quite a couple of options available, especially compared to our previous match, where a lot of the good brawlers on that map were banned out, and we ended up having some very odd comms. Here, a lot less, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, there are a couple of comps that we see Na'Vi run really well here. They run either the tanks, as you mentioned before, or sometimes out of complete nowhere. They'll bring the Colonel Ruffs, they'll bring the B as well. It'll be like Jason on the Ruffs, and we'll see Cubic on the B. It's not going to happen this time, though. They're going to be running all the tanks, and especially with Rosa available, MMA is going to be having an amazing day. Jason on that Daryl, and Cubic keeping up the control with Ems. It's more or less a mirrored comp here, though. Bull on the side of FA Scarlet Stars will be a mild disadvantage for them in the bush fight. When it comes to dealing safe damage, though, he can get a lot. He is going to have to play this defense first, though. We'll get a little bit of damage versus MMA. Would love to rush in here, and he's going to go for it. Hopefully it pays off for him. MMA is going to chase him down on the back lines. Reliable does get the kill on MMA, and now he gets to start working on that safe 808 health remain, and he's able to once more post up in those bushes. Scarlet Stars are barely trailing here. Definitely looking fairly hopeful for them if they're able to continue pushing in. Angel Tints will be able to get on the safe. He wants to kill on Cubic first. There it is. Reliable and Angel Tints both on the safe. Meanwhile, on the safe of FA Scarlet Stars, there's a lot of damage flying in as well.
Yeah, this is fairly close off the bat. A 14% difference between both teams. Ray's surely here going to be going down, and now Jason has an open path straight to Scarlet Stars safe. Almost takes back the lead, but there's some decent damage being thrown onto the blue safe as well from Angel Tense. Reliable still alive as well, causing some more problems. Will be able to escape the range of Cube Super, meaning that now he wants to go for a super of his own, go for the save, does get shut down. Instead, the bounce from Jason gets in a bit of an awkward position between both players and can't really deal max damage to either one. However, Reliable is very low HP, and despite Scarlet Stars having the lead, there's still a little bit more control in favor of Na'Vi.
Okay, Na'Vi got to defend this versus Scarlet Stars, though. That could be a stun onto Bull. Jason is able to pick up the kill, and now they got to get some more damage on this safe, and they're just rolling in from the likes of Cubic. Angel Tints does have the super to play some defense, but he's going straight for the bushes for that additional speed. MMA needs to flex over here for the response, but down goes the safe. Jason and Cubic were going nuts on that thing. That is going to be the victory for Na'Vi. One more win, and they're headed on to set number 3. Already, they got a victory in set number 1, and while not a sweep, it is still looking very dominant by their side. Or rather, they went 2-0 in set number 1, so we are looking at a sweep here. Honestly, if we're being fair, those first couple of games in Hot Zone were quite close to the point where FA Scarlet Stars very much could have won a game. If you ask me, game number 2 was a victory for them up until the very end when Na'Vi got a total sweep within the game.
I think this game was the same. I mean, sure, in the end, it is almost a 50% damage difference, but up until that point, it was Scarlet Stars that had the lead the entire time for like 80% of that game. Just that once Na'Vi had that setup, once they had control, they couldn't chase them away. And once again, so much damage poured down so quickly, and pretty much in one burst, Na'Vi went from being behind to taking the lead and winning the game by 50 50%. That's huge. And they've been so slow and methodical with their approach so far. And here you could say, yeah, but they're playing tanks. Yes, but they are still playing them very slow, very carefully, not taking too many risks, and trying to get those strong setups going for them. And they're able to find a lot of value out of them as soon as they're ready. And it's very impressive to watch so far. I'm really enjoying this approach and this side from Na'Vi that I feel like we saw less before, but they've risen in confidence, but also in maturity in a way, right? Because they made it to second place of Worlds. They have had more practice than pretty much ever before, and I feel like they've never been as respected either in the EMEA scene or the European scene, whatever you want to call it. So I'm enjoying the sound of Na'Vi a lot. It's really fun to watch and very different to a lot of teams as well. Let's see if Scarlet Stars can finally have a game going their way, as Jason is going to go for a lot of early aggression, is calculating the M's range very efficiently, will be staying alive for what seems to be forever, as he still doesn't go down, and Na'Vi still have a whole lot of control.
All right, roll in by Jason. He's going to get beaten up by Reyes, but he's still able to cycle out that super and get a kill. Meanwhile, on Na'Vi, Safe Reliable gets the ult in and out, in for the damage and out to set up that next push. Cubic, though, does catch him in his constant charisma, and Reliable, wow, gets it cycled out as well, too. Stunned through the wall, Reliable will go down, and Cubic can focus right on offense. Does decide to leave one member of Scarlet Stars on the safe, but it doesn't even matter. Cubic is running bad karma, it looks like, and so much damage has rolled in already. Gotta see a good defense versus Angeltons, or perhaps not. It just doesn't even matter. Cubic is able to get that last bit of damage out. There's nothing that the tanks or Imps can do versus that strong positioning. And Na'Vi have now taken 4 wins in a row. And we are headed on to set number 3. A total sweep so far, Teddy.
Yeah, man, it's dominant from Na'Vi, and sure, stat-wise, every game didn't look that dominant, but if you look at and analyze the games themselves, they really were, and they were constantly in control of the situation, and felt like even when they were giving some percentages in outzone or some damage here to Scarlet Stars, it felt calculated almost, like they knew that, okay, we can afford to give them this much damage because it gives us time to heal and get ready for a stronger push of our own. And every single time their decisions have been right so far. That's the thing as well. Sure, they're close, and it's true as well that with a playstyle like that, if you make mistakes, then you can get punished big time and the situation can slip out of control. But they haven't made those mistakes. They've been right with every single decision, and that's what is so impressive about it. And kills-wise and damage-wise, it's fairly close, it's fairly even, but the damage on safe is a whole different story, and Na'Vi just shutting down Scarlet Stars before they even stand a chance here. This is 2 sets in a row, 4 games, as a matter of fact, in a row for Na'Vi, and this 3rd set might as well be the last one for Scarlet Stars.
Yeah, very well could be. I mean, there is potential for a comeback in set number 3, but the momentum has built up so much on one side, and that is Na'Vi. But those kills are quite even. As you mentioned, Teddy, it is just the damage that's the differential here. So it seems that it's the objective that is the difference. I would say a main difference also is who's taking the victory in the end. There is, though, potential for a comeback. We could see some good stuff on Sneaky Fields for set number 3. We do know that Rosa is in rotation here. She's not banned out as she would usually be. FA Scarlet Stars and Na'Vi both ran it, and I think that it could be pretty successful should they play it well. The thing is that Na'Vi could totally diff the Rosa. They play the tank so well, and if you find yourself in a mirror match versus these guys, it is going to be very tough to deal with.
Was the Rosa banned?
No.
It wasn't, right? Okay, I mean, yeah, we might say it was banned in the previous match, and that's why I wasn't sure. But yeah, it is not banned. So I expect some Rosa action for sure, right? It feels like the perfect map for it, and overall for those tankier brawlers that we haven't seen as much as we usually see from Na'Vi. I mean, in Heist, that's kind of a mode where you expect tanks in the first place. So we'll see here if they decide to bring them onto Brawl as well. And we will have a little bit of tankiness on Jason with the Daryl. However, the rest of the players will play a little bit safer, besides Angel Tens also going for a Rosa. And I like Crow here quite a bit, as well as the Ems. I think they can do a great job at defending. Gil is a bit more of an interesting decision, I think. And so far, it doesn't seem to be working out exactly as planned, as this could be a goal here. Nice gadget from Cube. Will time it perfectly. Won't get baited out, and they do still get the ball. That super is wasted from MMA. That could have been a little bit dangerous, as it could have been really useful to knock back Angel Tens, but the gadget is placed down anyways, so they can't exactly go through with the ball. Scoring it up on the right side of the map, and Na'Vi are trying to retake some form of control in the mid.
All right, Na'Vi once more can keep control of mid. Jason has this ball. That super will be charging up any moment now from the passive supercharge. He's getting the speed from the bushes as well. Reliable can't pass it backwards. Now MMA can set up this push to allow him to get in the goal, but it does get barely caught by Reyes. No CC on the side of Reliable, though. And that is going to be the walk-in from Na'Vi. One more goal, and they are at the match point. Scarlet Stars have something very, very tough to do here. Looks like Jason also disconnected, or maybe he's messing with these guys. Does go for the roll-in versus Angel Tens. It's not going to be super successful. A pull and a push onto Angel Tens. Jason still, though, will have to hide on this right side to get his health back. An interesting roll there, but it doesn't even matter. It looks like, oh no, Cubic was not able to walk it in. So close there. It's not going to work in the end. And Scarlet Stars can now get an offense.
That was close enough, though. A great pass. And that's the kind of mind games you can play with when you have so many bushes as well on the map, that you don't exactly know where everyone is, and you can easily slip through the gaps and just suddenly come out of the grass with a pass heading your way. Nice jump in from Reliable. Unfortunately for him, whether he got the kill or not, you wouldn't be able to get the ball out of the way. And this should be match point coming up for Na'Vi. Not much that Scarlet Stars can do at this point, and it's starting to look a little bit more desperate on their side. I said it earlier already, right? It was a bit of a miracle that they made it here, because they frankly did not. They got a little lucky that Final Stand could not show up, and that instead they'll take their spot. I feel like their luck ends here against Na'Vi, and this should be getting closed down quite smoothly by Na'Vi, as everything's been quite smooth for them so far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the ideal matchup for Na'Vi, and for FA Scarlet Stars, it's like their worst nightmare. They did not qualify for this stage, and then they wake up, or I don't know. I mean, I guess they're in EU, so they did not wake up around this time, but they get the notification that their team that defeated them is now out of the running, and now they got to face Na'Vi, and they've had no preparation, and they don't know the maps, and also it is the international playoffs, and it's all going to be streamed, right? That is like a nightmare scenario for these guys. I think a lot of things were working against them. Kudos to them for still coming and bringing a really good fight towards Na'Vi, and at some points, right, having games that were so close that they felt like wins for Scarlet Stars in and of themselves. With that considered, though, this is still match point for Na'Vi, and we all expect Na'Vi to go really, really far in this international playoffs. And for that to happen, they got to take down Scarlet Stars, and Scarlet Stars have to pack their bags and go home.
Yeah, pretty much that. Thing is, Scarlet Stars, in my opinion, are an underrated team. I think they're very good at the game, and I think they have a lot of potential. Are they a tier 1 contestant in EU yet? No, I don't think so. But I do think that if they have a bad day and the tier 1 team has a bad day, they can beat them for sure. Thing is, it's Na'Vi, and so far they haven't had a lot of very bad days recently, and that seems to be a bit of a problem, as early on already there is that goal or not. I guess. I mean, that could have been a walk-in, but Jason was a little bit too confident perhaps with that shot, and will get punished for it. And What is going on there?
I'm not
For a
so
second, I
sure.
was thinking, is there a banned brawler or something fishy going on? But it doesn't
Keep saying
seem
hi
like
to the
it.
stream.
Well, I mean, fair enough. Nice roll from Jason this time around, but doesn't find that much value off it. Cube gonna pump his super, and it does seem like Angel Tense actually does a decent amount of work. But not really enough to find a goal yet. Reliable, still alive in an aggressive position, but he can't really get past that amps.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get past. Reliable, ooh, is going to try and get in there with the Crow and the Super ready to go, but it's not going to happen. Navi continue to keep up the pressure here. Emotes, pins, spins. Navi know they have this one in the bag. They're going to be respectable and spin in the bushes. Cube once more waving at the camera. Though this could be, I don't know. Is this a premature celebration, or do they really have it this much? Jason is going to get a good roll in. MMA has this super ready to go for the combo. Is it going to work? No, Reyes is still going to be able to get that just on the edge of the super. And Navi have had a lot of opportunities to get this goal, but they want it in kind of a cheese way. It doesn't seem to be coming their way, though. Teddy, you mentioned FA Scarlet Stars. They are an underrated team, and they are going to be clawing their way tooth and nail all the way to the very end. Ooh, and Angel Tints unfortunately uses the super to try and score that, and it's just not going to happen. Navi will continue to play defense here. FA Scarlet Stars had control of mid, though.
Yeah, that definitely felt like nerves as well, right? That's not really a mistake you do at this level of play, and that you'd expect to see. Overtime about to be kicking in, and although I would say that Scarlet Stars might have the better comp for overtime, I'm not entirely sure. It's pretty close call. I do think I like Crow a little bit more on my end, but the goal comes through anyways, and that's gonna be Navi qualifying for the semi-finals. GG's, they'll take this one home. We'll be facing Clash up next, but before that, we'll have two more semi-finals in front of us. And so far, I mean, that was an Navi we expected, pretty much, right? Just strong all around, not dropping a single game. And some games were closer than others, but once again, you know, I've said so many times throughout this year that, yeah, this is a trio, but it did feel a bit more like a 3-1 or a 3-2 because some of those games were this close, or some of those sets were that close. It wasn't the case here, surprisingly, despite a lot of games being quite close when you think about it. But with a bit of a deeper analysis, it didn't feel like they lost control, and I think that's quite a big deal. And I mean, Cube's waving is extremely wholesome, and I'm definitely down to watch some more of that in the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm excited for it too. Versus AQM, that is going to be a tough matchup. I wonder if he is going to be, mostly neutral throughout that one, or whether he is going to be, waving and being real wholesome, because that is going to be a really tough matchup for both teams, honestly. For now, though, Navi, they took this one handily. A 6-0 victory. As is tradition, they took down Scarlet Stars 6-0 in the international finals. They've done it once more. As far as the stats, things are pretty even. We can attribute that to Navi kind of messing around in the last game. So it's good to see that Navi have consistently gotten the better stats as well. It's looking hopeful for them as they head to the next stage. From the side of FA Scarlet Stars, not on par with Navi, but definitely still really good. And Tenny, you mentioned these guys are pretty underrated, and I think making it to the international playoffs, even if by chance, shows that, yeah, you're just one win away from making it to this stage. And I think that speaks volumes about these guys, and I'm hopeful for these guys in the next competitive season.
Yeah, me too. I really am. I feel like they've improved a lot since the last time I saw them in season 1, and we saw them in the ESA region doing some great stuff over there, and I'm very hopeful for their roster for sure. Definitely one I'm going to be keeping my eye on. With that being said, that's already half of our quarterfinals behind us. We still have plenty of matches to go, guys. Don't worry if you want some more Brawl Stars content. We'll have 2 more quarterfinals, starting off with Big versus Reply Totem, and then later on we will have SK versus Stripe. After that, the semis and the grand finals too. So it's gonna be a long day, but we'll have a quick break before moving on to quarterfinal number 3.
Всем привет! Меня зовут Михаил, и вы можете знать меня как Ярмыш. В этой рубрике я вам расскажу об особенностях нашей замечательной игры Brawl Stars. И давайте же посмотрим, что я вам приготовил. Сегодня под наш прицел попала принцесса Пайпер. Пайпер обладает малым количеством здоровья, но потенциально высоким уроном. Особенно эффективна Пайпер на расстоянии, что делает ее практически беззащитной в ближнем бою, если, конечно, не заряжен супер, о применении которого мы сегодня и поговорим чуть больше. Супер Пайпер позволяет сделать большой прыжок, оставляющий за собой 4 гранаты, наносящие высокий урон противнику. В некоторых случаях супер позволяет начать атаку, разрушив строение перед оппонентом, но также и не дать подойти к своей команде. Например, как в этом ролике, в режиме баунти на последних секундах сохранить звезды при себе. Пайпер очень сильный персонаж, но нужно уметь его реализовывать. Это все на сегодня. Надеюсь, что мои советы помогут вам в ваших предстоящих играх. Смотрите наши прямые трансляции и увидите применение этих фишек и не только.
Brawl Stars, a game with a lot of peculiarities that we'll get to explore in match number 3. Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars. Match number 3 is on the way. Teddy, once more, joining me. This is going to be an amazing game, Teddy. We said right off the beginning, I think both of us are really looking forward to this one. Tribe Gaming EU versus SK Gaming, a huge storyline running through both of these teams. Tribe Gaming Tribe Gaming EU has been playing really well with the surprise addition of Lena to their roster. For SK Gaming, they are on kind of a redemption arc to finish up the year.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a roller coaster between them, but honestly, very much on one side. Tribe Gaming, they had the chance of sharing their group with SK, and typically I would have been very worried for Tribe because SK is SK and they're always scary, but it turns out that they swept them twice for 6-0 total, literally not giving them a single game, which is a bit worrisome for sure. I would definitely not be too comfortable if I was SK. I know that in other third-party events, Tribe have been doing very well as well. With Lena coming in for this month of December, definitely, as you said, a surprising addition, but has been working out pretty well. And it's worked before against SK, so I'm looking forward to see their adjustments. The maps and modes for this matchup will be hot potato in highs to kick things off. We'll have some layer cake action for some bounty, minecart madness if we get there in set 3 to gem grab and backyard ball, and as well as factory rush to close things out. Definitely a big match here. Two massive teams. And also that revenge story that we want to look at. And what was a bit worrisome, I think, about this matchup was not that Tribe won against SK, but that SK struggled in the rest of their group stage against other teams like Race Clan, where they ended up, losing a match 3-2, then winning one 3-2 against them again, very narrowly as well. But moving on to the bans, we have Lola banned out by Tribe, SK going for the Buzz ban. No big surprises here so far. We've seen SK ban Buzz quite often, and Lola has been pretty much the most banned brawler of this season. So yeah, so far so good, I would say.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is the classic thing that we expected here. There's the Rico and the Piper bans rolling out once more. Piper ban definitely a little bit targeted, gonna force Tribe to play some different long-range brawlers. Also, the Rico ban. Rico is a strong brawler, right? That has not been banned out for the majority of GameStars. And even we got a little bit surprised earlier when Rico was banned. I mean, it's a strong brawler, but it's not typically one that would be banned unless you feel relatively confident. This is going to leave open healers. I think Byron is going to be a strong possibility here, and SK really like to run their Byron as well, and I think that is going to be a strong pick from them. I think they really would like Tribe to run the Byron as well so that they can try and diff them on that matchup at mid. Here come the stats, though, and you can see, well, no Byron from other sides. I guess it was banned out a lot, and that accounts for some of this, but you do see the Rico on the side of SK, which makes sense for the Tribe Gaming ban.
Yeah, played 11 times. That's a lot of times. That's a lot of times. But overall, I like the Piper ban as well. I think that it was something as well from their match where Semantic got Piper diffed quite a couple of times by Drage, and maybe he's not feeling like that's the right way to get his revenge. Instead, banning it out completely. Definitely gonna be interesting. Drage on the camera, Semantic now. Definitely some of the superstars of their teams. If you look at Rage as well, so young, so much potential for the future. Make sure you guys keep an eye on him for 2022, as he's one of the most promising players in the Brawl scene. Lana is just sitting there in the corner, taking a beating from Skyrix. Rage will be able to get the trade, but Skyrix still lives. And so far, it's a small 3% lead in favor of SK. Not a big deal just yet. However, the big push is coming now, and it's going to be time to see what the reaction is, how the defense holds up for Tribe, as Jeden, he's able to find quite a bit of damage, to be honest.
Yeah, Drage did get some good hits on him, but we saw Jeden survive with just a little bit of health, and it's just the survivability of these tanks on the safe that you have to capitalize on, and Jeden's doing it better than anyone, actually. Lana got a good push in, but was not able to pull off nearly as much damage. Tom is going to go for the kill, though. We saw Jeden getting himself ready to go in for that push. Interesting super by Lana. I think he was trying to get a stun there, but there was no one in the bush. Probably anticipated Rosa would be there. Would have been an amazing play had there been someone there, but in the meantime, he is going to be missing a super. He should be getting it back pretty soon, but here comes Jeden on the safe once more. It's going to be down to Tom and Drake to defend. Skyrix also has this opportunity to push up. Meanwhile, Lana got some solid damage onto the safe of SK. Still, though, SK is solidly in the lead.
Semantic low HP, still alive though. Will get shut down eventually by Lana. The problem is that damage lead is getting really out of hand in favor of SK, leading by 36%, now over double the health of Tribe Safe. And Jeden goes for a dive, but Tom's shield is going to be lasting for just a little bit longer. Semantic is going to get shut down there. A nice 2v1 found by Tribe. And the lead has gone down a little bit, only 22% now, but they need the next couple of interactions to really go their way here. Otherwise, SK will be picking up the first game. 10 seconds left, and we have a strong push from Tribe to get quite a bit of damage, but I doubt that's going to be enough. 7% will be making the difference, and it will make the difference in favor of SK Gaming.
Great stuff already from SK. This is already way ahead of how they were performing before. Even though it was a pretty close game, I mean, this is still a good victory for these guys, especially considering, I mean, if you've been keeping up with Tribe EU's progress, if you've been catching up with the Queso Cup as well, these guys have looked very unstoppable lately, and SK is seriously finding their form already just off of game number 1, already taking a win off of them. I can tell you already that this is going to be an amazing match. The momentum is on the side of SK at this point, and these teams are, I mean, we were a little bit, unstable about how to judge SK, where they stand on the skill level as everyone else. It was a little bit inconsistent over the last few weeks. However, they are looking to be in similar form to how they were before to end off the year, now that we're in the international playoffs.
I mean, it's just one game, right? It's a good-looking game for SK. It is a 7% difference, which still shows that it was fairly close, and it could have gone the other way around, with a couple of plays going differently. So, personally, I would stay on the fence for now. I feel like I was disappointed, and I've been harsh on SK, to be honest. I have been harsh on them.
We both have.
We have, but that's because we expect a lot from them, right? Mm-hmm. They were pretty much the golden roster of the year, the most promising one, and they have disappointed us towards the end of the year, and we know they're capable of more as individuals, as a team, whatnot. So it's good seeing them show some great signs of success, and they are already showing that in game 2 as well, with that early 16% lead. But we expect nothing short from a masterclass performance from them, and obviously no team can do it consistently, but that's kind of the standards that SK have gotten us used to. That consistency of being the best in EMEA Nice shutdown there from Semantic to find Drage. Lena still rolls through. We'll find a little bit of damage on SK save, but nothing too scary just yet. Still the lead in favor of SK for now. As Tribe desperately try to make an opening in the mid. Skyrix will get shut down, and this should help stabilize control a bit more in favor of the British squad.
All right, British squad locking down mid. Now have to defend against Skyrix. He's so fast. Drage has to pop the cost of charisma just to slow him down on a single brawler. Not the way he preferred to, but still, and a good defense by Jetton as well, using that super to get the stuns. SK have to push in. Let's see what they're able to muster. Drage will be getting good damage on Semantic. Lena also keeping up pressure on the left side. Here comes Drage also trying to push Jetton off of the safe. It does manage to get him off, but still a lot of damage has rolled in. Tribe is handily in the lead, but we saw something similar in the last game. SK was still able to bring it through in the end. Here's a super back by Jetton. I think the defense, but a lot of damage from Tribe. It might be too much for SK to deal with at this point.
Yeah, this is looking a bit scarier now for
Thank you, Mom.
SK. A 30% lead in favor of Tribe. Lena still doing a lot of work. Gets to roll into the save, uncontested as well. That's going to be a lot of damage pouring down. Not quite enough to close it down, but just about a hit away. And Drage will be there to close it out. That's going to be Tribe tying things up. And I have to say, they're not having a really strong game with Daryl. Much stronger than the previous game. I felt like he was fairly quiet in game one on the Daryl, which, considering how strong Daryl is and how much potential it has, was not exactly what we expect from a player like Lena. But in this game, he played a lot better, had a lot more impact. And what I liked as well, and we saw it happen a couple of times this game, is sometimes he just rolls on people, gets a couple of hits off them, doesn't even finish them off, and just rolls to the save, gets some damage on the save, and they just have to run to follow him, and he just keeps that shield consistently for like 5 seconds pretty much. It's pretty wild, and it did work really well here. I think this is one of the tips that we've seen a lot of pros talk about as well this year, and there was a bit of a change in the meta as well, that sometimes players wouldn't necessarily do enough save damage and focus too much on kills and keeping control before, whereas now it does seem to be a bit more the other way around, where you want to get as much damage as possible because of the different brawlers in the meta that can rotate rather quickly, like a Daryl, for example, right, that will have his super a lot in a game. And that just gives him a lot of mobility, so he, plus the tankiness, he can just go for the damage and go down, go back in, pretty much non-stop. So far, things are looking better here for Tribe. We'll have to see how that third game is going to settle it between the two teams.
Yeah, we will have to see how things go. This is gonna be pretty interesting. I think I'm just realizing that I was using the wrong microphone, and everyone heard me thank my mom for the food she just brought me. Well, thank you, Mom. Yeah. But real talk, Teddy, I like that tip. That is really interesting. I didn't realize that you could keep that shield up consistently. It is making me think of kind of the Stew gameplay, where you are constantly getting the shot, then cycling out your next super, getting a shot, cycling out your next super, one after the other. Daryl is becoming like this close range Stew, and you can get that mobility to sit on the safe and get some damage there as well. It is interesting to see that that SK did get dragged around a little bit by the Daryl play. I wonder if they will fall for that one once more. It is a mirror matchup once again.
All right, let's see how this is gonna go down. Semantic loses a lot of health early on. Drage finding a lot of value, does get shut down by Skyrix eventually. Jetton getting some nice damage on safe as well, but with two players of SK on the bottom of the map, that means there's just a one on the top. And Semantic will be able to clear out Lena without getting too much damage dealt onto a safe. Instead, gets a fair amount onto Tribe safe, giving a pretty decent lead early on in favor of SK. Let's see if they can keep it up.
All right, Tribe will have a tough defense as Daryl pushes in. Meanwhile, on the side of SK, lots and lots of defense ready to go. The Knot is back, though. He has a super ready to roll in. He's Skyrix is keeping things up pretty well. Lana almost gets around that corner. He is going to get up to mid. Does roll onto the safe once more, as you pointed out, Teddy. Semantic does get to push it back. Meanwhile, Tom looks for another push in here. Semantic keeps it back very, very well. The M's play is so on point from Semantic. On the right side, Skyrix has this super ready to go as well. Drage has to keep up the damage. Here comes a super from Skyrix, and Jetton also could be getting something. There's the kill. Lana has to do this all by himself. Tom could go for the kill, but Jetton's just out of reach. Semantic picks up the kill. And this one's looking decidedly in SK's favor.
Yeah, surely they'll close it out here in SK Gaming. They close it out, and they close it out convincingly as well. That's going to be great for their confidence moving on to set 2. That was a strong game from them, and I think a game they needed as well, because the previous one was starting to look a little bit out of hand and a little scarier, but despite every single game being a mirror matchup so far, it is going to be SK to take it home 2-1 here in the first set. So good stuff on their side. Tribe definitely not looking weak either, just a little bit more quiet in that final game.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I wonder what exactly happened. I did see in game number 1 the not doing pretty good on the Daryl, and I assumed that, you know, he wasn't doing a whole lot because SK was doing a good job of shutting him down. In game number 2, that turned around. In game number 3, it did yet another 180, and we did see a great job, especially by Semantic, to shut him down with the M's. And you can see it reflected in the stats too. More kills from Tribe Gaming EU. I would say more rolling in on players and then chaining it up to get onto the high safe, but in the end it ended up with less damage on the safe for the side of Tribe Gaming EU. It's really evident here that more damage was focused on enemy players than it was on the safe, and that goes for Tribe Gaming EU, not so much for SK Gaming. They played the objective better. They did a good job of getting damage where they needed it, and that is what won them the game. Let's get into set number 2. It is going to be some layer cake action. Keep in mind the banned brawlers. We are going to be probably seeing some tick here, but to counter it out, we have seen tanks already, and I think we could see them once more. It's the max strategy with some tanks in it as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities on layer cake. You know, there's moments where you do see a little bit more throwers, moments where it's very healing heavy or tank heavy, or as you said, you know, combining stuff with Max and Jean and Sandy and that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure what to expect at this point. We've seen it all on layer cake. We really have. I definitely do miss the old school meta, you know, like the Piper and Tick approach, and then as a third brawler you would have like a Mr. P or something like that. I love that meta back in the days. Not gonna be the case for now. Mr. P, it is one of the maps where you see the most Mr. P, but that's basically because you don't see Mr. P anywhere else at all. Or maybe a little bit of backyard brawl once in a while. Still, not a brawler you see a whole lot at the moment. So overall, I feel like this was the start that SK needed to regain some confidence. Keep in mind, just for some context, guys, that they did lose in the group stage 6-0 in games to Tribe, and in third-party events they did lose to them as well. So it's not been the best month or two for SK, but so far they have a good start, and as we said, it's good for their confidence, and it's good to, you know, see them back into their winning ways. Well, let's see what Tribe have to say about that. And this comp is going to be all over the place. We'll have tankier comp on the side of Tribe, was the Amps maybe expecting some tanks on SK themselves. SK, they were ready to deal with those tanks, bringing in a Gil, a brawler that we've rarely seen played out in Bounty, but at this point, Gil is just so viable everywhere, so who knows?
Yeah, it is an interesting pick. Semantic is going to keep up the defense. He has to get this first super charged up in order to get the real defense. Lana is going for the backside. Here comes the kill onto Skyrix and follow up onto Semantic. He's trapped in here though, and there's nowhere for him to go except back to the respawn. SK will be able to farm some supercharge off of him as well. Unfortunate there for Lana. He could have even supered out of there if he wanted to. Tom, though, has in the meantime set up a nice array of bushes on the left side. Tribe is still in the lead. Drage can defend the right side versus really anything. This defense is impermeable on the right side. So it's up to SK to get impatient and try and push in on Tribe. This is exactly where Tribe want to be, or maybe not exactly. They could have afforded a few more stars, but being in the lead with this entire defense setup is the ideal scenario.
So far we have a 1-star lead still in favor of Tribe. A lot of aggression there from Tom with the pinch. Is gonna get knocked back, but Lena still able to find the double kill nevertheless. So a great couple of kills there for Tribe to widen up that lead furthermore and put SK in a dangerous position with 15 seconds left on the clock.
And Tribe still in the lead here. Tom needs to keep up the defense. Here comes Jetton. He is going to be healing up with Invisio, but it's not going to stop him from getting killed by Drage. And did Drage just hold up his beverage to the camera at the end? I think he was showing us his G Fuel. Nonetheless, that is a great win by Tribe Gaming EU. I think this was a pretty novel strategy that I'm not super used to. It was interesting because we saw Lena get a great push in towards the beginning, accumulate some stars, and then meanwhile Rosa set up at mid, and even when Lena went down, all those bushes were set up and Drage was in position on the right side with Imps, and it was all fine because there was no way that SK was going to be able to push into that. They also were at a deficit, so they had to push in. It is like a paradox that Tribe Gaming set them up in, and it worked really well to force them to push in when it was so unfavorable for them.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, overall, Tribe just played better, man. It's as simple as that. They had some great pinches, I think, some great interactions around down. I think that one pinch with Tom and Lena on the left side was so strong and so hard to shut down. SK just looked powerless in that situation, right? They were stuck in the corner and kind of had nowhere to go and just watch each other die. Giving away more and more stories, and the fact that it was Tribe that was hunting them down, whereas Tribe already had the lead, is a bit of a statement regarding their confidence as well, coming into those sort of situations. So yeah, great stuff from Tribe. We'll be looking for a reaction here from SK. The comps were pretty wild, man. The comps were pretty wild as well. I mean, I think Daryl is not surprising in Bounty. I think Rosa would be more surprising, although Layer Cake is a map with a lot of bushes where she would shine, so not the biggest surprise either. But I think Ems is probably what I was the most curious about. I do like Bell a bit more, but at the same time, both are valid, and we do see some changes coming through for Tribe, some slight adjustments, and I like it because it's the same roles. Those brawls have the same purpose, but they're just fine-tuning things a little bit depending on what they saw coming through from SK and what they're looking to bring in. It's not exactly working out perfectly so far, but they're just a single star behind, and now it's gonna be time to hunt again.
And you bring up a really good point with the brawler changes. Drage is still playing a tank counter, but it's B instead of M's. Both tank counters, vastly different kits, vastly different utility. Let's see Tom push in on the right side, though. We saw Lena and Tom still both on the tanks. Lena is going to unfortunately go down. Semantic rolls in on Drage. Drage barely picks up the kill with the use of that super. Had he not used the super, he would have most certainly given some stars to SK. They are still in the lead, though, by 1 star. Skyrix has to check these bushes for Drage. Drage is going to look for some damage as soon as he can. Skyrix is trying to be unpredictable with his positioning. With the speed gear, it's very difficult to hit that shot as well. Meanwhile, on the right side, Tom is trying his best not to give any supercharge to Jetton. It's going to happen, though, and Jetton has that super to work with. Tom is going to try and bait it out of him, though. Jetton is ready to use it at any moment. Meanwhile, on the left side, both Daryls have their supers charged up. And Teddy, this is the exact scenario that we saw in the last game, except from the opposite side. SK is 1 star in the lead, and pushing in for Tribe is basically a death sentence. So unless they're somehow able to catch SK off guard, then this could be a GG.
Well, they will find the 1 kill. It's going to be traded out, and that's a nice lead. Wow, that's going to be team wipe almost. Wow. Not the only player surviving. And Jetton goes for the super. It's going to miss. That's going to be a kill going the other way around. But even if they got Semantic, it wouldn't be enough, as SK will be taking game number 2, tying things up here in Bounty and keeping things very, very close between both teams. Man, another set going to game 3, and this one is particularly important. SK could be creating a lot of momentum towards their side and create a lot of space by taking that 2-0 lead. Tribe Gaming, though, they want to tie things up, man. They don't want to give away too much of an advantage to SK, and they need to keep things under control. And although I did like their comp, honestly, from Tribe, I think that the B has some great synergy with Frank, because Frank is going to be opening up those walls, which means longer range encounters, where B is going to be better at than M's. But I think they may have underestimated, or rather overestimated, how much the Frank would be able to get supers reloaded, because he just couldn't really get too much in range. He was getting punished every time he got too close, and he got like 1 or 2 supers down to open up the map. That is not enough for what they were looking to achieve, I think, because until then there's so many bushes, and with B, if the Daryl rolls on you, you're pretty much dead, dude. Like, even your gadget, like it's nice, it's gonna tank for 1 shot, but maybe not even all the pallets, and even then you're probably gonna end up going down. I think the shield is so strong on Daryl. The steel hoops that stay on for, like, you know, the extra 2 seconds. It's really strong, because is Rosa super 3 seconds? Do I have that correctly in mind?
They might have. It's between 3 and 4.
Yeah, it could be along those lines, but it's still 2 seconds is such a long time, considering you have the added benefit of mobility to it as well, and you're also shielded while you are dashing, right? While you are rolling. So it's actually just it lasts forever, man. It really does, and it tanks for so much damage as well. From the top of my head, it was like 90% or something along those lines. And it's an insane shield. In my opinion, I would say even maybe a little too strong. But they're making sure to use it wisely, and SK are making the most out of it so far.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point that you raise with the Daryl comparison to Rosa, right? When Protective Pirouette on Carl was still in meta, I compared it a lot to Rosa's shield, and it was super powerful. And I think Rosa's shield, I mean, it's her like central ability pretty much is to shield herself and get very aggressive and very tanky. And I think as far as tanks go, she's a very fair like baseline, a very fair point of comparison when you're talking about shields and damage reductions in the game. Also, in terms of the Frank pick, I totally agree, right? It was a tough way to open up those walls. Typically, when you're running a wall break strategy, you bring a brawler that has some sort of free wall break, so with their gadget. But when you have to charge it up with your super, now you're kind of setting yourself up for failure, because it's so hard to get that in the first place. Let's see Tom, though, once again, still on the Frank. Tribe, once again, fine-tuning this comp. Tom is going to be playing pretty passively, and Drage will as well be playing passively, playing very defensively. He can afford to, especially with the blue star already acquired. But from the side of SK, I mean, this is the elephant in the room. Star Shelly is very peculiar. I think maybe they expected Tribe to push in on them, and then they'd be able to get kills with Semantic on the Shelly. It's a peculiar one also to see even more in competitive, as much as we've seen in GameStars. Nonetheless, Semantic, once he gets this charged up, will be all over Tom. Drage is getting a little bit closer to Tom to keep him defended, but is going to leave Lena open on the left side.
All right, still that 1-star lead, but the clock is slowly ticking down. A minute left on the clock now. SK are going to have to start making a move soon enough. It's not going to be the easiest to push with a Shelly. They could use a super to open up the map a bit more, make the tank's life a bit more miserable, but that applies to their own as well. And so far, Tribe are playing it safe, not over-peaking, not really looking to give any supers away. And it's a patience game. SK perhaps hoping to go in with 3 supers and go out before the time runs out. Or maybe they won't even have to if they commit really late, but that's at the risk that they can't take the lead by the end of the countdown. Semantic gonna go for the super, but he's getting punished. Big time, goes down, stun onto Jen and follows up. Surely that's a double kill, maybe even a team wipe, as Skyrex is low HP, too low HP to commit any more. And that is gonna be Triumph Gaming taking the second set, tying things up 1-1 in sets now. And overall, a great game on their side. Just really patient, man. Not giving anything away. And SK Gaming, they had to commit at some point. That's how Bounty works. And Tribe just held on to their defense really well. I think that the game-changing play was the Daryl roll onto the Shelly, because she used her super and she got a new super available, and that's the dangerous moment, right? Because she can start chaining them, especially against the Frank that is pretty much just, you know, 3 supers. But getting the roll to connect made sure that she was in the air, not able to use her super, and she got killed before she could use it again. And yeah, that pretty much just settled it, right? Then it's a 3 versus 2. They get a kill, the other one is low, and that pretty much closes it down. Strong game from Tribe, and SK just looking a little bit weaker here overall in the set. Almost 1/3 of the kills here for SK. That's not the most convincing set on their end, but I mean, in the end, damage and damage-wise, they're not that far behind. And if you don't take into account the final game, which was very one-sided, it was a fairly close set. So overall, I'd say obviously good stuff from Tribe. They're getting back into this match and starting to appear on the scoreboard, to be honest. But SK, it wasn't terrible either, or at least it didn't feel as terrible as the stats reflected. But they did definitely struggle a lot more to retake than what we'd expect from them. And that's kind of the same conversation we've had over and over again regarding SK, that we felt a little bit disappointed because we've seen so much more from them.
Yeah. Well, as we head into Minecart Madness for set number 3, let's draw some conclusions from memories that we have of both of these teams. It does seem like both of these teams have some pretty strong opinions about this map, and I feel like when it comes to this map, a lot of pros are very, very polarized, very, very opinionated. I personally like it. I guess I'm not a pro though, but from the side of Tribe Gaming EU and from the side of SK Gaming, they have both voiced that this is an especially frustrating map, and sometimes it does feel like the RNG can favor you depending on which side you spawn on. There are mushrooms on this map. If you spawn on the side with the mushrooms, then that means that minecart is coming from the left side, and that means that it is going to be much easier for you to push into mid at the beginning, as that minecart is heading right towards your enemies and they're going to be pushed out. So we'll see how much the RNG is at play in this upcoming set, but for the most part, it is the brawler picks that make this happen, as well as individual mechanics. And also something to note is we saw that Piper banned out in the beginning. We saw consistent diffs from the side of Tribe versus SK when they were in the group stage, and now Drage is going to be the one running the Byron. From the side of SK though, it is the double healer and Daryl. I wouldn't call it Poco double tank, because one of the tanks is kind of a healer. Already a bump on the minecart too from Skyrix, just a couple thousand damage there. On the right side though, Semantic is shoving Tom out of this meg. A double stun on the Tom too, but Lana comes in just in time to save him. SK still is in the lead marginally, but Lana is going absolutely crazy with all these heals from Drage.
Another dash in from Semantic. It is so hard as a tank to deal with Meg. She just deals so much damage up close, but thing is, just creating the space for your teammates to have that mid control is all that SK really need here, especially against the Meg that is arguably the biggest threat here on the map. And they've been doing a really, really good job at that so far. Lana going for a dash in, trying to punish Jadon, but Mama's squeeze as well is being quite problematic for Lana, as he takes a lot of damage, goes down. Tom might be the next victim here, and even if he's not, Semantic has done the damage he needed. He's created space once again, pushing everyone from Tribe back in their spawn, and SK start their countdown. It's not going to be easy to interrupt as well. However, the Daryl is going in very aggressively. Can they get the kill into the Poco? It's close, but it's not going to come true, and somehow SK survive off that push. That's going to be game number 1 of Gem Grab in the bag, just like that. A really quick game, and mostly I have to say Semantic doing a terrific job at not only shutting down the Meg, but also just pushing them back in their spawn consistently, not giving them any space to work with.
Yeah, now that Daryl's back in the meta, you got to get your Daryl mechanics up, and Semantic has done a phenomenal job of that, stunning so many people like double stunts on the rolls. And yeah, I mean, that's a pretty solid Daryl mechanic that you got to look for openings to work with. And I mean, with Daryl not being in the meta for so long, I feel like those muscle memory, those mechanics have gone to the wayside for now, and now we get to see it all coming back, the deeply mechanical play from these brawlers. I was looking at the side of Triumph Gaming EU. We saw Lana rolling all over the place, and Drage getting good heals on him, but it simply wasn't winning the objective, and that's what SK Gaming did a phenomenal job of in this game. And it is putting them one game away from potentially heading on to that last set that they need. Honestly speaking though, I think Tribe Gaming EU could totally get this next game. We've seen every single set go to a game number 3, and it's going to be a very, very even match. We're not even halfway through, I don't think. I think it's going to go to a set number 5 because these teams do such a good job of responding to what the other has picked in the previous game. This time, Tribe are going to be picking up a Pam of their own. Doesn't seem like the Byron did exactly what they wanted to, especially because Byron's super is great at getting kills on squishy brawlers, and there were not any squishy brawlers from the side of SK in the last game. And there still aren't really squishy brawlers with the exception of Jetten. Semantic is going to be taken down by Lana on the offensive. Tribe also, they're doing away with the Meg this time.
Yeah, so far it's definitely looking better for Tribe. Great would be a bit of an overstatement perhaps, as SK do have a really good foothold in the mid. Semantic takes a lot of damage, but once again, look at the space that he's creating, and he still gets the kill onto Lana. Getting his next mag ready, does get shut down before he can pump it. That's gonna waste it as well, which is a lot of value for Tribe. But damage is partially down here, as SK had a lot of space, a lot of almost free gems in the mid, and now going for a dash in. Not able to get the kill here, but Semantic is gonna boost himself up. A nice dash from the still alive, is gonna run away with the gems as well, and that's a pretty sick play from him. Does end up going down, but the gems are dropped down to Drage. Nevertheless, Drage in danger though, goes down. The is there to pick up the gems anyways, and somehow the countdown still goes to Tribe.
Wow, in such a close play there. Jetten is going to look for a jump in at some point. Here it comes. Lana stuns him out. Drage still taking on the right side. Semantic won't be able to do anything. And Tribe will be taking this game. Once more, we are going to a game number 3. I think this was super smart to bring the Pam this time. We saw SK do so well with it in game number 1. It makes total sense for Tribe Gaming EU to pick it up and use it for themselves. Also, I think the Daryl play was once more on point from both sides. Still, I was looking at Lana a bunch of the time because, I mean, Lana does draw my attention quite a bit. From the side of SK, we saw once more remarkable plays with Daryl. The thing is that there weren't a whole lot of squishy brawlers to work with on the side of Tribe Gaming EU. From SK Gaming, there were plenty of brawlers to stand out. There was Ems, there was Crow, right? And that they could seriously work with.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think that although Semantic still, in my opinion, did a great job at creating space for his team, this time around it wasn't enough. And that doesn't mean that it's his fault that it wasn't enough. His teammates also were kind of struggling with it to hold, but overall, this game, I would say SK probably played better as a team, but what made the big difference, in my opinion, is it was Lana just going in, getting those gems stolen with some wild dash. Like, he was in a fight that he was about to lose, he dashes out onto the gem carrier, steals his gems, dashes away, goes down with the gems to get picked up by his teammate goes down, he goes back in, picks up the gems and saves them. Pretty wild stuff, to be completely honest, but somehow he makes it work. And this is now an important game. A second set on the line for both teams, and one game to make a big difference in scores.
I'll say another big difference in the last game is that Drage got phenomenal value with Scrap Sucker. And Skyrix, still running Pam, can get good value with Scrap Sucker. Semantic is going to go down on the rush into Drage. Drage goes down, but here comes the minecart. Will it provide an opportunity? Doesn't look like it. Skyrix takes out that turret right before he gets taken down by Mama Squeeze, and the escape for Jetten. will lock in these gems for SK. Skyrix pushing up to mid. Lena will set up on the right side in that classic position where he's been getting lots and lots of double stuns. If Skyrix pushes in, he's going to punish it heavily. Drage actually seems to be trading off the lane with him. It's confusing for me. I'm sure it's also confusing for SK, who is going to be making the play on this right side. Lena does have to pull back a little, and Jetton occupies the left side. Can't get the anti-heal onto Lena. It's going to be great value. And there's a slow onto almost the entire team. A rolling from Semantic. He gets punished, and SK now have to retreat a little.
Yeah, this is a very messy fight so far. It does seem like it keeps remaining quite even, although SK still have a bit of a gem lead. The gem situation is very complicated for Tribe, with multiple players carrying those gems, and the countdown starting now for SK, a countdown that Tribe cannot stop unless they get a kill on either the Pam from Skyrix or Jetton on the Crow, and now going for the dash in, but there's just no world where this fight goes this way, and SK, they clutch up another set. A tough game, but a game that they had the most control in, for sure. So very much deserved, and they make it 2-1. SK looking better and better, honestly, and they have those moments where it's still a bit more like, okay, I feel like this situation could have been avoided, but it's looking better, and right now they are in the position of strength against Tribe, and that has to be taken into account as well. It's a very different dynamic when you're getting, you know, destroyed by a team, and you're kind of shut down constantly, and you don't find anything that works, so you don't really know what to do to get yourself out of that situation. In this case, because the match is so close, both teams, they've seen that they can do it, that, you know, they have the form to win those fights and win those games, win those sets. Now the question is, can SK close it out 3-1 and get that revenge from the group stage where they got swept by Tribe, or is Tribe gonna try to push things to a 5th set?
Yeah, I mean, in the group stage, as you mentioned, SK did get swept, and following that, they did have some tough matches in the international finals, going all the way to the final set. We know that they're comfortable playing in that final set. The question is, will they be able to prevent themselves from getting there in the first place? They have plenty of wiggle room now in the next set. Good stats from both teams, pretty well matched. I was impressed by both teams. I think both teams did really well. I think for the most part, in terms of Daryl play, which does seem to be the mark of a team that is with the meta at the moment, was very good from Tribe. But for the sake of SK, this is quite fortunate, as well, the Daryl play is a little bit unlikely on this map. We're heading into Backyard Bowl for some long-range Brawl Ball, and we are going to see that Bell is available. Piper is banned out as well. Something else that we've noted, though, Teddy, is that Daryl's so good for getting these goals, so teams are going to have to watch out for those solo pushes by Daryl's going all the way to their goal.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing some ladder earlier today, and Daryl was just constantly a problem to deal with. No matter what I was playing, no matter what my teammates were playing, it was just getting through anything, pretty much, man. It's a bit of a nightmare, and I definitely feel like it's gonna from very weak to very strong with just a minor change. But yeah, those reworks can really go a long way in how the game is balanced. And right now, Daryl is absolutely vibing. It's a great brawler, and in matchups like these, we've seen how much of a difference good Daryl makes. And so far, SK have been able to find a little bit more value, especially with Semantic on the Daryl. But Tribe have had their Daryl moments too, obviously. So it's tough to say. We have a Daryl still onto Semantic, as we have a bit more of a traditional comp, I would say, from Tribe, going for the Bell, Crow, and Pam. Not necessarily the easiest to shut down SK's comp, but it's definitely doable.
Yeah, it is certainly doable. Tom is going to have to exercise this range advantage versus Semantic. Semantic does have the pull, or rather the push in. If he needs it, he has that roll ready to go. Lena is trying to pinch with Tom on the right side. Here's the push in from Semantic, and he's able to get that kill. Does get punished. Meanwhile, Drage on the left side is making a solo push versus Jetton. It looks like he's going to come very close to getting this one. Tom is going to be ready to finish both of these guys off, but they barely survive. Almost a double kill there, but it's not going to work out in the end. Now Lana has to back up. Does have to place that ball defensively too. There is once more the stun and roll in by Semantic is going to give him the kill. Tom also grabs the kill, and SK is looking quite good here. With all the walls broken open, though, they will be operating at a bit of a disadvantage, especially for the sake of Semantic. Semantic does need to get a kill here, just a stun onto someone. The thing is, Drage has his scrap sucker ready to go. If Daryl rolls in on him, he is going to suck up all of his ammo and use it for himself. And here it is. Semantic has no ammo, no shots, and falls. Tribe now can set up this goal.
Yeah, a strong push, and at last, the goal comes through in favor of Tribe as well. The hope they needed. Now they need to keep it up like that and not give it away to SK. And they want to get as quickly as they can to that set point and try to move through the set swiftly and without casualties. 25 seconds left for SK to make something out of this game. And the roll-in from Semantic comes through, and a nice tag from Skyrex follows up. Jeden goes for a stun, is not quite gonna connect it. Tom with the ball is in a tough position. Rage ends up going down. Semantic trying to get the ball, and he's gonna score it as well. That was close, but he gets the positioning right, picks up the ball, just walks it in, and now SK might actually turn this game around. Tom with the jump in is able to get the trade, does end up going down himself. Jeden pushing forward, the pass to Skyrex, and the shot in between both players, and Skyrex is gonna get SK to match point.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding. That did not just happen. I was thinking there is no way, but it did. There's no way that ball goes right between them. Unbelievable gameplay from SK. They made it all the way from their side of the field, right? Already, their movement was looking very good. The dodges, the jukes were looking very, very solid, especially on the right side. Frank just seemed untouchable. The serpentine maneuver all the way to the enemy side allowed him to push that ball up, and then the pass to B, and then right between the members of Tribe to get the goal. That right there is the way to send a message, because SK, not only are they at match point, but they got to match point in such a disappointing way for the side of Tribe. Not only did they get a very, very narrow goal thanks to a Daryl roll, and even it went in after Daryl had died. We saw the defense from Drage that just fell a little bit short, and then a goal in overtime, scoring right between two enemies. That is unreal, and that is how you send a message. SK Gaming is one game away from taking this match, getting the revenge, and really, I mean, bringing back their normal form, and of course, heading on to the semifinals on the lower side of the bracket to be our first team to advance on and do so.
Man, what a story from SK. What a story. And this is also why I've been harsh, right? Because obviously we've expected better. We've seen from them in the group stage, but it's also about the story. It is the team of the year for EMEA. If you look at, you know, the bigger picture and the entire year, and they end the year on a bad note with the team splitting apart and you know, all that stuff. And I think it's beautiful to see them playing at this level right here today after this grind that it's been in GameStars to make it through every time on the lower brackets, every time just a couple games away from getting eliminated, getting swept by the likes of Tribe here, and struggling against Craze and their last group stage. Now they're at match point, a game away from the semifinals, from knocking down Tribe, the team that swept them just a week or two ago. And this is their chance. Let's see if they can make it, or if Tribe will pull off the comeback, or at least get a game to get a bit more of a spark of hope going in their direction. The team play is great, but a little bit of delay, and that ends up messing pretty much the entire plan up for Tribe.
Yeah, that really stinks, and it was a great move by Jen to get that ball forward rather than backward, as a team would usually like to defend the ball. Here comes the roll-up by Lana, though. Goes for some damage versus Skyrix. Is slowed down. Skyrix and Semantic are able to get this kill. Meanwhile, Drage is all alone on the back left. This could be a goal-scoring opportunity. Jen will toss it over to mid, though. SK have to get a kill or two before they can start to push in. Skyrix, though, is hanging on to that killer B. Wants to bait someone out first. Tom and Drage bait this corner. They are able to get those killer bees out of Skyrix, and now they can play a little bit more aggressively. There is also the Mama Squeeze from Tom, though it's not going to take out Semantic's turret. More Mama Squeeze. Tom tries to corner this ball, but it's a team wipe for SK, and now they're one goal away from heading on to the semifinals and getting their revenge.
And if it's not a goal, the clock ticking by could be what settles it. As Tribe need a goal now before time runs out. Or it's GG's. Well played, the end of the year. Once again, the same sort of play there with the long pass from Drage. Deep pass, but Lena can't quite get to the ball once again. Drage falls to Jeden. The trade is there this time around. Lena trying to get a pass going to the right side to Tom, but he gets shut down and cleared up by Semantic. 20 seconds left into this game. 20 seconds left for Tribe to make a move. Otherwise, it's going to be the end of their journey.
Tribe has been looking undefeated lately, but this could be the first one. 10 seconds left on the clock, and all of SK is grouped up in one area. It's going to come down to Lana, Drage, and Tom, whatever they're able to play around this goal. Lana isn't able to get the ball. Drage gets taken down, and that is going to be the win for SK over Tribe Gaming EU. In set number 4, congratulations to SK and GG's to Tribe. Such a furious brawl today is going to send SK on to the semifinals, taking down one of their biggest rivals in this competition, who gave them a tougher journey through the international group stage, but now will be their revenge exacted on. Here's some highlights from the last set. This one was so entertaining.
Yeah, that was very, very intense, but SK are looking good, man. They are looking good, and that goal from Skyrix was disgusting. Literally disgusting. I love it. I love it because, especially in that middle part, that's the most awkward part, because both players, they know that their priority is covering their own side, right? Because that's where their teammate can't access it no matter what. And yeah, a little bit of confusion and just playing with the mind games. Yeah, great stuff, man. Great stuff. That was a nasty play from Skyrix. Top class. Top class. SK with the 3-1 victory in the end. We'll be moving on to the semifinals, playing either Big or Reply Totem next up. Man, what a day already, and we've only gone through 3 out of the 7 matches that we have planned, so we got plenty more content to go through. As I said, it's gonna be a long day, but for the good reasons.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day because we have so many close matches to get through, and those matches are going to go longer than your average match because, well, more Brawl Stars means we get to see more of who is the most deserving to head on to the finals to get that first place and to win $10,000 as GameStars is coming to a head. We gotta get into our next quarterfinal match, our last quarterfinal match. Before we do, here's a stat comparison, and this is looking pretty consistent among the most common brawlers. A lot of Daryl, a lot of Pam, a lot of Ems. Wonderful to be seeing those coming up in our next match. We will be going to our 4th quarterfinal to find an adequate matchup for SK Gaming after a short break.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars. It is so great to be back for match number 4 of the day. Teddy, I hope you're excited for Reply Totem versus Big Man.
Man, it's already the last quarter final, and it's a big one as well, honestly, and quite literally as big as playing. I wasn't even intending to make the pun. That's, you know, how talented I am at this. No, but for real, it's definitely two teams that are in an interesting point. I feel like Totem had some weaker moments in the group stage, but then they beat Clash as their final match to qualify here as first seed. Big had a very tough way here as well, but they made it through as well. That's the thing, and both teams fought hard. Now, obviously, you can't help but feel like Totem should have the upper hand, not just from the seeding from here and all that stuff, also taking into account, you know, the bigger picture and the fact that Totem made it to top 3, top 4 at Worlds. Big did not qualify. It's a pretty vast difference. Big, or I believe still, wait, are they still playing with their coach? No, they weren't. They played with him in the beginning, but they were playing with the iDark Joker and with Nadine still. As Lawrence was the only one, I believe, that announced that he was staying or something along those lines. I didn't follow everything, but it should be the traditional rosters minus Aqua plus iDark Joker. Looking at the maps and modes here for this matchup, Dry Season and Bounty is where we'll start things up. We'll move afterwards to Factory Rush and Siege, Pit Stop in Heist, and then potentially Sneaky Fields in Brawl and Gemfort for Gem Grab.
All right, Dry Season to count us down. This one I'm a big fan of, especially if we get to see Buzz. Something tells me that we will not, though, because Factory Rush is set number 2. That'll be a great value on the ban. Could also see Rico. Here are the first bans, though, Byron and Daryl. Byron's kind of a surprising one, considering that we have not seen him banned out a whole lot, and when he is available, which is most of the time, he isn't really played too much, especially because, well, a lot of people are playing tanks now, and Byron's main utility on his super is to deal a lot of damage, but a lot of damage is really just proportional to how much health a brawler has. If they're squishy, then yeah, you're going to be able to get a one-shot. Otherwise, it's just kind of a dent in their health a little bit. Daryl, though, we saw this one earlier a lot, and it makes complete sense. Here's a second set. and the Buzz and the Daryl ban, the duplicate Daryl ban. I never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. And there's a Buzz as well. I think we will get to see a little bit of Mortis action to collect the bolts, maybe even some Frank to do the same job too.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Overall, I mean, I wouldn't say it covers a lot of ground. It covers kind of the same roles, right? Daryl and Buzz are bros that I don't want to say you play the same way, but have a very similar role of kind of getting in there, getting a sudden kill, and then getting out of there. And sometimes, you know, having still quite a bit of chain kill potential as well, going from one target to the other, etc., etc. But looking at the rosters a bit closer up, we have Soy de Breza, Mauri, and Maru for the Italian side of things, and then the German team, Big, will be consisting, as I said earlier, of Lars, Nadine, and iDark Joker. Looking at the picks more specifically, what stands out the most is going to be Nadine playing both a lot of Jean and a lot of B. Not that much of his iconic Piper pick, but you still see it typically, especially when Big are in trouble. That's the moment where he brings it in as his comfort pick.
Yeah, it's the comfort pick, and it seems to work so well as well. We'll hope that it works out for him. On the other side, though, we do see Soy de Breza usually bringing in the Byron. When it's not Byron, it is Primo or Leon. Leon could serve a good purpose as we head into Factory Rush for set number 2. Much of the same for Mari, especially with the pick of Stu and Bell. For Maru, we're looking a lot at the Rico, and Rico's going to be a big difference maker, I believe, for set number 1 as well. Lots of possibilities with Rico. iDark Joker, we also saw him shutting down the competition with Buzz on Siege, and Reply Totem have banned out Buzz, and I think this is a very educated ban by them. It's quite targeted as well.
Yeah, no, I like it. Overall, I like it. It is going to leave a lot of strong brawlers open. I'm thinking, obviously, stuff like Bell and Lola, which we've seen banned quite a bit as well, especially Lola, right? But even brawlers like Rosa and Mortis could be strong in this matchup, I think. We'll see how they decide to bring this one out. You mentioned Frank earlier as well, which I think makes a lot of sense as well, especially since it does so well against a brawler like Rosa. So expecting to see quite a bit of that, but overall open to anything they want to show us off. Yeah, so far Totem, although I was a little bit scared that they had fallen off after Worlds from a couple of matches I had watched both for GameStars and elsewhere, once they managed to beat Clash, I was there like, okay, that is the you know, good side of Totem, not the inconsistent one. It's a bit of a meme at this point, but yeah. Big was a pretty positive surprise, I would say. I mean, it's always tough to have those roster changes and then immediately competing without having had the time to scrim too much, especially during off season where a lot of teams are going to scrimming a little bit less anyways because people are taking some time off. It's exam period as well for those that study, but they were playing pretty okay. I wouldn't say the level where I would be scared if I was Totem, but you never know. I mean, Nadine, Lars, iDark Joker, 3 players full of talent, full of potential as well, and where it definitely feels like they haven't shown everything they have got yet. So maybe today is the day to show a little bit more of that side of things. But yeah, overall, I would say Totem a pretty heavy favorite coming into this one, but leaving the door open for some nice surprises from Big.
Yeah, and when we did see Big play, they played very well. From Reply Totem, though, I mean, Reply Totem took down AQM, which is on the upper side of the bracket. This is a potential matchup in the finals. Reply Totem would have to get through this match and then the semis, and that would be versus SK, and that would be absolutely remarkable as well. It would mean an unfortunate end there for SK, but we could see a rematch in the finals had that, or will that happen? Yeah, we will never know. It's all going to come down to these next few sets. We're going to be getting started momentarily. It's going to be exciting. I'm here for it.
Big is also one of the teams that sticks out in this group because most of the teams in the international playoffs are teams that went to Worlds, right? And it's just FA Scarlet Stars, which was at first final stand, then then there was a no-show, and then Big is the second team that did not go to Worlds, right? Though Big was actually quite close to qualifying. So, and this is also, I think, what's really nice about the format of GameStars. It's a very long period. It's a very even period to qualify for the international playoffs, which allows some of these teams to make it through and get to show their faces on the big stage. Speaking of big, check out their picks. We got Tick on the left side, Sprout on the right, and Nadine picking up that Bell at mid. It's a double thrower from the side of Big. From the side of Totem, they are going to go for the Leon, Gene, and Tick. So far, Big has the first kill. They will be keeping the lead.
All right, a 1-star lead for Big, starting off well so far, but with a Gene, you can turn things around if you can hit the pool once he gets it. Does get marked up by Nadine, which is definitely going to be a bit of a handicap moving forward. But so far, they'll be waiting to get a couple more supers, especially that Gene pool, which I think can be the opener towards finding a solution for Totem.
Nadine still keeping up the pressure. Mario's on very low health. All the way backed up over here. Nadine continues pushing in on the right side. And another kill onto Mari for Big. 5 stars in the lead for these guys. Soy de Bresa could use that next super to push in. A missed super there by Nadine. No sweat though. Keeps on hitting these shots on Mari. On the left side of Maru though, is getting consistent damage on Lars, and he manages to get the kill, only to be killed by Lars's attacks right afterwards. Mari, though, still looks for the super. Will he be able to get it? Well, there's a defense with the Tick super, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. 3, 2, 9 stars here. Dark Joker and Nadine are prime targets. Mari needs to get this super out, but with Soy de Bresa going down, it's looking not even possible to bring this one back in their favor. Almost a max range pull there for Mari, but it wouldn't have made the difference. That is going to be game number 1 going to Big.
Yeah, a strong game as well, to be fair. Did not expect it to be this one-sided, but they make it work and they do it great. I do feel like the Gene was a little bit underwhelming, especially when you have something like Nadine hitting his shot so consistently across the board and causing so much damage. That's the danger of those sort of brawlers that Nadine plays. When he's having a good day, he's a huge problem because he can, get those eliminations so quickly. And in modes like Bounty, that's literally how the game works. So great stuff on this part. Obviously, the rest of the squad doing really well. I think Dark Joker on the Sprout did a really good job as well, finding a lot of value. And Lars, maybe a little bit less flashy this game, was doing his job, not dying too much and staying alive. That's pretty much how you should play Bounty, and they did a fantastic job. And I feel like we will probably be expecting some changes in Totem. I think the Leon was very underwhelming, and Gene also didn't really find too much. I mean, obviously, without hitting really too many pulls, you're not going to bring nearly as much value as you would with another brawler.
Yeah, I think Leon pick was underwhelming, especially because we saw double thrower from the side of Big, right? And Leon's not going to be able to contest that thrower ever. And yes, Leon can be an amazing accent to a sharpshooter at mid if he's able to hold his own lane. And usually you'll only see like 1 thrower max from this map, and Leon can just rotate to the side without a thrower, and it's not that much of an issue. Not in this scenario though. Big still are going to be going with the double thrower. They are not going to get that blue star, and here's the kicker. Totem, they are bringing Maru on that Mortis. He's going to be dashing, slashing, going for some kills in the back lines. Already a kill for Soy de Bresa, and Lars doesn't even get to use his last hurrah effectively, doesn't even get damage with it. There's the double bats from Maru, and very soon here, he will cycle that super out once again. Totem are completely shutting these guys down. This was a mistake by Big to bring the double throwers once more.
Yeah, they're getting countered pretty heavily, and the fact that Maru, after a minute into this game, is already at 6 stars on to his name and doesn't feel like it's ending anytime soon, I think pretty much explains it all. Good counter, a bit of a risk, and I mean it was the wrong move, but I can see what Big were trying to do here as well, right? They know that without outcomes, it's unlikely that they'll win this match. Especially if, for example, Bounty were to be a mode where they're a little less comfortable on in general. They want to ride on that momentum and just stick with something that works, hoping that Totem expect them to switch for something, because they wouldn't be that predictable, right? Well, I guess they were, and Totem definitely are punishing them so far with that 19-star lead.
Yeah, such a crushing lead here so far. Maru does have to escape from the tick super, barely does so. There's a kill, though, from Needing. This could be the start of something, maybe. Maybe I'm a little bit too hopeful. There's a peek shot onto Soda Bresa. Needing could get some damage. No, looks like the remaining members, especially Idric Joker, have either given up or disconnected. A total win here by Reply Totem is going to bring us to 1-1 in set number 1. Great gameplay from both sides. I think that towards the end, Big started showing some signs of life, which would, otherwise have been impossible towards the beginning of the game. Reply Totem, though, with a picks, I mean, they won the game before it started with the Mortis pick, and Sandy was a bit iffy. Sandy, could have, done really poorly had he had to face off against that thrower lane even more, but the dodges were on point. And the pressure from Mortis was remarkable, and that's what I believe allowed this to succeed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I agree about the pressure bit, but considering there's a Mortis against 2 throwers, I felt like it was a bit more of a detail at this point, because the Mortis could kind of just, vibe, and I mean, we saw it. Maru was just vibing around the map, getting kill after kill, and there's not really anything that Big could have done. The odds of them winning that matchup were so small that I, from the get-go, just considered it GG's, It happens once in a while, and it's definitely possible to win against counters, but in this case, it's such an extreme counter because it's strong against literally, 2/3 of the team. It's extremely hard counter, and even against Bell, it's not like Bell is amazing at taking down Mortis, So I just didn't see a way out here for Big. But now this makes things very interesting, because what can we expect comp-wise coming into game number 3? Because Big, I doubt they're actually gonna have the confidence to stick with the same comp again. But if they go with something a bit more classic, they could still manage to shut down the comp that Totem were playing now. So Totem, knowing that, might want to switch over, and in that case, Big might better stick to it. You know what I'm saying? The mind games.
Yeah.
The mind games.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll be something like a little untraditional, though, because as far as players on Big, right, I think a lot of us are watching Needing very, very carefully, and one of his most picked brawlers is Pam. Now, Pam, you combine her with like Max or something, and then some other tanky up close brawler could go for some kind of counter. The deal is that what Reply Totem ran in the last game wasn't necessarily like weak to that sort of strategy. So it could work as a surprise. It could totally work for the novelty alone. But that would only be if Big is kind of out of ideas, because they've used the same comp twice in a row. It worked pretty well at first. Second game, it got predicted really hard by Reply Totem. What could possibly happen in game number 3? Big are going to go for the Colonel Ruffs and Jean this time, but Totem are going for the old comp steal. It is about the Sprout and Tick, the double throwers once more. However, Big have come equipped with the Jean. It can work on this lane. Tick is going to have perhaps a rough time versus Soy de Bressa on the left side. We're going to see Lars trying to lane versus 2 brawlers at once. Meanwhile, on the right side, Needing is just getting that field promotion, getting heals onto his teammates with magic puffs, and looking for his first super. But already a kill onto Lars from Soy de Bressa, and this is the risk of staying so close together, is Tick and Sprout. They will seriously mess you up, and once more, looks like Idar Joker disconnected, and that is going to be a huge loss for Big.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that's all gonna go down, but so far I'm gonna assume this is still live and counting. is Totem have a 7-star lead, and that's not too great for Big. That, although started the set very well, not in the best situation, but once again, we do have to see after the game what the admins decide. And as I said, until now, I'd just assume things are live.
All right. Big, still trailing by a large margin. Mario has to go for control around the left side. Suedabresa appears to be having a lot of trouble versus Lars. There's the hedge to trap Lars, and now Lars is the one with an issue. Great use of the hedge there from Suedabresa. This one's looking decisively in favor of Totem, unless Needing pulls off an awesome pull. It's not going to happen, and that is going to be this game going to Totem, and therefore the set going to Totem as well. 2 massively dominant games in a row will get them the win in this set, and we'll be heading on to set number 2 shortly.
Yeah, once again, depending on what the admins decide.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, to be fair. But, I mean, obviously, you know, with the conditions of how things are now, most events are played from home, and this is the case here as well. But it does seem like for now we're getting the replay, so the highlights, which should indicate that we are moving over to a set 2, and that Big have indeed lost this first set. A bit of a sad way to lose it as well, but it is what it is. Obviously, if conditions are not good, it's also kind of hard to pinpoint whose fault it is, and most likely it's on the player's side, even if it's against their will. Yeah, it sucks. It really does, but Totem do end up taking that first set, and that should be a great turnaround for them for sure, as they will be regaining a little bit of confidence getting into that second set. But yeah, that you can't help but be a little heartbroken for Big.
Yeah, it really does stink, especially because some of those kills by Reply Totem can be owed in large part to a disconnect, or a series of disconnects from the side of Big. In any case, though, it is going to be this set going to Reply Totem, and we'll see how the next set goes. Factory Rush is coming up next, and let's break down some of the picks that we saw from both teams. Big, they were running a lot of throwers. They were also running a sharpshooter in game number 1, and Reply Totem, they brought out sharpshooters later on, but mostly I was paying attention to that Leon and sharpshooter combo that we saw in game number 1 of set number 1. That one's going to be really strong on Factory Rush. Keep in mind, Bell is available. We saw it played by Big, though I do have my eyes on Needing, picking out that Pam and playing that at mid rather than a Bell or something else. Of course, because, I mean, Bell, I think, could make an appearance in tandem with Pam. I don't know how likely it is.
I think he's going Pam. I'm sorry, I think he's going Bell.
Going Bell? Okay.
I just sense it, you know?
Yeah, and consider playing Bell into Pam. Like, that sounds like a nightmare.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think Lars is taking some selfies. Before
I want to be
the next game starts.
Always a fun time. And there, of course, is the Santa thing that I commented on in previous match days. He pointed out and spun around. He replied to me on Twitter too. And I said, you know, I take it back. The Santa thing is actually kind of cute. And he's like, give me your address, I'll send it to you. and I don't know. I mean, it's cute and all, but I mean, it would be staring at me. So.
Well, it's not really going to be Christmas time probably by the time you get it, you know. So then it's just confusing.
So it'll go up in his attic, is what I'm hearing. It'll be sealed away, right? It will be protected from it, right?
Okay, fair enough. I'm gotta keep your valuable goods safe, you know.
Not that it's valuable. I still think it's a little scary.
It definitely is. But yeah, I'd say I don't know. I have the feeling of Bell coming in here. It's not banned. I feel like Nadine's gonna grab that opportunity, but maybe not. You might be right. I mean, he's a really good Pam as well. I just feel like the pop-off potential is just a little bit higher with Bell, and I feel like Big kind of need it, especially if they have a player that is not playing in ideal conditions. They might need it. So we'll see. We'll see what they decide to bring in. Overall, Factory Rush, it's kind of all over the place. I feel like we've been seeing quite a bit of Barley lately there. Obviously, Rico as well. Stuff like Sharpshooters always being popular. You know, Piper, Bell, even B. Sometimes try to counter stuff like Mortis or Bust that you see do some appearances here as well. I wouldn't expect to see B considering the Bust ban and the Daryl ban. But we could still see you know, the other sharpshooters for sure. So I don't know. I feel like the options are there though, and those guys are gonna have to get creative, especially on big side of things, because they really want to catch up before it's too late.
And for me, it's all about the Modus, right? I think we're going to see Mortis pushing up to mid, going for those bolts as fast as possible, and trying to win the first siege off of that mostly. And then maybe from there, like, we could see a Piper working with it as well. That could potentially break open some walls. The risk with running Piper is that Mortis is available, and Mortis counters are out so hard. In fact, earlier on in GameStars, we saw Mortis being banned out a lot, specifically to enable those sharpshooters, those high damage output brawlers that are just really bad in close range. And Piper is absolutely one of them, and I can't see anyone running auto aimer on here to deal with that possibility. So I mean, I think it's a high risk and a high reward pick should it be chosen. But Teddy, you said that, you know, we'll see the Bell, and if a team picks Piper and a Bell, then that is a kind of like a soft advantage, right? You're able to get the sharpshooter difference going on there. You can also outrange Bell. Bell and Piper have like very similar range, but with Homemade Recipe, you can confirm the kill without risking it giving a whole lot of supercharge to Bell, which is going to be a large factor. If you do get that bot, you don't want Bell to have her super ready, because if she doesn't, then yeah, you get a colossal push in there. Another brawler that I think could be good on like lane or something is Colonel Ruffs. I'm also looking at any potential throwers that could be getting good damage on the Ike.
I think mostly Barley for the charge.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I think so too. That the thing is, like, he is going to get a little bit outranged in some scenarios, especially also if there's Mortis too. He can get diffed by that matchup, and it makes me a little bit worried. There are a lot of good brawlers, but a lot of them are countered pretty hard by, well, like the other half of the brawlers that are available here.
And that's going to be the thing as well, right? When you only have 3 bans because of the double Daryl ban. But we are hearing from production that there are some connectivity issues, as you guys may have expected from, I believe, iDog Joker, since he was the one we were seeing not moving. But we don't know yet what that means. If that means that we need to replay any games or any of that stuff. Obviously, with the schedule that we have today, I would assume that admins are going to be a little bit less lenient if issues are based, you know, on the player side of things, because we do have a total of 7 best of 5s, which is a long day, and everything has been quite quick pace-wise, to be fair. But here's a bit of a head-to-head between 2 of the most handsome players in their respective countries. The Selfie King, as well as the Pizza King. I don't know, man. I gotta go with stereotypes. I don't know Mari personally enough, you know. There's not a
Pizza
big
King
enough meme about him yet, unlike Lars. But they're both really strong players for sure. Yeah, it's always hard to make those comparisons, I would say, especially since Lars had the nice opportunity to play a lot more matches, because they did enjoy the bottom brackets.
Enjoy.
So they got these 2 playing a couple more matches, which definitely justifies, you know, the fact that there's more kills and more death and more damage and more star players. But overall, I mean, both guys have shown that they can shine for their team, but they have their off days once in a while. I think that Nadine is probably the player that has been popping off the most recently in Big, which sometimes means there's a bit more of a responsibility on him, and that can also be tough to handle with the pressure and to be honest, just to talk about it earlier, right? Because we were discussing about the Nadine with beard and mustache. He looks completely different. I think
He does look completely different.
I didn't recognize him at first. I was there like, because I've never seen iDark Joker. I was there like, is that iDark Joker? And they got the wrong name because I did not recognize him. And then like from further up, I was there like, okay, it is him. But up close, I wasn't sure.
Oh, well, I mean, take a look at the stats once again. I mean, Maru from Italy, iDark Joker from Germany. Now we actually get to see what they look like. We had no idea previously. The kneading discussion, Teddy, I think it's so funny that was the first clip that we saw of the highlights before the show. Was of you questioning whether it was really kneading or not.
Yeah, it was definitely kneading. Okay, I take it back. I take it back.
Yeah. All right. Also, some news for you guys. iDark Joker, as much as we love him and as much as Totem, I'm sure, appreciated his amazing lag walking abilities in the last game, will be getting it switched out. He'll be getting swapped out for the next set, so we'll get to move along with the match. We just won't get to see the boy iDark Joker, though his stats will remain, or well, will remain in our memories. Hopefully he gets somewhere with better Wi-Fi. Though, now we just gotta wait for these guys to get prepared once more. We'll see who's subbing in for him as well. It's gonna be pretty exciting, though we are gonna really miss him. And I do think
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Shoto.
You think it's gonna be Shoto? Okay.
I mean, he's in that roster, so I assume they can just improvise a fifth player in their team. But Shoto is their manager, right? And I said as well that they were playing together in a couple of events, which was going surprisingly well considering he hasn't played comp in a hot minute. But I'm assuming it's him. I would be very surprised if it's not. But there's only one way to find out, and we should be getting into game fairly soon. So sorry for the patience, guys. Some connectivity issues for iDark Joker. Just to summarize it, if you guys were, waiting for us to stop talking and get back to the matches, as a lot of you guys like. So connectivity issues for iDark Joker. He's gonna get swapped out, most likely for Shoto, their manager, which shouldn't have any connectivity issues. So that's as far as I know.
Yeah, all right. Well, now we just play the waiting game once more. And as Teddy said, also, thank you for your patience. We'll be getting started momentarily. And this will be an awesome set of Factory Rush, I am sure. We do still have Kneading in rotation as well. So I think that means that once more we'll have the possibility of either seeing Pam or seeing Bell. If Bell is like a predictable pick, then I mean, what are some brawlers that could be good against her in close range? I'm thinking Mortis could be pretty good. Maybe even I don't even know. As far as tanks go, right? I think Frank is a strong possibility just to walk around, but the thing is he's going to be outsped as well by Mortis. I think Frank is a possible pick here. Teddy, what are your thoughts on Frank in Factory Rush?
I think it's definitely playable. It scares me a bit more that stuff like Bell is playable. I feel like her mark can be quite substantial against him, and even some other brawlers like Rico still in the mix as well that can kind of thread through a tank. So I'm not sure if it's the way to go, but it's definitely playable. Don't get me wrong. I think that just the fact that it has this much HP, he can just kind of walk around, pick up bolts, and sure, he's not going to get the most damage on players, but if he can get a nice stun on the Ike during a push or on the siege bot during defense, it can still be useful, kind of. I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, I feel like, to me, Frank is it's a bit more of a personal thing, or like an opinion thing, that I don't love Frank just because I feel like he's just good because he has that much HP, which I think is a bit too one-dimensional and makes the game a little too simple to my taste. But we're not going to see any Frank, and we are not going to see Nadine on the Pam. We're going to see Nadine on the Rosa.
Interesting. Kneading is still going to be locking down mid as he usually would, though. Sueda Bresa on the right side will be going for some pot shots on him. Kneading tries to keep up the pressure on the left. Do see Shoto going down, unfortunately. That is going to mean Maru gets to grab this bolt. Sueda Bresa also keeps his distance from Lars. I think that this pick of Stu was amazingly effective at dealing with Mortis so far. Sueda Bresa is not going to really change lanes if he can afford it. Still occupying this right side. He's creating so much room for himself. No one wants to advance near him. Big would rather occupy the left couple of lanes, mid and left, rather than face off versus Soy de Bresta. Lars, though, gets a great chain of bats going and a couple of kills to keep himself alive. And Big will be setting themselves up for a successful final push. The question is, if they can defend adequately from Totem when this bot rolls through, it's going to be a level 12. And Totem are only going to be able to pick up 1 bolt, perhaps 2 if they make it on the right side. Oh, that is going to be going to Lars. Big absolutely have this last bot if they can get at least 1 bolt picked up.
Yeah, what's tough about the defense is that Mortis is not exactly the best brawler to defend. And they will get an okay amount of damage, but considering the 9 bolt lead in favor of Totem, it's still in favor of Big, it's still a little bit scary, and I'm not entirely sure how the situation got out of control for Totem, as I felt like they had such a good positioning and hold and great counter picks as well. But Soy de Bresta is popping off, and Big are still picking up some bolts, but a dive from Maru finds some additional damage, a decent amount, and I think Totem did a decent job at limiting the size of the siege bot, but they still need to defend, and the advantage they have is that Mortis is not exactly the greatest in attack either, except when he gets a kill like that, change the bats afterwards as well. But is that going to be enough? As it is a 2 versus a 2 in the end, and yeah, the damage is not coming through. There's no way this is going to be enough unless Nadine clutches up big time, but I don't see it happening.
Wow.
Time runs out, and Totem make it 3 games in a row. It was close though. That's the thing. It was really, really close. But Big just couldn't quite confirm that final push, and that's what worried me was the Mortis, and usually does, is it's just so bad in offense and defense, and you specifically need to go for kills on players, which can be very valuable, but in certain situations like these, it just felt very underwhelming. And it did a good job during the preparation phase, getting some bolts here and there, as well as getting some great kills. But afterwards, when it was really about, you know, getting damage on either the Ike or the Siege bot, yeah, you're kind of just spectating your teammates.
Yeah, that really does stink, right? And man, it was so close to a big victory. As they were pushing in, I was almost 100% certain that they were going to be able to pull off a successful push, but the damage keeps on rolling through, and the damage did not make its way onto the Ike. Great kills from the side of Big, and I'm sure we'll get to reflect on that after the set is over and see those stats. Thing is, though, that the damage was not on the Ike like it was from Reply Totem. In fact, I think also that Reply Totem benefited from a little bit of I'm not even sure. It was Big allowing that bot to get on their safe, thinking, oh, that's okay, we'll get the last bot, we'll outdo the damage, but they let it do just a little too much, and that ended up costing them the game. And that, plus trying to defend with Mortis, is never going to be successful. So that wound up in a victory for Reply Totem, and I think once more it could. We saw them get a great retake from Big after that first push in a mid, especially with Rosa all set up with all of her bushes planted and looking very firmly locked in place. It started with Shota falling, and then after that, Needing tried to pick up the scraps, and it just didn't happen. But here is the Piper, and it looks like Big know that they can rely on Soy de Bresa playing the Stew rather than a Mortis, so they don't have to worry about getting countered out by it. Needing will, hopefully, for his sake, be able to get a nice advantage over Stew with the range advantage and no longer be feeding him that mobility that he gets from the super. But here comes the first couple of shots from Soy de Bresa and the attack from Totem. Big keep on dealing damage to this bot, but it's about to round the corner and get some damage on their safe too.
All right, we do have that comfort pick I was talking about earlier, the iconic Piper from Nadine. Lars was a nice TP, but a good gadget from Maru as a response to stay alive. Stay full HP in the process as well. In the end, coming through as a bit more of a winner in that encounter. So the Bresa able to run away with yet another bolt. And Big, although are getting some bolts here and there, are definitely not going to be getting this bolt, and they are actually not even going to have that good of a bolt economy. It's going to be 3 bolts for Totem, 4 for Big, considering the push now comes through for Totem, if they can hold on to control. the situation could actually be quite a bit in their favor.
Bot coming in from the side of Totem. Big will get a very good defense, actually, not even letting it deal any damage to their Ike. But it's all about getting the retake from Totem, and that is going to be tough, especially with Suedabreza on the left side, set up in this turret with Mary, but down goes the turret and up goes another. Mary is still firmly planted on the left side. Shota is trying to make it happen, does manage to get the kill on Suedabreza, but falls to the flames. And Needing still won't be able to get this angle on Mari. Amazing use of that trick shot from Maru, and that is going to be the victory for Totem. That is going to be 4 wins in a row for them as well. There's no coming back from this for Big, not within set number 2. We'll be heading on to set number 3 to see if it will be a sweep by Totem.
Yeah, and it feels like it's a bit of the same story again, right? I mean, either Joker connection issues set aside, it feels like Totem struggled a little bit with the first game, and then they find their groove. They start being better in the second game, and then the third one is where they're really convincing, and they look like they're just a much better team. And it's a pattern we see very often from them as well, that sometimes they're a little slower to warm up, and not just in their match, but in each separate set. And it is definitely one of their weaknesses, but at the same time one of their biggest strengths to adapt so well. It's really impressive. They do a really good job with that. With that being said, I mean, that's a 2-set lead, now 4 games in a row, and once again, I'll mention it for one last time. It's unfortunate that Big can't play with their full main roster, but at the same time, you have to set yourself up for success, right? That's how I see things sometimes as well. I mean, it definitely sucks to have connectivity issues, but if it's your internet, well, it's not really anyone else's fault but yourself, I guess. So it's unfortunate for sure, but that's how it is, and that's how you have to play, and it's not ideal, definitely not, but sometimes life is a little less than ideal. But that being said, Totem are looking slowly better game after game, and now for them I think it's going to be time about closing things out. I saw Nadine in the chat not really too overexcited about this match. And I'm just looking forward to it being over, and it felt like it for Lars as well, just running through the Ike at the end, not even caring. But Pit Stop is going to be where it's next, and Heist is going to be interesting. Reply Totem have been fairly inconsistent on this mode, but where have they not been inconsistent? I'm just kidding. But yeah, I feel like at this point there's not that much left into Big, They're playing with a sub, which is not it's not even like it's a team where they have a fourth proper player. I mean, I love Shota. I think he's a great guy. I think he's a very good player for a manager, but that's kind of the problem, right? For a manager, and against a team that goes top 3 in the World Finals, I don't know if that's good enough. I'm not sure if that's good enough. So I would see Totem just closing things out here, but I'm open for surprises once more. No matter what I say, I'm always open for surprises. I mean, unless it makes me look like I'm absolutely terrible at my job, then maybe I'd rather be right. But otherwise, I'm super happy for it to be a surprise. It makes things interesting, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, new stuff all the time is what keeps this fresh and interesting, and the developments that we see from teams over the course of even just like a single game or a single set or a single match are what keep things fresh and interesting. So yeah, seeing some development, seeing a victory by Big, just one here would be amazing, and I'm sure it would be nice for Shota as well. You said, pretty, very good for a manager, right? And unfortunately, that doesn't really cut it when you are versus the number 3 team in the world following the Brawl Stars World Finals, right? Now, Reply Totem, they also took down AQM. I mean, this roster is so strong, and Big facing versus them once again seems to so far be producing the pretty much expected outcome. So yeah, you mentioned Needing in the chat. Not too hopeful about how this one is going to turn out. Maybe it won't be an amazing end for Big, but they will be taking home the cash, and Reply Totem will get that advancement onto the next round, where they'll have to face SK. That is, of course, if they take the win in this set. Let's see what they have to offer. It is Pit Stop. Totem will be bringing in Imps for defense, Barley to get some safe damage, and Maru to take out some key brawlers from the side of Big, though. We see that Spike for really just all-around control. Needing also could be breaking open some of the walls. Lars is actually playing Dyna Jump here, which is quite interesting. Maybe it'll work out for him. Dyna into Barley could be an optimal matchup for Lars, actually.
Well, somehow Lars does end up taking quite a bit of damage and going down. Totem had a small lead. Now it's an even smaller lead. Still in their favor, but it's going to be very hard for Lars to commit onto Maru. Not really too much he can do, but Nadine is there to help him out. Does end up taking a lot of damage in the process, but Big take the lead for now. And I mean, if the Dynamite is not defended, it's going to be a lot of damage pouring down to that save.
All right, Maru now can circle around to the left. Big has been doing a pretty good job of defending their safe, but it's going to be difficult to defend versus Barley. Barley's like the main brawler that you never want to play against on this map, and I'll tell you why. Look how much damage Maru is about to do to this thing. Meanwhile, though, Lars is getting some solid shots onto the safe of Totem. There's a jump in from Maru, and down goes Lars. Big is at a 6% disadvantage. Murray also looks to push in on the right. There's the jump in by Edgar. He is going to be able to dodge out all of the damage from Lars and more shots from Murray. There's the herbal tonic as well. It's looking like a GG. And that is going to be Totem advancing on to match point.
All right. I mean, honestly, I was expecting the game to be even more one-sided, considering the Edgar versus Dynamite, which is definitely less than ideal for a matchup for Big. I just thought he'd stomp on him, but I do have to say, he did a pretty good job with this too, to kind of navigate around and try to help his teammate out. However, it wasn't quite enough, and as you said, Reply Totem now on match point, a single game away from going to the semifinals to face SK Gaming up next. It's the final team to make it to the semifinals. All the other three teams are waiting there for the time being. I'm talking about AQM, Navi, and as I said, SK. So I think Totem definitely matches that caliber to go there. No, they gotta close it out. They gotta close it out.
Yeah, I mean, just to put an end to the suffering at this point, I guess. I mean, Needing has already voiced it. and send these guys home with their cash money that they've worked so hard for to end up at this stage. The circumstance that they find themselves in is quite unfortunate, but it's not fruitless. They will still get to enjoy the rewards for making it this far. After what seems like it will just be the next game. I wonder what the approach is going to be. We already saw Dynamite with Dyna Jump, which does seem a little bit like Troll-E in my opinion. And also, honestly, to their credit, like Lars played it really, really well, especially when Edgar jumped in. He perfectly positioned one of his stunts, one of the satchel charges. It was just juked out pretty well by Edgar. He managed to run away before that thing could explode, but I mean, otherwise perfectly timed. Let's see what Big has to offer this time. Much different approach than we are used to on this map. From the side of Totem, though, something pretty standard. The Primo is not something you see every day, but Bull and Edgar are quite standard picks. From the side of Big, they are going to be running the Rico, actually, and that is quite interesting. Rico has been banned out in previous sets. Maybe we'll get to see it make a splash.
All right, so far, it's a fairly even start, although a nice gadget from Maru is going to get that elimination. They're deciding to leave Lars on the safe, as Maru will actually fall. And we have another dash in. Maru barely gets the kill, might get eliminated now by Shoto, but instead, there's just more and more aggression here from Totem. Maru getting some more damage on safe. It's close. Lars almost closing it down, but wow. Totem will be just a little bit faster. And that's going to be GG's as Totem get the 3-0 victory in the end. Definitely a bit of an interesting match. Things went pretty wild, you know, some lags and then the player lagging getting switched out for the manager, and they didn't really seem to be too overexcited about this match. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but understand as well that a lot of the teams that are competing, this might be their last event as a team, either under contract with the org or just as teammates, as some roster changes are already starting to take place or at least being discussed. So there might be some tensions. I don't know exactly what is going on, but Big is going to be out, as you said, still going home with a little bit of cash and a decent season in the end. But the big story here is going to be Reply Totem moving on to the semifinals to face SK Gaming later on. And this gets us through our 4 quarterfinals already and leaves us with both semifinals as well as the grand finals to go.
What an awesome set just now, and an amazing match as well. We got to see Reply Totem getting their form ready for their next matchup, which is going to be versus SK. Not exactly the same for Big, unfortunately, but we will get to wave goodbye to them depending on the conditions of whatever contract they have. Here, though, are the stats from the match overall, and you can see, even just from the first 3 sets, it's domination by Reply Totem. I would definitely be looking at their best brawlers as well and keeping that in mind. Pam is one that sticks out to me in particular, and Rico also played pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, overall, it's a bit of a tough a match to judge all around. I'm not gonna get too deep into it because I feel like it was a little bit too all over the place. But a win is a win for Totem, and this is gonna be your bracket for the semifinals. So to sum things up really quickly, AC Milan Clash was a 3-1 victory against Blood Diamond. Some closer games here and there, but in the end, it felt like Clash were going the distance and took it home. Na'Vi was a very, very convincing win against Scarlet Stars, not dropping a single game, and some games were a little bit closer, but somehow it still felt like they were under control. They were just playing so methodical, a lot of fun to watch. Reply Totem taking the victory against Big, as you just saw, and then SK Gaming with a pretty strong victory against Stribe and a nice revenge story over there as well. With that being said, guys, this is your schedule for the rest of the day. We'll have AC Milan Clash versus Na'Vi in a little bit. Then afterwards, Reply Totem against SK Gaming. And then it's going to be time for the grand finals. We are going to have a bit of a longer break because some of those teams played very recently and we got to get everything ready for everyone, so the best conditions aren't there. So we'll be taking a slightly longer break, but we'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes for the first semifinal. Thank you so much for watching so far, and I'm hoping to see you guys in a little bit for the next match.
Hello everybody, I'm Ready Set. In this section, I'm going to walk you through the peculiarities of Brawl Stars. So, let's see what I got for you. In this episode, we're going to be talking about the minecart from Minecart Madness. Love it or hate it, Minecart Madness is a mainstay in competitive Brawl Stars. Minecart spawns at the left or right side of the map, snakes its way through the entire map, and then disappears into the opposite side. Be careful around the minecart, because if you touch it, you'll take 2,000 damage. If you're unlucky enough to touch 2 of the minecarts at once, you'll even take 4,000 damage. If you follow these next tips though, you can learn how to use it to your advantage. First of all, when you've just respawned and you have the shield around you, you won't take any damage from the minecart and you won't get knocked back. If the minecart's blocking your spawn, you can walk through it once, but don't try and walk through it twice or you're gonna get punished. If you have a speed boost though, then you will be able to make it past that second set of railroad tracks. Another thing to know about Minecart Madness is that if you spawn on the side with the mushrooms near your respawn, then the minecart is always going to spawn to the left side of the arena. If you spawn on the side without mushrooms though, that minecart is always going to spawn on the right. Also something to note is if the minecart spawns on the left side, it's always going to snake its way to the enemy side of the arena. If it spawns on the right, it's going to make its way towards you, so be careful and watch out. Another way you can use the minecart to your advantage is if you're playing a brawler with a knockback mechanic, you can knock your enemy into the minecart and make them take huge damage. The minecart can feel like it shows up at the worst times, but if you follow these tips, you can learn to take the best advantage of every situation. So load in and try these tips on Minecart Madness. That's all for today. I believe my tips and tricks will help you improve your performance. Brawlers, join our stream and see how real professionals get it done.
Wow, what a peculiar game we have on our hands. Brawl Stars, especially Minecart Madness, which hopefully we see in our next batch. Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars Season 2. The international playoffs are already halfway through, and we're in the semifinals stage. Teddy, we got a great matchup waiting for us in the first semifinal.
Yeah, we certainly do. We are looking at AC Milan Clash versus Navi, one of the matches that we would have loved to see at the World Finals, but sadly enough, they were on the other side of the bracket. So we will get to see it now. Afterwards, if you guys are Reply Totem or SK Gaming fans, you guys will be served as well, as they will be matching against each other as well in the second semi-final. Just as a reminder, we are going all the way tonight, as we will be watching both semifinals as well as the grand final too. So this is truly the entirety of the playoffs, pretty much, for GameStars all in one day. As we said, it's gonna be a long day, but so far it's been a pretty exciting one, and I don't expect things to slow down anytime soon. Maps and modes for this first semi-final. Well, we'll be starting things off with Sneaky Fields in Brawl Ball, move on to Gem Fort in Gem Grab, Pit Stop in Heist, and if we need a fourth set, it's gonna be Bot Drop in Siege, and last but not least, Layer Cake in Bounty.
Yeah, all right. Well, that is going to be our lineup for today. This is going to be super exciting. No Minecart Madness, sadly, but hopefully we see it later on in the grand finals. For now, though, Sneaky Fields will do. And honestly, I think this is going to be a stellar matchup for these two teams as well. Navi is so talented with those fast-paced comps. Or perhaps it's going to be a little bit slower. Here's the Max ban and the Rosa ban from AQM to follow. That is a great ban. I wonder if Navi would ban the Rosa because they have done it before when there are a lot of bushes to work with, but we'll have to get those second round of bans out. For now, though, Teddy, I know you have some pretty specific opinions on the Max ban when Sneaky Fields is in rotation. It's not exactly a great brawler for this map.
No, I agree. I feel like it's, you know, one of the Brawl maps where it can be a little bit more underwhelming just because the speed gears pretty much are a max speed boost, you know, constantly. But we've seen Navi do this before, I believe in the group stage as well, if my memory is correct. It was definitely an interesting ban. From AQM, they're going very standard. They're going Rosa, they're going Daryl. They've been banning those two brawlers very often. Navi has been banning Rosa as well. Once in a while, so it does seem like they just checked what AQM ban, and they're like, they're not going to change their bans. We'll just ban it, we'll just let them ban it for us, and that's what's happening. So good for them. Bell also brought it that Navi has been banning very consistently, so no big surprises there. I'd say Max is probably the more interesting one. I wouldn't say Max is incredibly strong at the moment. Mostly good for playing mid on a couple of gem grab maps, just because of her survivability and the fact that it does really well against some brawlers like Jean, for example, and the pools, or even Tara. You can get out of those scary situations pretty consistently. But overall, I wouldn't say it's the most game changer brawler in the game right now. It's just a playstyle that they want to avoid, especially knowing that Clash, you know, they have Yashi. He is one of the best maxes in the game, and if he doesn't feel like playing max, well, Guille can play max too, and is also incredible with max. So they have two players that are so good with max that it's just not really worth trying to contest them over it. And if they think that there are some maps where they expect a max mirror matchup, I think it makes sense to remove it, because that's just, you know, starting off with a disadvantage from the get-go. So I like that approach quite a bit, rather than just going for the best brawlers in the game. It is going to leave some interesting stuff open. Lola is going to escape through the ban process, so will Buzz. So those are a couple of brawlers to take into account that I wouldn't be surprised to see being used quite a bit here. We've seen that lowdown, when it's not banned, it does get played quite often, usually, not always either, but pretty often, especially since some of the mechanics are similar, I would say, to max, at least in the shots, kind of, and the jukes. Obviously, you know, the rest is vastly different. And the Buzz is just a brawler that I would be surprised to not see Na'Vi use. Similar for Mortis, I think either one are going to be used quite a bit by Na'Vi, and possibly by Clash as well to match it. So I think what I'm expecting from Clash is some fairly standard comps with maybe like one anti-tank brawler to deal with the tanks. I feel like that's how I would expect them to go about it. But as I said, I haven't seen them play against Na'Vi in a very long time, especially not with the respect that every team in the MEA has now for Na'Vi. So I'm looking forward to see how this is all going to go down. I think this can be a really good match.
I think it's going to be a fantastic match too. I'm looking for the healers to start coming out in this first game, and then perhaps stick around too in our upcoming ones. The thing is also, we got to consider, what are the tank counters going to be? Something that we have seen a surprising amount lately is Shelly. And even from SK, they had no problem running Shelly. And Shelly is a good counter for Buzz. So is Stu. Stu's pretty good at escaping that grapple by Buzz. I would personally run it on this map, but we could see it later on. For now, though, Shelly is a possible pick to consider. I mean, she can get the speed in the bushes. She can counter out tanks really, really well. We're not going to see Daryl because he's banned out, obviously, but were he in the game, that would have been a good counter. So would it have been for Rosa? So now we got to consider other brawlers, other tanks that could be really good here, and I think Frank is also going to be one of them. So what are you going to do versus Frank? We've seen the Primo in the past, and we've seen it work like just the first time, and then following that, it hasn't worked really at all, because players realize, like, Primo, he used to counter Frank like really, really hard, but now it's not as much so. Frank just has so much health, especially with the shield. It's ridiculous. It's very, very difficult to kill him, especially when he also has that damage gear on. And I mean, honestly, of all brawlers, Frank's damage gear activates at the highest health because he has the highest health, and it gives him a decisive advantage in a lot of matchups. Here we have the brawler picks as well from all of our players today. Guille, of course, playing very, very well on Surge, Tick, and Sandy. iChaos with the 15 Rico picks, which thankfully this time are not banned out. And Yoshi, as you mentioned, one of the best max players, but also very good on the Stu and the Imps.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and looking at those brawler picks and the bans as well, I feel like Navi's strategy was really just to solidify their own weaknesses by removing brawlers they don't want to be playing, rather than really targeting anything specific to Clash. And that's what I meant as well was the Rosa ban. They did go for it a couple of times throughout the season, but they decided here that, you know, they know Clash banned it pretty much every single match since the balance changes, so might as well leave the ban to them and just have an extra banned for themselves, and instead of going for something like very specific, like we've seen Rico getting banned against Clash, just because they know that Ikeos is so good with the brawler, and he's gonna play it all the time as well. Rico is such a versatile brawler. They didn't really decide to remove it. I think that's a sign of confidence as well from Na'Vi, that they are ready to go for a Rico mirror matchup if needs be. So I'm interested to see how that's going to go down. So far, we have an elimination on both sides, which is going to create a little bit of space. The speed gears are going to be on full effect here on Sneaky Field, as Jason is very low HP. It does take a while to get shut down by Chaos. Takes a lot of damage in the process. The ball is going to be cornered up by Na'Vi for the time being, as Clash have a lot of map control.
All right, and May gets to lurk in this bush. He is going to be revealed just a little bit. Meanwhile, Guille is getting some very solid shots off on these guys. Jason would have fallen very soon. Wait, it looks like, no, Chaos was so close to getting that ball in the goal. He was running up to get a good angle to put it in, but MMA was able to hit him with the lamp blowout and stun that ball out of his hands. And now AQM are going to have to fight for mid once again. 1-2 kills could mean victory. There's the kill by iChaos and a pass up to him as well. But Friend Zoner is not going to be used, and iChaos definitely anticipated it. And as a result, unfortunately, it is once again going to be a missed goal by AQM. This is one of their better modes, but they score really quickly because they're willing to take these risks, and they don't always pay off.
All right, so far, things seem fairly even, although Clash have had a little bit more control so far. The gene pool is available. If someone overextends, they might get punished. Decent amount of damage coming through. The gene of MMA, very low HP. Jason falls. Will be falling to Cube Super. Cube trying to take care of Yashi. Will be able to do so. And iChaos still trying to create a little bit of space by some time so that Na'Vi can't really unlock the situation too much. But they're going for the ball, feeling like it's safe enough to proceed forward. They find the elimination onto Guille. Overtime about to kick in, and for the first time it's Na'Vi with the center control, looking to make a push as overtime kicks in. The pull onto Yashi is going to open things up a bit more. Guille trying to corner up the ball, but doesn't quite go all the way. The sleep onto Cube, kill from iChaos, and he's going to be pushing forward. He wants to make it a fast goal here. Has a shot at it, but gets put to sleep by Jason, and Yashi with the charge shot gets interrupted by Jason once more.
Okay, and that lamp blowout onto iChaos. Let's see if he gets the pass. There it is, and he's able to put it in the goal. Great plays from AQM all the way up until the end. An amazing defense, too, by Na'Vi, but it just wasn't able to cut it of pretty much the inventors of Brawl Ball clutches. I mean, this is, I don't even know what just came out of my mouth, but great stuff by AQM. Na'Vi had some opportunities, but really, for the most part, they were playing on defense for the most of the game, and when they weren't playing a defense, they were fighting over mid. They were just about never at AQM's goal, and just up until the end, AQM had the good pressure, but most importantly, they had the scoring opportunities always open to them, and that is what forced Na'Vi to play super defensively. And honestly, I mean, Na'Vi have every right to be playing so defensively against this team, because we saw the times that AQM went for a goal and it just barely missed, and honestly, it would not usually be a scoring opportunity were it not AQM. These guys are so good at slipping in a goal when you least expect it, and it's having an effect on Na'Vi that is already going to be starting off this match with a win and some momentum for AQM.
Yeah, this is the playstyle we expected from Na'Vi, right? We saw them play it out like this earlier as well, where they were playing extremely slow, but not in a bad way, just in a very methodical way, making sure that they have every single possibility covered, and they take their time until they find an opportunity where they feel like, okay, this is our time to make a move. They did it here. I don't know if they mistimed it or got a little overconfident. They did get shut down, and that's the thing with Clash, and what can be a little dangerous with that place out from Na'Vi against a team like Clash is Clash. They're gonna take every single bit of control they can until they force an entry, and in this case, they weren't really able to do so until Na'Vi pushed themselves. But they have to be careful because they can go quickly. As Clash, they're not messing around, man. They just go aggressive from the get-go and take every single inch of map control that they are given. And if you give them too much, they'll definitely punish you for it. And look at that, Gale already pretty much in Navi's goal. Sure, he doesn't have the ball, but just exemplifying what I was meaning here. Cube does take quite a bit of damage. We'll be able to find a trade eventually. MMA is low as well. Ikeos finishes off Cube. But the great thing about this comp from AQM is they have so many ways of stopping a goal. Whether it's the knockback from Gene or from Ems or the sleep from Sandy. Oh my god, how did that go in?
No. Oh my
That
gosh.
was such a tight angle.
And Cubic has to be, well, he can't be face palming now. He's still got a game to play, but he'll be charging that up for after the game. Man, that is not a good look. Guille is going to go for this goal too. Jason does manage to block it. Guille couldn't get the stun out in time. Meanwhile, on the left side, this could be a scoring opportunity for Jason. Guille does have a sleep still. He is going to have to use it. No, not in time. And Cubic is able to get his revenge, perhaps accounting for that minor slip-up or major slip-up, depending on how you look at it, for the first goal of the game. Now, Na'Vi have control of mid. We are going to see Yoshi go down as well. That left side is wide open. Jason has the kill shot, and iChaos won't be able to defend. What a great first goal by AQM, but, well, that's only one goal versus two. It's going to be 1-1 in set number one, and Na'Vi will be the ones tying it up.
All right, nice reaction from Na'Vi. Once again, you know, rather slow, rather methodical, just waiting for some openings. Once they see something, and when they spot that opportunity, they seize it and they punish hard. And they definitely did so here against Clash. It felt like Clash maybe overstepped a little bit, got a little too confident, and Na'Vi, as soon as they found out, they were ready to punish them and put them back in their place. It is still something that scares me a little bit in their playstyle so far, that Na'Vi is so passive and so reaction based rather than being proactive, like a team like Clash, which does mean that Clash is going to be a bit more in control and deciding a bit more what's happening. But that means that, you know, if they make mistakes, they'll get punished quite harshly. So that's kind of what we've been looking at so far. But a great start so far to the match, announcing a close match just like we wanted.
Yep, pretty much exactly what we wanted. A very, very close match, and a close match we shall receive, especially even just in set number one. But we see two different perspectives here, or two different play styles, two very opposing play styles. We have AC Milan Clash pressuring up all the time, playing for control just up until they get the slightest opportunity to score, and then they absolutely go for it. Na'Vi, on the other hand, play for control all the way to the enemy side and then walk it in. And we saw it twice, actually. And it's an effective strategy, right? But for AC Milan Clash, their playstyle means that they get these games through way, way faster. They play a lot more fast-paced, and they take risks, which does keep Na'Vi on their toes all of the time. And it makes them less predictable because, well, why would you make a move that you're not likely to succeed with? But AQM are able to capitalize on those high-risk scenarios. Let's see if it happens this time. MMA does go down to the shots from iChaos, and AQM are faced in a 1v2 here. Jason is going to get the stun. Well, everyone takes a quick nap, but Na'Vi, well, are going to call for AQM to wake up, because AQM's one goal away from taking the L here in set number one.
Yeah, so far a strong Brawl Ball performance from Na'Vi. Jason picks up the opening kill here against Gia as well. And iChaos is low HP. This is a big opening for Na'Vi, a big chance. And Gia corners up the ball, not willing to take any risks. Wants to play it safe for the time being, slow things down a bit, and figure out what has been going wrong, what hasn't been working out for AQM. This Cube is going all in, getting another elimination, almost double. Ikeos just barely survives. MMA has the pull available. Missed a shot against Ikeos, but Ikeos just can't quite dodge perfectly. Will be reset in his heal, buying some time. Yashi popping his own super, but Cube is just better at it, I guess. No, but a good time gadget, and he had the health advantage as well. So not too much of a risk there. Pull into Gia, and this is the opening for Na'Vi. This is when the pace is gonna rise up. And Jason goes for the ball, and it's pretty much an open goal. Shot from Cube goes in the net, and Na'Vi make it a first set. A reverse sweep here as well. Impressive from Na'Vi. And you can see as well that they're gaining some confidence. You know, they started off with a very slow, methodical approach, taking their time, just really being patient for the most part, and not going in unless they feel like this is 90% sure of being a goal. And now they're getting a bit more confident and trying to force openings a bit more. And I think that adds a lot of value to the team as well. And one of their big assets recently has been how quickly they're able to switch playstyles and turn things around, go from very aggressive tanks to some very slow methodical games. And it seems like here they're ready to switch things around once more. Although we haven't seen them play too many tanks today, except for one set earlier.
And it's funny, this is exactly what they're known for, and they've earned that reputation, and now they can continue to leverage what they've worked so hard for and take advantage of the fact that people are expecting them to run tanks, and always plant that seed of doubt in the enemy's head. Always force them to run at least one tank counter, and Na'Vi can basically run whatever they want as long as they're cautious to maintain the reputation of being so good with the tanks. Here you can see from the stats too, I mean, decidedly in Na'Vi's favor, even though they don't have as much damage. And this can be attributed, or it cannot be attributed to anyone running tanks, anyone running a very high health, you know, don't care if I take damage comp. It's simply AQM not being able to capitalize on those kills or capitalize on that damage to turn it into kills, because that's not really how they play Brawl Ball. They don't care if there are people around the goal, they just try and shoot around them. But it worked way better for Na'Vi to go for the kills and go for the control around the goal rather than take those risks. We're going to be moving into Gym for it, and this is where it is all about maintaining that pressure with kills and loads of damage. We could see the M's once more, but I'm not really anticipating it. I think that we could see Atara coming up the lane, especially from Cube. He runs it really well. As for other brawlers, I think Pam is a strong possibility for mid, and maybe if teams are feeling a little bit creative, I think AQM in particular could bring out a Jesse to counter it.
That's possible. I mean, they actually used to ban Jesse very often. That was one of the odd things about AQM a couple months back already. It's been a while, but they would just always ban Jesse for some reason. Although it was not even like really in the meta either, you know. It was already a bit of an off-meta pick, but we'll see the Gene come true. Not too big of a surprise on both sides, and in fact, it's almost a mirror matchup. Just the Sandy and the Amber on the right side, making the difference here in this matchup. Gia taking a lot of damage, will get taken out, but it did create a little bit of space for Ikeos to pick up those gems, get his super available, although at the expense of a lot of HP and losing that control now.
And a big pull onto MMA almost takes him out. Ikeos is going to get a little bit more damage on him, but it's not going to be able to take him out. Meanwhile, on the left side, Cubic picks up the kill with the Caustic Charisma, and it's down to Ikeos to start finding out where he is. Cubic's doing a good job of hiding, but with Yoshi approaching, there could be a pinch on the way. Cubic still maintains his position, using those bushes to his advantage to gain a lot of speed. Meanwhile, MMA is waiting with these 4 gems and a big fat pole for anyone who dares approach. Ye would not be the ideal target. He'd love to get Yoshi or Ikeos especially, but that's almost an unattainable prize. There's the burn onto Gie, and hopefully Magic Puffs are able to keep him alive and healthy, at least for Ikeos. That is the hope. Jason continues to flame these guys down from long range, and a big pull onto Yoshi brings this fight to a 3v2. MMA will have to explore the depths of this sandstorm, though. Gie does find a flank, and around behind Cubic, this could be a big pinch, but Yoshi actually decides to go to mid. He sees an opening, and so many gems are on the ground, but He's not going to be able to escape most of the damage from MMA. Still hanging on by a thread here. iChaos also trying to keep them away from this last gem. It could be Jason, it could be MMA. It is going to be MMA and a pull and a stun as Yee doesn't manage to get that sweet dreams off. It's a countdown for Navi, and they could not look stronger.
This is not gonna be interrupted, let me tell you that much. Navi gonna make it 3 games in a row now, and AQM are starting to sound a little bit more quiet in this matchup as Navi are taking a strong lead, and we need a statement now from Clash. We need a reaction, we need an answer to everything that Navi's been showing so far. It's looking good for Navi though. They're playing this well, man. Then once again, the change of pace, right? They're playing things slower again and making sure that they have full control before they commit to anything. And once they lock up some positioning, they're unstoppable. And we saw that against Scarlet Stars from them earlier as well. They struggle a little bit taking positions, which every team does, to be fair. But once they have it and they only need to hold it, like Cube on the left side of the map was just a rock there, constantly causing trouble, and they need multiple players to take him down, which is a big problem because that means leaving weaknesses elsewhere on the map. So overall, it's just lose-lose for Clash, no matter what they do. And Navi are very good at pushing that pressure on their side of the map, leaving the mid wide open for their Gene to pick up the gems and just vibe.
Yeah, and another thing I noticed from the side of AQM, right, they had some opportunities where they did manage to get a Brawler very pinched on one side. Cubic did an amazing job of holding up the pressure very close to the spawn point of AQM, and then when Navi was all the way on the right side and Cubic's kind of alone on the left, and AQM managed to push in and sort of surround Cubic, they don't capitalize on it. And I would say that, we can attribute this mostly to Yoshi being in a tough position where you had to decide between gems and getting a kill, right? But it's the kind of pinches that we need to see in order to win the fight, and it just doesn't seem to be happening quite yet. The pressure from Navi is very, very strong, and I think Yoshi is having to play a little bit more reserved than he usually would because he's constantly getting hit by these pulls from MMA, who is creating loads and loads and loads of space with his normal attack, and then once the players decide, okay, you know what, whatever, I don't care if I take damage, he has the pull ready, and then it's all over.
All right, well, let's see if we can find a reaction from AQM. We'll be bringing in the lowdown to iChaos. Let's see if that brings them different results. Oh, Cube spotting him through the grass for his teammate to get the kill, and the gems are gonna get dropped down as well.
Okay, and here comes the flame. Yoshi's between a rock and a hard place. Does manage to shrug off most of that damage. Here's iChaos too, with that ego up, the slow and the burn is the ultimate combo to get rid of him. And wow, Navi are doing an amazing job, especially Jason and Cubic. Though Gie does manage to get the kill on Jason, does have some control on the right lane, and MMA has that super charged up. It's not going to be ideal for short range damage to be paired up with Amber over here, but it certainly can be a victory. iChaos also is getting stuck, and Cubic is going to get a double kill with this super. If Gie can be shoved away, then this is a victory at mid, but there's the slow, and this could be the win condition for AQM to at least tie things up. 1, 2, 3, 4 gens for these guys, now 5, and iChaos looks to pick up the rest, but MMA is looking very, very scary with that super. If iChaos could, he absolutely would put that ego ahead of him, and he's going to try to actually. There's the ego in front of him. Will he be able to walk up and waste the super of MMA? Well, it seems to be on too low of health now, and he doesn't want to risk it. And if he can, he'll bait AQM back to mid. Navi, all on low health, having to back out, but they have to make a push in right now to get the win.
Only a couple seconds left, and the ego is blocking any pulls for now. iChaos is low HP though, so is Gigi gonna get pulled, but there's just no assistance as his teammates all went down. Clash make it a game and will end the win streak from Navi. But is that gonna be enough? Because it's still set point for Navi, and sure, Clash are a game away from tying things up, but they can't leave the opportunity for Navi to expand and take yet another set. So this next game is going to be very important in showing the the direction towards which this match is going. Navi still looked pretty okay. I think Cube had a huge pinch from behind where he found that double kill, and I think that Navi kind of choked around that because they had such a good positioning, such a good advantage. Cube did go down in there, so it was just a one-player advantage, and they had some lower HP than Guy on the Crow, but still they couldn't really capitalize at all. Like, they got such an important flank, and somehow they left without any extra gems, you know, and Clash were able to really capitalize on that and pick them up and punish them. So things went a little bit wrong there, although it started off well. So I don't know. I feel like it was just in the execution, a couple mistakes here and there that cost them the game. But besides that, Navi still played really well.
Yeah, I think Navi played exceptionally well in that game, and honestly, it came down to great plays by Guille to make that happen, and also some timid approaches by Navi when they had an absolute advantage. They had a 2-on-1. But Guille was pretty high on health, and he kept on whittling away their health at mid, and I think that was the difference maker for the entire game. Teddy, you remarked on it too. Guille sitting there with the Crow, keeping these guys back, and after they had sat there for so long, you know, it would have been a winnable situation had they been like maybe like mid-health and had not been poisoned, but here comes Guille with the slow, and now they're not able to retreat from mid as fast as AQM is able to catch up with them. We're going to see the same brawler choices from AQM. It worked so well in the last game. But for Navi, they have Jason on the Crow now. We'll see how that works out for them.
So far, fairly evenly. Chaos picking up the gem advantage now for his team. Small advantage, but still an advantage. See if they can keep it up like that. Gadget popped by Chaos, looking to solidify his positioning and keep that gem count up. Has to be careful because MMA has his pull available. Needs to make sure that if there is a pull to come true, that it goes onto the ego rather than his own body. So far, that's not even really too much of a problem, as Yash is doing a great job at keeping the entire left lane at bay and not give them too much spacing. But Cube commits, and he will get rewarded for it. Full on mid control now for Clash, for Navi rather, as they'll be tying up the gem count. And Jason will be shut down. That should create enough of an opening for Clash to come back and take back the mid.
Okay, iChaos is hanging on to these 6 gems, now a 7th as Navi prepares to pick up their 7th as well. The slow only goes on iChaos, not exactly how Navi was hoping for that to go. Jason will still keep these guys back though. Guille still trying to get some shots off of his own, has that super ready to go, is not going to get it baited out of him around this corner. Jason is on such low health, but likewise is Guille, and that could be actually the kill on a Guille. Yep, there it is, and the countdown for Navi. Not enough time actually to come back for AQM just by keeping control mid. A big pull as iChaos was forced to push up so high in order to stop that countdown, but it's not going to stop. Not even Guille can stop it, and that is going to be the win for Navi. 2 sets in a row for Navi. The momentum was only broken for a fraction of a second, and we're going to be heading into set number 3.
Yeah, you know, this pull at the end as well, it's like, it's not game-changing, but it just closes things out, and Navi are doing a good job at that so far, making it 2 sets in a row. And sure, we had some signs of life here in gem grab for Clash, and it looked like they still have something to fight with, but it's starting to look a little bit more scary, as it's not really typical to see them start off so poorly, and they're not even playing necessarily bad. It's just Navi is playing better.
And that's the thing, and this is also what we've been consistently noticing, is like none of these teams, or at least the majority of these teams today, have played really, really well, like top of their game. It's just one team plays better, and that's the game decider. And take a look at these stats. I mean, they speak for themselves. Similar damage, similar gems, but it's the kills that are really shining through to me. Navi got the kills when it mattered, and some cases they got team wipes as well, particularly looking at Cube coming from behind, getting double kill with M's, and even though it followed up with AC Milan Clash clutching that offense, I mean, this is exactly what we see from Navi pretty consistently, is they get these opportunities and they work for them too. I mean, if you watch that match back, watch how long Cube sits in a bush waiting for that opportunity and also keeping pressure at the same time. And his teammates do a great job of pushing things back at mid, which set him up for success. I think these teammates work really, really well together from Navi. From AQM, I can say likewise, sometimes it does feel like they go on little solo missions, but in the end, it all works out because that is how you lead up to a clutch. In this case, it's going to be pit stop. There are going to be lots of solo missions here as players are charging into that safe to get some damage, looking for some Bull. No Daryl here, but Bull is available, so is BB, so is Edgar. Looking forward to those.
Yeah, definitely some good choices. Obviously, throwers can still do some work, you know, Barley especially, or perhaps any anti-tank as well, right? Bringing in the M's that we've seen quite a couple of times. Rico, maybe at last, we haven't really seen it so far. I think it could be a great addition or a great change for AQM especially. But yeah, the possibilities are there. I think that Clash need to refine some of that motivation again, and for that you need to get some games that go your way, or at least part of the games to go your way, so you start feeling like you got this, as they were looking a little bit shy towards the end of that set, and rightly so. Navi are looking strong, they're looking dominant, and they're just not messing around. They don't make a lot of mistakes and they don't leave you a lot of room to work with. They'll usually just spot whatever mistake you do, punish you big time for it, and then you'll just, you know, be thinking about what you did wrong by the time they spotted the next mistake already.
Well, that is going to be our preparation for this next set. Set number 3 is on the way, and Navi just need one win here to bring themselves to the match point. Obviously not the situation that AQM want to find themselves in, but all things considered, I mean, this is just 2 sets out of a potential 5, right? There's still plenty of time for AQM to come back. Well, I don't know. Is it really plenty of time? They got to come back within the next within the next 3 games. If they take 2 losses in any of these sets, then it's over for them, and they're not going any further in GameStars. They'll have to wave goodbye in the semifinals. But I think that it could be pretty hopeful for them. It's just, we've seen Navi playing so well, and now that it comes down to pit stop, they have great picks in their back pocket. M's, they got tanks, right? This is their specialty. They're not going to be playing with those, interestingly enough. It's going to be the double thrower in the Surge. Looks like Navi was expecting some throwers. AQM most certainly was expecting throwers, as they're bringing Guille on the Surge, and Yoshi and iChaos are playing at brawlers that can ricochet around walls. Not the ideal, not like the perfect matchup for a thrower, but definitely one that's strong against both throwers and tanks alike.
All right, another gadget bumped by Guille. We'll find the opening on the right side. It's an 8% lead in favor of Clash. TP'd here, and it was very closely timed, but Cube will be the one to land second, which means the damage will go to Guille, as well as knockback, essentially ending his life in that position. iChaos taking so much damage. Has to be very careful. Does get some nice tanks back, but is that going to be enough?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. Navi keep on having a back up here. Jason is getting pinched so hard on the Dyne. Does manage to get the kill on Guille, though. Perhaps out of negligence, too. We'll see if Guille gets to farm up that super once again. He has to have a teleport left. No, he's out of teleports, but thankfully he does have that level 3. And another kill for Guille. Gonna look for some shots onto that safe too. Cubic is looking for some defense as well. He does have that teleport ready to go for whomever. Obviously not Yoshi. iChaos would be a good target though. Shifts lanes over to the left, teleport in. iChaos keeps himself alive with the bouncy castle and gets the kill too. Great preparation from iChaos. Meanwhile, on the left side, yet another assist from Guille. This is looking quite dominant by AQM, and this is exactly what they need to bring back the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, a big damage count on the save, and it's not insanely big, but considering that Navi are getting their first damage now, It's definitely night and day. I mean, they brought it up to a 19% difference, but with Clash on the push, there's nothing Navi can do. They'll be giving the first game of Heist to AQM. Let's see if AQM can build up on that, if they can get a little bit more momentum and start getting back in the groove, as they've been looking a little bit weaker, a little bit shyer. But some good signs here in this first game of Heist.
Yeah, great signs, actually. I think it was well picked, and I think the counters were well played. Even when Navi lane switched to get an optimal matchup, there was a good reaction from AQM. We saw, right, on the left side, there was the Surge matchup versus Rico, and it worked well for iChaos. He was absolutely prepared for it to happen. As soon as the teleport came through, he was already ready with that bouncy castle and kept himself alive the whole time. Not only did he time the gadget perfectly, but he positioned it perfectly so that he could get maximum value out of those bounces to keep himself alive through like 1, 2, 3 Surge shots as well. I think great reactions from AQM, even in the inopportune matchups. And as we enter the next game, though, that momentum is going to be great for them, yes, but Navi is not going to be coming with the double throwers, I can almost assure you, and it's going to create a much different dynamic within the match. Hopefully for AQM, it works in their favor, but I don't think so. I think Navi kind of over-predicted here, and now they can stabilize and normalize and bring something that will present a real challenge for AQM.
I think that's a good point. I think that's a very good point. It definitely felt underwhelming on their side, and I think some adjustments are needed. Whether they need some fine-tuning or, go all in and change everything, that's a different question, but we'll see. The Edgar and Barley onto Navi, the roughs on both sides, as well as the Surge onto Guille, and iChaos sticking to the Rico, obviously. And the jumping from Kubir is going to be problematic. He does survive for now, but even though he popped his gadget, that's not going to be enough to keep him alive, and Navi keep the advantage up.
All right, Navi will get this push in. Cubic does kind of rotate over to the right, wants to get some damage on iChaos to start things off. It's not going to happen, but he still gets a nice dent in that safe. Meanwhile, Guille teleports up, great dodge of the Barley attack too, and MMA will fall, but not before getting the kill onto Guille. Now, Navi can once again push in. We'll see Cubic looking for an angle here. Yoshi is occupying 2 key zones that Cubic could push through. Jason, meanwhile, does have these sandbags up. It's going to provide him a little bit of cover while Cubic jumps in. Hard landing will help him get the kill on Yoshi. And Jason and Cubic can now work together to work on this safe. A great kill onto Guille. Meanwhile, iChaos still gets a bunch of damage on the enemy safe, but nowhere close to what has been dealt to his own safe. Yoshi goes down. Cubic wants the good dodges, but Guille is still able to juke them out, though his safe has taken a lot of damage in the meantime, and Herbal Tonic lands just a little bit late from MMA, and we are going to see Colonel Ruffs go down. AQM, though, still cannot make this push onto the enemy safe, and the clock is ticking down. 50 seconds remain.
So far, it's a bit of a lead, not something too drastic either, but enough for Navi to get to match point if Clash are not very careful. May taking a lot of damage. Guille gonna level up, boost himself up to stage 4. And we enter the last 20 seconds of this game. Potentially set if Clash can turn it around. So far, it doesn't look like they can.
Oh, Jason's still trying to defend. Big damage coming in. Now a 2% differential. Yoshi could get this super down, and it is going to deal enough damage. 2% difference. Cubic won't be able to get it in time, and that is going to be this set. Going to AQM within the last few seconds. The defense from Navi was worthy, but it was not enough to clear the drop zone for that Colonel Ruffs treat. Coming down onto the safe. Good stuff there by AQM, and Navi are going to be taken to at least one more set. We are finding AQM now back in their good form, even though it was pretty close here. A win is a win, a set is a set, and that does it for Pit Stop. We're going to be moving into the next one shortly, but first, a recap of the last set.
I had a lot of surge action early on. Decided to keep it from one game to the other as well, with some pretty decent results overall. I didn't feel like it was necessarily the most life-changing brawler, but it was doing its job, and ultimately that's what you're looking for. Kills-wise, it's very one-sided in favor of Clash. Same goes with the damage on both the save and the other players. So interesting to see how drastic the difference is, considering it did feel like a pretty close set overall. But it seems like the stats disagree, and I mean it's hard to agree, seeing how many kills difference they have, how much damage difference they have, and how they managed to win the game like that. Bot drop is going to be up next. Definitely going to be interesting along the sides of the larger, wide open maps. I like it. I enjoy it quite a bit when I get to play it. I do think the jump pads can be a little bit confusing, but they can bring in some cool plays as well and some great opportunities. So looking forward to see how this one goes down. So far, Na'Vi to me still looks like the better team, but Clash are showing the signs of life that we need to see from them, that we expect to see from a team of their caliber.
Yeah, and I mean, as we head into this set as well, it's going to be a much different dynamic than what we've seen in the previous sets. Yeah, we saw, I mean, here's the deal. We're heading into, well, shoot, brain fart moment. What are we heading into? Teddy, care to give us a reminder?
I'm not sure where you were going.
Bot drop. Bot drop. Well, we love it. We love it when it happens. Yeah, but bot drop, I mean, this is going to be much different from our earlier sets because it is a very long range centric map, and this is going to present some different challenges than what we saw in previous sets, which were mostly on closer range maps. Now, which team will it work better for? That is a question that will be answered in our upcoming set, which we're not too certain of at the moment. So, I mean, it's different, right? Who will it work in favor of? That's the mystery.
No, I get that. I get that completely. Yeah, dude, so far, I feel like Na'Vi in general played a little bit better, a bit more consistent. I think that Clash, although they are starting that comeback, it's still going to be some miles to go before we are, before they come back, right? And we get to set 5. They're looking good too, to be honest. They're looking good too. So this matchup is very promising. It's been since the beginning, and so far it hasn't failed to deliver. But here we move on, and we'll see the Piper on both sides, as well as the Bell on both sides. Spike on Guille, and then Cube on the Rico.
Oh, and already a kill onto iChaos. Jason does have to diff this lane versus Yoshi. A great wall break by Yoshi as well to get some damage on Cubic and make this lane harder for him to win. We'll see if it makes things harder for iChaos to win too. He does slightly outrange Cubic. He's going to be leveraging to that to his advantage as well. Meanwhile, on the left side, Yoshi would love to get these bolts. MMA is going to make it difficult, but he and Guille work together to make it happen. On the right side, Cubic will be taken down by iChaos, and AQM will likely be winning this next bot. It's going to be tough for Na'Vi to push in. It is bot drop after all, and Yoshi's doing a great job of staying at max range as Piper and dodging out Jason's attacks, mostly based on range. We'll see how he is able to deal with Crow on the right side, though it looks like iChaos is mostly getting that defense. A good kill onto Jason, and AQM will get this level 6 spot.
All right, an important bot, as it's going to come just before the final one. And even both economy is not looking too bad here for QM. But they need to be careful about the retake no matter what. The final siege can always be full of surprises. For that, they need some openings. They need to create a bit more space. They have control of the mid. But their goal here is not just to have it, it's to properly keep it.
All right, AQM. Get a good kill on MMA on the left side. On the right, Cube will be staying alive for just a moment. Has that 6 health remaining. Navi will be getting taken down on the right, and a level 11 siege bot comes in. AQM will be winning this game. There's no way for Navi to come back. A strong start for AQM off of the beginning of bot drop. Momentarily, we'll be getting into game number 2 as well.
All right, AQM keeping the signs of life coming, showing that they can do this. They can win this one, but on their own terms. Set point a game here that has the potential to tie both things up and push things to 5th set, which we very much hoped, considering the matchup that it is. Man, I feel like I'm seeing some good signs from Clash, but I still feel, I don't know, I have that feeling from Navi, you know, that they're just playing peak Brawl Stars right now. Not necessarily their peak, but just in general, you know, one of the highest levels that we've seen in a long time, and it's looking good. It's looking very good on their side. They do need to be careful though. They don't want to go to that 5th set, not if that means that Clash had time to build up some momentum, regain some strength, and be ready for everything that's coming. So, man, it's a tough matchup. It's a tough matchup, but only one of the 2 teams can go home with the trophy. At least only one of the 2 teams can go further in the bracket, reach the finals. The other one is going to go home not empty-handed, but for the bragging rights perspective, pretty much as if.
Yeah, let us get into game number 2 as well. Some differences on both sides. AQM are going to be bringing the spike this time to deal with the right lane. Meanwhile, at mid, Yoshi still fighting the lane versus Cubic. Both are going to pop their homemade recipes on each other to make the stakes even higher. Another homemade recipe from Navi. Very interesting. This is an interesting play, especially because, well, I guess winning the first siege is extremely instrumental, and the sacrifice of a couple of homemade recipes doesn't matter too much. There's another homemade recipe to keep Yoshi back, and down goes Cubic, and Yoshi picks up the kill as well. Super dominant game for AQM. Navi are going to have a tough time catching up, if it's even possible.
So far, AQM looking good to get the 1st/2nd bot, or rather the 2nd/1st bot, I guess. But right now, just not really enough openings. Jason is low HP on the left. He doesn't get sniped down by Yashi, and that means that he can just run back to safety, and sure, doesn't have the most tools towards the victory, but so this defense goes so far pretty okay.
All right, Navi take down the bot. Now it's time to push into mid once again. It's going to be tough for Jason on the right side, dealing with the curveball spike from Guille, but he's able to make it work nonetheless. Still barely alive, has to focus a lot more on dodging out those curveball shots. Guille is going to lock down this choke point on the right side too, but Cubic could help out. Guille is forced to hide behind this obstacle now, and as it's broken open, he's going to have to hide behind the life plant as well. Could see the kill there by Guille. No, narrow dodge there. And an emote from iChaos 2. They do win this siege and therefore this game, because there's no way for Navi to get the damage that they need. MMA is not going to be getting a super that needs Cubic, though does not back down for a second. He does want a couple of shots at least onto that safe, and that he will receive 1-2 shots from Navi, but it's not even close. AQM pick up yet another 2-0 set. We're heading on to set number 5.
I think it was a cool dive. It was just very optimistic, and the game did not agree with that optimism, let me tell you that much. Yeah, this is 2-2 in sets. We're going to set 5, and we wanted it to happen, and we've gotten it, right? It's a close match between 2 of the best teams in the world. They're both looking good as well. They're making some more mistakes than usual, but I'll blame that on off-season. For the most part, though, it's some excellent Brawl Stars that we've been seeing. and so many different ways to deal with each other. It seems like Clash are figuring out some more solutions with now 2 sets in a row. Went down from being behind by 2 sets to taking it back, and now the final set is going to decide it all between the two, who goes home and who proceeds to move on to the grand finals.
And well, by the looks of things, this is very dominant by AC Milan Clash. No damage dealt to their safe at all. Or rather, no damage dealt to the bot. no damage that they dealt to the bot throughout the entire time, which does indicate that, well, they didn't defend a single siege throughout this entire game. For the kills, though, I mean, it is clear as day. So dominant for these guys. It's all going to come to a head on Layer Cake for set number 5. This mode seems to be all about who can get that first star and then defend it for the remainder of the game. Something that we did see yesterday, actually, was a game of get that first star and then play defense for the remainder of the game. With Rosa or something like that. Rosa not available to play now, but there are some other brawlers that can rush up and get that star. Mortis is one of them, and it could be combined with some other brawlers to make a nice anti-control comp. But that being said, there are ways to counter it out itself, and the control comp itself also is quite strong as long as you play it right.
No, I think that's a very fair point. I think the options are definitely there, and this is gonna be a great final set. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes down, who will be able to move forward in the bracket. And when I say forward, I mean really all the way on the top almost, as the grand finals are up next for one of those 2 teams. Right now they're perfectly tied up. There's only one way to figure out how this is gonna end, how this story is gonna unfold. As so far, the blue star was picked up by Na'Vi, and that means that they have the score advantage until someone goes down.
Chaos occupies the right lane. Yoshi is looking for something at mid. MMA is so fast too that if Yoshi plays a little bit too aggressively without knowing where Frank is, he's going to get punished severely. We'll have to see what gadget MMA is running as well. If he's running the Irresistible Attraction, then that is a death sentence getting too close to him. Though AQM continue to push up as they did in Brawl Bowl earlier, and well, they did do pretty well there. Jason will rush in versus Yoshi, and this is the hard counter, and a jump out by Yoshi. Wasn't absolutely necessary as iChaos picked up the kill, and Yoshi is going to be down a super now, but he should earn it back pretty quickly versus MMA. There's 1, 2, 3 shots for him on the right side. Jason is playing a game of the cat and mouse, trying to lure iChaos in here. Not going to work at first, and there's the push in, and the mobility is going to come primarily from those dashes. The speed slowing means nothing for Jason, and he's able to make it out of here with the blue star too. Now, a 1-star differential between these two. If Na'Vi pick up 1 star, which, well, is impossible. There's no one with just 1 star over their head. They will be taking this game. 20 seconds remain. It's time for Na'Vi to push in. This is the marker of drive time.
All right, final countdown, a final shot here for Na'Vi to turn this game around. The positioning is far from ideal here for AQM. A lot of action. It is not gonna be returning into any kills as AQM pick up the game. They hit match point, and now this is gonna start to be really devastating for Na'Vi, because
yeah, this is a reverse sweep.
Yeah, very much so, and it felt like they were so well set up and in control, and everything was doing so well that now it's, yeah, there's gonna be some bad news for them, and they're not looking forward to it. Honestly, man, Clash looking good here. Clash looking good. Na'Vi starting to struggle a little bit. Didn't bring in that many tanks either. I do think that that's probably part because they want to, you know, appeal better to the Western audience, and we don't play the most tanks over here. They're a bit more versatile, and they've been doing a decent job at it, but right now they need to make the best job, because otherwise, man, honestly, Clash, they're just gonna eat them open, really eat them alive. this is what we're potentially looking at now. Match point for Clash, a single chance for Na'Vi to rectify it.
Yep. One single chance. They got to win 2 games in a row to make it happen. And AQM have some wiggle room too. Now, what strategy will they go for is a big question here. For Na'Vi, they attempted to go with the tanks and they got countered out really hard by it. That's the deal. And even when Piper was in play and we saw Mortis all over Piper, it was nearly a kill. Still, Piper has her own counterplay, right? It's not, it may be a hard counter, but it's not like you make the character unplayable when they have teammates around to help them as well. So I think that maybe a return to normalcy would be in store, would totally be warranted from Na'Vi. Just going for the mirror match for a test of mechanical skill rather than comp picking, because I do think that AC Milan Clash are relatively predisposed to running the same thing once again, or at least the same spirit of this comp. Max is banned out, keep that in mind, so we won't get to see those fast-paced tank comps from either team, and it does kind of rule out most of the possibilities here. Now maybe Na'Vi will get creative and run like a Sprout or something to deal with the Piper instead of a Mortis, but besides that, there are not a whole lot of other possibilities, and there's nothing that can guarantee a win. A lot of it hinges on predicting what AQM is going to run.
Yeah, that's very accurate. That's very accurate. Obviously, you know, you don't know it as blind picks, right? This is also, you know, one of the big changes to the BSC 2022 is going towards draft and having that whole process behind picking and banning brawlers to have something that seems fair as well, I would say. But in general, dude, this is a tough situation for Na'Vi. They had the lead for the entire match so far. This is the first time now that they don't have it anymore, and it's the time where match point is in the hand of their opponents.
Well, let's see what they're able to muster. On the right side, iChaos is picking up the Sprout, but it's not going to be an ideal scenario, especially Guille, too, will be finding himself in this Thrower v Mortis matchup, and MMA chases him down as well. Guille doesn't have the speed really to make it work. There's the super. MMA goes down, but still, Na'Vi is leading by a huge margin of 4 stars in the blue star. Jason on the right side won't have too much trouble pushing in if he so wishes, just has to march through a few mines. Cubic does open the doors on the right side. We could see the slow. No, actually does just go for the damage on Guille, the big B, and that allows MMA to get in here as well. Do see the kill on a Guille, and Na'Vi are playing so aggressively. Wow, and a great switch up there. Cubic goes on the offensive to place down the Honey Molasses to protect MMA from going down, and now Jason makes a play. Yeah, Yoshi obviously not happy with the Mortis pick here. Jason is going to be going down to some lag, it would seem, and Na'Vi are just 5 stars in the lead now.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal for Na'Vi. Need to be careful here. The tournament is on the line, or rather staying in the tournament is on the line. MMA is locked up on the right side. Shirley will be going down. Only 2 stars now, making the difference and separating AQM from the playoffs, or Na'Vi from match point. An aggressive wall placed down by iChaos. That's gonna lock Jason down. Not a lot of places he can go towards. He's gonna go down. That's the lead now for AQM. And Na'Vi, they need to push forward, but they don't have time, they don't have space, and they don't have the stars anymore. This is gonna be AQM moving forward to the grand finals of this second season of GameStars, knocking Na'Vi out of the tournament in the process.
Well, congratulations to AQM for making it all this way, and also congratulations to Na'Vi for making it all this way. Such a dominant start for Na'Vi in the first couple of sets, but for AQM, they managed to wrest it back in the final 3. They dug it deep. They had a lot of metal, a lot of grit as well, and it absolutely paid off all the way till the bitter end. When things looked so grim, AQM still made it happen in that second game. Amazing stuff by these guys. Unfortunate that we appeared to see a disconnect from Mortis as well, but a win is a win, and an advancement is an advancement.
Man, what a match that was, going all the way. Almost a double match point, but Clash reign victorious. It's a close set, only 3 kills difference, but they do account for 9 stars and over triple the damage. Wild stuff from Clash here, picking up an important win, as now they have their ticket straight to the grand finals, and they are just separated by 1 match from the title and the cash prize as well. 10k on the line for that first place. 30k total for the season, and kills wise it's close, man. 20% difference, that's definitely very close. It's similar around the damage as well, and it makes sense as well, you know, with the tanks and how we've talked about it quite a couple of times, how they can create some space without necessarily getting kills and give away a lot of damage, all that stuff. But overall, man, I feel like Clash just had an amazing comeback, because things started off rather quiet on their start and they were struggling to keep it together, but they made it work here, knocking out Na'Vi and securing their spot in the finals. We have 1 more match to go, guys, in the semifinals before we get to those grand finals. That's gonna be semifinal number 2, and that's Reply Totem versus SK Gaming. We'll get to it in a couple of minutes, and then after that we'll have the grand finals as well. We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars. We're about to get into the second semifinal match of the day. It is going to be Reply Totem versus SK Gaming coming up shortly.
Yeah, what a match that is going to be as well. And honestly, an interesting one, because I felt like Totem wasn't showing their best performance against Big earlier, so I'm looking forward to see if they can, you know, get a little bit of a better match going next against SK. And what worries me is, as far as I know, I believe they might have their coach Inso standing in as well for this match, which is definitely less than ideal considering it's SK on the other side. And on the side of SK, it's the other way around, right? They were having a couple rough weeks, and it seems like today they're playing really well. Taking down Tribe 3-1 was a great performance overall from SK. Question is, can they keep that level up now for 2 matches in a row, if not 3, if they perhaps make it to the finals for an El Clasico? But it's definitely an interesting one here, and a match we don't see the most often either. We remember very often, you know, the Clash versus Totem matches, but Totem versus SK just a little bit less. Usually it is SK that ends up taking them down. I think in monthly finals they only played them in quarterfinals and then once in grand final, and every time in quarters they knocked them out of the group. Of the quarters, and then in the grand finals they took them down. I think it was the last monthly final. But besides that, I'm really curious to see where their level is at. Obviously with Totem as well popping off at the World Finals, getting that top 4. It's definitely interesting to see the evolution of the different teams and how their form progresses just from day by day sometimes. You know, SK getting swept by Tribe 2 weeks ago, and now today being able to pull off almost the opposite result. But looking at our maps and modes for the second semi-final, we'll be kicking things off with Split in Hot Zone. We'll move to Pit Stop in Heist afterwards, then Nuts and Bolts in Siege, and if a 4th set is required, Banquet Bowl in Brawl, and if the 5th set is required as well, then we'll be getting some gem grab action with Minecart Madness, and hopefully SK, and particularly Scarix, which has a bit of a love story with the minecart. We'll have watched Ready Set's peculiarities of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, peculiar game, peculiar map. I mean, if we head on to set number 5, then yes, we will get to analyze the minecart and which direction it's coming from, where those precious mushrooms are, and of course, how much damage one can possibly take at a time from jumping onto a minecart or some horrible scenario like that. But for starters, we're going to be going to Split. But before we can really judge how this map is going to go, we got to get the bans out, and we're going to see the Buzz ban and the Meg ban. Teddy, so far, very, very standard stuff. These are really strong brawlers, especially Buzz is very strong on Siege, and really anywhere where mobility is key and stuns are really useful, like Brawl Ball.
Well, I think actually that the Meg ban is not necessarily the most typical ban from Totem. I think it's pretty targeted towards Semantic because he's been playing it a lot and he's had some great results. I mean, earlier he was shutting down Tribe single-handedly at times with that brawler. Daryl, kind of likewise, it does feel like they're trying to just remove every brawler that Semantic played against Tribe earlier. The Sandy ban from SK is where things get very spicy because I'm not exactly sure where it comes from. I mean, Sandy is in a good place. It's strong, it's versatile, it can be played anywhere. We saw it being played on Heist, on Hot Potato earlier, to be fair. So who knows where we can see Sandy at this point. But I think it makes sense. I think it's a pretty decent ban, and it's a fresh one as well that we really don't see enough. It is, you know, the brawler that is in the sweet spot, what I like to call earlier the Gene spot. When Gene was literally played on every mode, everywhere, and no one was banning him. Like, literally no one would ban him. It's kind of the case now as well, you know? You still see Gene a little bit in Brawl Ball, you see him quite often in Gem Grab, a little bit in Siege, not nearly as much as you used to, right? But right now, this is kind of what Sandy is. It's just not really getting banned, and it's getting played everywhere all the time. And it's also one of the brawlers that is the least mechanically demanding to play in the game, which, sure, you do still have to work a lot around your positioning and your max range and all that stuff, but still, it's probably amongst the easier side of things, and that means that you don't necessarily need to be mechanically super on point today to be able to play it at its full potential. You can still pull off a great performance with it, compared to a Bell or a Piper where you need to hit your shots, or Mortis likewise. You get my point, but we're ready to start already. We'll see some fairly standard stuff. I think the Jack is probably the most interesting and unusual aspect here, and they are not playing with Enzo, so Enzo lied to me. Enzo lied to me.
Well, his insolence will not be forgiven, I'm sure. Let's see how things work out in this match, especially on the right side. The Jackie versus Primo matchup. Semantic's going to be taking damage with every hit that he lands on Maru. And Soy de Breza is going to come to help finish off Semantic, a counter super from Semantic to keep himself alive, because that's what it's about. It's about staying alive and staying on that point and not much else. You might need to get a kill if your enemy has more percentage. Okay, that was just kind of funny because now we're just watching Semantic play leapfrog with the enemy team, tossing them over the split, and that's it. I mean, Semantic really did give him a fun time, I'm sure, in that last game.
Man, that Primo fight was straight up dumb. Straight up dumb. Between the meteors going down, the supers, it was so bad. It was so bad, but that's the Primo mirror matchup. You love to see it. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. First game going to SK. It wasn't very close either. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong. I was literally just watching the Semantic. I don't even remember who it was. Was it Maru on the other Primo? Let me look. It was Soy de Breza. And it was like such a dumb fight. I literally just looked at it. I did not listen to anything that you said, Reddy. I was so focused on that fight, and I was having the best time of my life.
I was just looking at the Primo matchup, right, where one Primo supers and the other supers away, and then I'm like, well, I mean, it's not about whether you get kills. It's not about really much of anything as long as you're alive and you're on the point. As long as you're not behind while doing that as well, then you're winning, right? If you're behind, then yeah, you got to get a kill, and then you stay alive and you stay on the point. That's it. You just get your butt on the point and sit it there for as long as you possibly can. or toss your opponent off the point, provided you have an ability like
that works too.
Send them all the way over that stupid thing that the map is named after, that big slash, that big split of obstacles, and make it happen. It was just like watching the circus happen, and I'm here for it. It's just not really the matchup we were expecting to see. I wonder if that's how it usually looks in scrims, or whether the circus just kind of emerged in this matchup.
I'm not sure, man. I mean, Primo versus Primo has always been awkward. Honestly, any tank against any tank is always, like, against the same tank is always rather awkward, right? Daryl fight is just as awkward, you know. They're like rolling against each other and stuff. It doesn't really make much more sense. And likewise for most tanks, in my opinion. But here it was particularly comedic. I really enjoyed it. Hopefully we get some more of that into game 2. But yeah, I mean, Primo, got buffed. It's definitely in a better place than it's been for a couple months now. And with Frank being so strong, it makes sense that we see it appear so often. I think Jackie, although I wouldn't say quite as strong as Primo right now, it's a little bit more complicated to play. I think it's more situational than Primo. I think it can be better if there's more walls and, tighter corridors where you're able to utilize the fact that you can damage your opponents through walls, which is rather sweet. But you do have that same effect with your super, where you can cancel out the Frank super and all that stuff. You can survive for quite a while. Thing is, I feel like Primo, he has multiple abilities. Like, his gadgets can also help towards countering Frank, which we know there's going to be a Frank. It's not a big surprise.
Yeah.
So I feel like that can be quite valuable in itself. But it's a one-on-one trade on the left, but Skyrex does have his super reloaded, which means that Meru can't really overcommit, has to help out against Semantic as well, and Primo Fiesta continues, and that's another gadget used, but won't really have too much effect. Both teams are perfectly tied up somehow at the end of that start. Well, no.
Primo Fiesta is like the perfect way to describe it, Teddy. This is exactly what we're watching. Primo's jumping all over the place, causing mayhem. Here comes the push by Skyrex on the right side. Soda Preston now tries to push it on the left and get some damage on the Jetten. Still a kill for Jetten, though, and it's looking quite dominant by SK as we head to the last few seconds, likely, of the match.
All right, this is very chaotic, but it seems like SK thrive in it and are able to make the most out of the situation and hoping to secure that game. The trade on the right side is quite important, but in the end, with Jetten still alive, you can just proceed to walk towards the zone, and with little time that's left, I don't think there's anything they can do. Everyone from SK just stacking in the zone. There's no way they'll get all taken out, and that means that SK make it a pretty smooth first set. Yeah, it was all over the place. I don't really think we can analyze that too deep either. It was basically just either Primo was jumping, or he was throwing people around, or he was himself getting thrown around, or he was getting pushed by the Gale. That were kind of like the, different events of that first set. But yeah, the meta is pretty dumb right now. I'd say on Split.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward for that to change. I think Gale is a little bit too strong, to be honest. I think it solves too many problems. It's like, just push people away. And although I like the Brawl and the idea by itself, I feel like right now it's just a little too much. Like, it's too strong for those defensive modes.
Yeah, such a strong brawler, and we'll probably be seeing Gale make a comeback as well in the Siege later on in the match. Should we make it there? Of course. Here are the stats as well. A lot more kills for SK Gaming. I mean, not a whole lot more needs to be said. We watched Semantic go absolutely crazy on the Primo throughout the entire match. All the way till the very end as well, getting those suplexes as well. As we saw in game number 1, it was, as you called it, Teddy, a Primo Fiesta up until the end. On the left side, also, we saw victories by Frank and Gale versus the Primo, and that was a successful matchup for SK time and time again. We're going to be heading into pit stop for set number 2. More tanks. Could see some Primo, not in the same sense that we saw him already. Not going to be countering out a Frank, but definitely could be jumping onto that safe or something. I think Edgar is a pretty good option as well, and something that we've seen before too.
Yeah, I think I personally prefer Edgar just because, you know, of the slower nature of Heist, and the fact that compared to Hot Zone, where the two objectives are both in the center, here the safe is on the other side of the map, right? So you have a long way to go, and being able to just reload your super passively, I think it is just so much better than Primo, where sure you can reload it by getting hit, but that means that, you know, you're also reloading the supers from your opponents, and they get reloaded faster because they're shooting at you. So I don't know, I feel like Edgar is a little bit better overall for that. Plus his gadgets provide him a little bit more utility for Heist specifically. But I agree with the idea overall. Rico is not banned, so obviously we're going to be seeing some Rico action, really strong at the moment. No big surprises in the picks so far. Pretty standard stuff, to be honest. Ruffs, Rico, overall just good on this map because of how much cover it has and how many opportunities there are for bounces, as well as destroying the map, obviously, with the Ruffs and countering a couple of those brawlers. And Bull is just so good at damage dealing, and he's doing a fantastic job right now, and he's staying alive forever. Oh my goodness, that is so much damage. 57% of that one initial push, and that puts Totem immediately in a tough situation. Sorry to Breza, forced to gadget, but can't really do too much out of it. And Semantic still going, does eventually get shut down, and that's a buff that's wasted, as well as Mari was forced out to use his supply drop as mean to pressure Semantic. This time around, Soy will be able to pick this one up, but Jeden once again has some nice angles, can cause some big time trouble, finds an elimination as well in the process, but he should get shut down there.
All right, and Suedabrissa comes out with yet another super to claim control of mid. Mario now coming around the left side. There are the sandbags from Mari. It's not enough to stop Bull, but the attacks from him are. Skyrix isn't going to be in too much of a hurry to get rid of the sandbags either. They're more of a defense versus Jet than anything, who, by the way, is going to get some damage on that safe once again. Lots and lots of damage rolling in on Totem's safe. And the supply drop as well will power up Mario. A kill on a Semantic, but it's not going to be enough. Skyrix is going to go for the damage on the safe, and there's so much rolling in. Friendzoner as well is going to bump back Mari just for a moment. And two members of Totem are powered up. They can get some serious damage on SK safe if they make it into here. 1, 2, and a third bottle from Suedabrissa onto Jetten, but it's not enough to stop Semantic from keeping these guys back. 15 seconds and a whole wide margin to catch up. It's looking very difficult for Totem, if not impossible.
Yeah, I don't think there's any catching up possible anymore here for Totem. SK even managed to close the job out, and that is going to be a third game in a row now in favor of SK Gaming. Things are starting to look a little bit more grim here for Totem. They need to be very careful. It can be a very slippery slope from here on. And against SK, you can't really let that happen. And it's also just so hard to reverse sweep SK. I don't know who ever has, to be honest, from the top of my head. I have no idea. Maybe Clash once or twice. But it's just a really rare occurrence. And sure, we're not entirely certain of where SK is at right now, but I think that they're pretty jealous of their rivals, AQM, being qualified for the grand finals. I don't think they're willing to let this slip and give Totem the opportunity to go there instead of them. So SK looking pretty good so far, I have to say.
Yeah, wouldn't it be wild after like such a tumultuous last couple of months if we saw the El Clasico in the finals of AQM versus SK? Once again, I mean, what a way to finish off the year that would be. That said, though, we are going to have to see SK get through Totem first, but so far it's looking like a successful mission they are halfway towards a complete 3-0 sweep. But as we know, that's not how Totem plays. Totem has reliably taken this to 3 versus 2 victories. They are always going to set number 5 in their past matchups. Of course, not today. They did get 6 wins in a row today, but in all their previous matchups, they have gone to set number 5, and they did that a lot in the World Finals too. They just went the complete distance. So while it may look like we're only halfway through the SK sweep, we are only like a quarter of the way through this Totem momentum breaker. We'll see what they have to offer this time. Totem is going to be going for just about the same strategy as before. Here comes the Edgar.
The Primo?
Yeah, the Primo, though, is the big difference maker. But Soy de Bresa,
he's been AFK so far.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. Semantic, though, takes no prisoners. Mari is going to look for a kill onto Skyrix, and there's a jump in as well from Maru. And will he get on the safe? Well, I don't know. I mean, he's going to have to charge up that super once more. This is not a good game for Totem.
What on earth is going on with the Primo? I'm assuming that's the bot, but that's not a good bot, even.
I mean, he has a gold skin. Shouldn't they at least favor him a little bit? Oh, Soy de Bresa looks to be back. That is a nice sign. Oh, is he? I can't really tell. Is he back or what?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing he is, but unfortunately for him, his safe is not back. It's
there's no regenerating that.
Yeah, it's pretty much only gone. I mean, you can try to, hit it with the Campo as much as you can with your Poco, but
I was thinking Energizer Jesse might do the trick.
Maybe, or you throw rough supply drops on it to increase its max HP and its damage. That's
magic.
Right.
Magic puffs and field promotion will do the trick as long as you have a carry up there preventing your enemies from getting to you. Nonetheless, still a good amount of damage rolling in on SK safe. It's not going to be enough to stop Semantic from getting onto the safe. Lots of healing as well from a couple of punches onto Maori. That is going to be this game going to SK. That's going to finish off set number 2 for them, and they're already at 2-0.
Interesting turn of events here. I mean, once again, we'll have to wait for the admin's take on that game, because I'm not entirely sure what was going on. And to be fair, here's the thing, from a personal level, right? I'm not speaking in the name of GameStars, but for me, it's very different when the guy is like lagging before they even move or do anything. Like he never moved out of spawn, for the first 30 seconds. Then compared to when you're already like, 5 gems behind in gem grab, and then suddenly you're lagging. But I mean, obviously, you always have the problem that, because some people sometimes ask, why isn't there automatically a match if there's a lag? Why does it matter? Well, you see the comps, you see the matchup. You know what I mean? You can. It's something that you can cheat on, and it sucks. And for the most part, I mean, when the servers are stable, it's usually just a connectivity issue, which happens to be the player's fault, and that's the player's fault, as I'm saying. But I mean, there have been instances. I mean, we've seen plenty of them throughout the season where the servers were acting up. Goodness. And the game was buggy as well. There were some patches. It seems like things are more stable now, so it's probably just connectivity issues, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, and we've witnessed it like right in the middle of GameStars too, right? One of the consequences of running a tournament that broadcasts literally every single match starting at the round of 32 and also has double elimination bracket in the round of 32 and the round of 16 is you got a lot of matches. It takes a lot of days, and on one of those like 20 days, there is going to be an update, and there's nothing you can do about it. And one day it did shut down our production for a moment. Hopefully it is just a connectivity issue on the player side, and it's not an inconsistency or a peculiarity of Brawl Stars servers. For now, though, we are going to be headed on to nuts and bolts. 4 wins in a row for SK. They're looking to further it. Teddy, this would be when you say they have not dropped a single siege set in however many, months, because
I'm not talking about SK and siege. I'm gonna get
that would be a good way to help them. Totem get the momentum
I like when
back.
They send me jerseys. I'm trying to stay in good terms with them, No, but for real. Which map was it? Sorry, I was
nuts and bolts is what we're headed on to.
Okay. I mean, you know, SK and Siege, they're really good at it, even though they have fallen off a little bit. I still trust SK and Siege, you know? If there's something I can believe in, I want it to be SK and Siege. I really do. They lost it against Tribe, I think, the other day as well, and against Craze Clan, possibly twice. So I'm not exactly sure how good they are at it right now, but from what we've seen from Totem so far, it wasn't the most convincing. Now, that doesn't mean that Totem isn't suddenly going to wake up and start playing out of their minds like they have been for the last couple months. But so far, we're not really seeing that side of Totem. We're seeing a weird side of Totem. And I mean, you know, once again, it is off season, right? More or less already off season for the BSC. So teams are a little bit less focused, scrimming a little bit less, and that does mean that their form is going to take a hit, as well as we're on the 26th. You know, so some of the guys, they were probably celebrating Christmas until this morning or something. We'll have to see how they play this out, but it's looking good so far for SK. They're approaching this very seriously, and it seems to be paying off. Whereas Totem right now are struggling to pull everything together. But I mean, if there's a moment to do a comeback, it's going to be now, because afterwards it's going to be the end of the journey already for Totem, so it has to be here in Siege. And it's not a mode that I found them to be particularly good at. I don't have the stats in my head anymore for Totem, but I thought it was not exactly where they excelled.
Well, they are going to be bringing out Mortis to collect some bolts. It is going to be a tough counter for Semantic already. That's going to be a kill for Maru, and this is a great start actually for Totem. They do have the bolt lead, and they'll be getting this first bot out as well. SK are going to have a tough retake too. Good pull on a Mari, and they're going to get that bolt as well. Now they're all tied up for the second siege. It's not the most amazing scenario, but as far as retakes go, this is pretty promising. A great defense as well by SK. Totem will be getting a bunch of damage, especially Soy de Bresa on the right side.
Let's not talk about Maru's bats.
Oh, yes, of course.
Did you see it or not?
I did not see it.
He missed the guy up close, and he missed the Ike. Like, he hit nothing with it. well, maybe it's the lags. Maybe, I don't know. It was really bad, but who am I to talk? There are edits of me missing gene pools all over the internet, so.
Oh my goodness.
I am no one to talk.
Teddy misses gene pool compilation 12, right? Incoming also is the bot that SK will have to defend. They have a nice lead on the bolts for the next siege if they can collect some bolts. Semantic is really being kept back here. Maru is not going to go for it though, but Mari will get the kill with the use of the super, and now with that vortex at mid, it's going to be tough for Skyrix to get up there, but he doesn't need positioning. What he needs is to pull Mari, and a whiff pull there. Unfortunate. Mari does get stunned away, but Totem need every bolt that they can get, and SK, if they can just get one, then that could be a win condition.
Yeah, Semantic is banking it right now. Maru on the hunt. It is going to get picked up, and that is going to make the whole difference as SK pick up a level 7 bot. And they don't even need that much damage. It is not the strongest siege bot. Only level 7. Can get cleared up rather quickly, especially when you have some well-placed storms from Mari to blocking off. So far, it's not been enough damage, but there is still a chance for a little bit more. A couple more hits. It's going to be close, but it is going to be Totem to pick up the game in the end. Finally showing some signs of life, and they had some good counters in the mix. I think that Mortis was just really strong overall in this matchup, and SK just seemed not really well equipped to deal with him. So they have that going for Totem, and I'm assuming there's going to be some changes in the comms, definitely on SK side and possibly on Reply Totem side as well. And honestly, they need to for SK, because that matchup was just not working out for them, and yet it was rather close, too close in my opinion, considering how good the counter was. at least from my books.
Yeah. I mean, this is It was a really rough matchup for SK, and honestly, I'm a little surprised they allowed it to happen. Maybe they decided that, okay, well, if they bring a Mortis, then I mean, yeah, it'll be a tough game for us, but like we'll still be able to pull it off. And they didn't pull it off in the end, but they very nearly did actually. And from the side of Totem, I think that they are just, playing your, regular nuts and bolts. They are playing with Mortis to pick up the bolts and then some other control brawlers to pick up the rest. I do think that for SK, it proved to be a little unwieldy to bring in two brawlers that get countered very, very hard by Mortis. And typically, like, one brawler that's essential to the mode, being countered by Mortis is enough to warrant a ban of Mortis. But we saw the Buzz ban, and that pretty much means that Mortis is going to be played. And SK decided that they were going to practically ignore it. Maybe what they decided to do was play this, hopefully Mortis wouldn't be played, and then in the next game, play counter to Mortis and like bait Totem into playing a Mortis. But it didn't happen at all. In fact, people in chat also were surprised that Maru was playing Mortis. And there's not going to be Maru Mortis anymore. It is going to be Maru Stu this time. And this is what we are used to seeing.
All right, moving forward. The B pick is definitely interesting, but I do like the combination with the Frank. They've played it a couple of times already. Really playing off the fact that Frank will open up the map, and it's going to make for some nice angles, keeping the fights long range. However, Semantic is low, will go down without finding Sword of Breza. And the push is not really going to find too much value.
Okay, Mari gets to throw down that honey molasses to slow down anyone who dares approach. Of course, not going to be too much of an issue for Jetton. It's just going to make Jetton use one of his attacks, and Mari gets to stay safe from all of these bolts. A great dodge also of the bats from Semantic. He does get hit the second time, and Semantic is on the hunt. Or at least on the hunt of some control to keep Mari back. He will be claiming these bolts, though, and dashing back to base. SK is handily in the lead for this final siege. No bolts on the side of Totem with the exception of one. And there is the defense from Gale as well. We will see. Oh, do we see another gadget? No, it doesn't look like it. SK are going to sacrifice a little bit of health on their safe, not too much to worry about. To push up once more at mid and try and regain control. It is going to be a 2v3 here. And Soy Breza pops that noise cancellation to get rid of Skyrix. Now Totem will very soon be caught up with SK. They just might get this final push and seal the deal for this game.
Semantic pushing forward, finding quite a bit of value. This could still be a bot for SK. Does seem unlikely though. Barely will be picked up by Totem. I mean, it would have been a draw otherwise, but still, Totem have another chance to fight, and I was wrong to trust in SK and Siege, I guess.
Well, see, you anti-jinxed it. You chose not to jinx it, and the decision not to jinx it.
Exactly. That's, man. But to be fair, as a caster, you either jinx it or you anti-jinx it, you know? There's like, unless you have more options than just the two, and then maybe it's the option you didn't mention. Yeah, in this case, I definitely jinxed it again. I jinxed it again, ready? I jinxed
Impossible.
it again.
It's always your fault,
Man,
Teddy.
I'm
It
gonna,
really is.
dude, SK about to DM me and threaten me again. I'm just kidding, for legal reasons, please. It is not true. I am in good terms with SK Gaming. Please verify me on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, me too, please. Please.
More seriously, it was a great set from Totem. They had some great picks all around, and I do genuinely like the Frank and B combo. I used to really hate it, but now Frank is so good in the meta that I think it works. Before that, I didn't like it because I felt like Frank didn't necessarily thrive the most in the open maps. Like, it's kind of contradictory for him to destroy the covers, since in some modes you need it, even though he is very tanky it is still nice to, you know, have cover when you don't have the most range. But now I think it totally works. I mean, my guy has 12k HP. He hits like a truck, and he has such a diverse toolkit as well. And combining that with a B makes for a really good combination. I like it a lot, and I think it worked really well here. And obviously in the first game, you had the Mortis pick, which I think pretty much just settled it. Maybe a bit naive or optimistic from SK to not expect, or at least not consider it, or have a brawler that indicates that they were considering a Mortis build to come true. But now it's time for Brawl Ball, and this might be a different dynamic. Gonna be more about those long-range fights, most likely, I suppose. And this is something where beating SK might be more challenging, but at the same time, a little bit of a momentum shift now for Reply Totem, picking up 2 games in a row, a close one as well. And I mean, both of them were fairly close, to be honest. And I think that's going to be good for Totem's motivation and trying to, you know, get into this 4th set with an optimistic approach, but they have to still remain careful, because slip up and then suddenly it's match point for SK.
Exactly. I mean, Reply Totem are walking on eggshells every single step of the way, as a single game means that Reply Totem is at the match point. A single game means that the next game is what everything rides on, when already Totem has a very difficult task ahead of them. They have to win the next 2 sets in order to make it to the grand finals, and then they get to face AQM, and well, AQM is ready for them in the finals, as this is a rematch. This is a possible revenge story for Reply Totem. If this is, I mean, it's a tough matchup here. It's going to be a tough matchup up next. No matter how this goes, we either get El Clasico or we get the one team that consistently can defeat AQM out of nowhere facing against AQM. For now, though, bringing it back to Backyard Bowl, Mary is going to be going for the B. Bit of a lane switch up over here, going to migrate over to the left lane. A total ideal matchup for Mary, and there's the speed as well. Jetton is going to be taking so much damage. There's a slow onto him as well. And no amount of healing from Skyrix is going to be able to keep Jetton safe from the likes of Mary. On the right side, though, the kill shot from Soy de Bresa will take down Semantic. And now Totem have whittled it down to just Skyrix at SK Spawn.
I like how Totem just wait. They heal up. They've taken control. They know that they're not going to get too much further, and they accept it. They waited for each other. The trade is there, though. Semantic gets shut down. His healing station is going to be a bit problematic, but Mari is there to help out his teammate. Skyrix getting slowed down here is also not ideal. Will end up falling to Soy de Breza's poison. This is a strong position here from Totem, putting up a lot of pressure, and so far chaining the kills, respawn cycling through SK. But it seems like SK with that trade, maybe Totem are giving them a little bit too much respect, falling back already and giving them the opportunity to retake some map control.
Yeah, SK, they have so much health pool to work with here. Not only do they have Frank, but they have 2 healers. And this is going to be really useful for pushing Jetton all the way. Already, Skyrix is working on Jetton's health pool. He is going to go down, but Maru is there to respond and get some good dodges out versus Byron. The speed is going to be instrumental at dodging out these long-range attacks. There's the speed. Maru is going to be taking this ball around. He realizes, though, it's going to be a little bit too tough. He's in a 1v3. He's going to go down at some point, and now it's just Mary defending against these 3. Almost saw that final shot from Mary take down Skyrix. No slow on a Semantic either. Soy de Bresa has to help out on the right side. There is no heal. Oh. What on earth? How did Jen stay alive?
He survived with 300 HP, dude. Wow, that's wild, and that's going to be heartbreaking for Totem. That's so much pressure, so much control. They're running out of time. The pass forward, but no one is there. 3 seconds left, and they're holding on to the ball to buy some more time. That's going to be match point. Coming up now for SK Gaming and their chance to put an end to this match before things get out of hand, before Totem forces things to a 5th set. And that is heartbreaking, man. That was so close, but he survived with 300 HP. And I think that the anti-heal from the Byron's malaise ended literally at that moment. So he started healing up more from the heals from his healers, plural, since he had 2 healers with him, and that clutched out. But it was incredibly close.
It was so close. Like, that goal barely happened. And honestly, I mean, it was a lot of things in a row. It was Reply Totem really trying to get the DPS on a Frank, not being able to get enough on there, especially Soida Bresa trying to get the damage onto Frank, and Frank barely surviving, as he said, with like 300 health, then the wall break, and then the goal to follow it. I think this was amazing from SK, how they were able to support all of each other in support roles, and also by getting good control and pressure around each other in order to move up. From the side of Reply Totem, honestly, I think they played very well towards the beginning of the game, and even towards the last few seconds of the game where they tried to get a goal. Obviously, it wasn't enough time to make a goal, but still it looked quite promising the way that they were able to push in and the way that SK was respecting their offense and backing away as a result. That said, lots of times Reply Totem managed to push in and get SK all the way back up to their goal. The deal is that Totem, when they got kills, they weren't able to capitalize on them because they ended up staggering the enemy. And you have lots and lots of enemies that either have lots of healing capabilities or have a lot of health to begin with, rolling out and defending their own goal in this map where, you haven't brought any wall breakers. You're not able to deal with this constant stream of HP rolling out of the enemy spawn.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I mean, it looked like Totem had the upper hand for the most part of that game, but that one push from SK was enough to score, and those moments are extremely frustrating as a player or even as a fan, right? But it is the way it is, you know. You only need one goal to win, if you don't take a goal yourself, right? But you only need one goal, one opportunity to win a game, and that applies to a lot of game modes as well. In this case, I mean, in Brawl it's even more brutal because it's not like gem grab where you do need 10 gems, so it takes some time, and sure, you can just pull the gem carrier from the enemy team and clutch up. In Brawl it's more brutal than that, I would say, because you can, have control for 90% of the match. If you don't score and your opponent score on the retake or on the counter attack, you're losing the game, even though you did play better for the most part and did have better control and better positioning. It can go quickly like that, and SK definitely demonstrated that in this game. Match point for SK Gaming, their chance to make El Clasico happen for last time in 2021, the most iconic match out of all regions in Brawl Stars. Let's see if we can get one more Classic, or if Totem have something to say about it.
Okay, SK have to win this one. Totem will be playing very defensively to start things off, though. SK in sort of an unprecedented move. They are going to play quite aggressive over here, especially on the left lane. Lots of healing onto Skyrix will keep him alive. Mary does go for the slow. He hits it onto Skyrix. There is the Scrap Sucker, but you're only going to get one shot off of Mary by using the Scrap Sucker. We'll see how things work out on the right side, though. Mary does go down. Now, SK has to get rid of this little bunker that Mary has been working on. The Honey Molasses is going to be a great way to slow things down, to keep Semantic from getting a surprise kill on the guys as well. Semantic does go for the flank, and Mary's ready with the super. Jump onto Semantic. Semantic now does get slowed down, but hiding inside of that lollipop drop will keep him safe for now. Great shot by Jetton, and SK can push around either side now. Maru is going to do his best to push back the back lines. Mary also will be trying to line up a kill. There it is on a Semantic, but Semantic has the super ready to go whenever he respawns.
Yeah, that can be quite trouble for Totem. Skyrix is low HP. There's quite a bit of space here, so the Brent's able to find the kill into Jetton. Semantic trying to remove the ball, but a nice interaction here is going to grant him a kill. Jump in from Maru. Surely that's going to be the goal. And Totem open things up with a nice goal in their favor. SK have 30 seconds to react. Semantic with an opening kill on the right side will certainly do that. The pass forward. Semantic pushing forward as well, getting healed up, but there's no opportunity to score just yet. And Jeddah is going to be incredibly frustrated about that. The anti-heal as well is not going to help out right after he pops his gadget. And this is looking like Totem are not done fighting just yet. Although there's still a little bit of time, but I don't think Semantic can score at this point. This is going to be Reply Totem tying things up in Brawl Ball, pushing things to set point, but there is still a match point in hand for SK. So now the stakes are getting high because Reply Totem, they win this next game. We forget about some of the not so good games they played earlier, and we move on to set 5. They have one set to prove that they should be in the finals instead of SK. However, if SK win this next game, then result remains the same and Reply Totem go home. So the stakes are high. The stakes are high, and you don't want to go to a 5th set if you're SK, right? It's a big risk, and you don't want to give away that card that is the upper hand that you have from being one set ahead. So they need to be really careful because it's just one game, and it can decide a whole lot here.
Pretty much. I mean, SK have worked really, really hard to get to this match point. They're just one game away, and Reply Totem are one game away from taking us to their most consistent set. Set number 5 is a very consistent set for Reply Totem for whatever reason, but it seems like even in the most unlikely matchups, they'll take a win in the final set. Maybe they're just gathering intel. Maybe they're just getting a feel for the enemy team throughout the match, and then that allows them to get really, really strong in the final set. For now, though, the ideal scenario is for SK to take the win here. That will send them on to face AQM. That'll be El Clasico. For Reply Totem, they can win this game and turn it into some momentum. They already have broken the momentum from the side of SK with the last set. And now it's time, right? It is time for them to get 3 wins in a row. This is when Totem has to pop off, and consistently they've had to pop off. The stress has to be mounting as well. I mean, a reverse sweep is not easy to pull off, but it's the only possibility left that can net a victory for Reply Totem.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I mean, it's all they can do right now, right? If they lose, they're done. They started a great comeback. They have a chance now at capitalizing on it, converting it into a second set and moving forward to that 5th and final set. But they gotta seize the opportunity, and right now, I'm not sure if they will. They had a good game here. It was really close once again. It was really close, and they did not look super comfortable, but not a lot of teams beat SK and look comfortable while doing it. That has to be said as well. And on the other hand, SK, they're having their ups and downs again. You know, a couple games, they looked incredible and just like they made Reply to them look like a tier 2 team. Then there were some other games where it was almost the opposite. So it's very chaotic, very hard to make a lot of sense out of this match. Not just this match, but a lot of those matches we've had so far. But let's check this out. Match point for SK, set point for Totem. Everything on the line, a spot straight to the finals here for SK if they win this game.
Okay. Totem is going to be bringing out the Leon, Bell, and Byron this time. SK have the Byron, Pam, and Piper, interestingly enough. Piper is going to be able to get the diff on Mary, not while he has that shield up, though. Mary was very fortunate to have hit his previous shot, which allowed him to stay alive versus Semantic just there. And a shot from Maru onto Semantic is going to allow him to walk this up to the goal. Skyrix won't be able to get anything on him, and Totem already is able to walk this one into the goal. One more goal, and Totem is headed on to set 5. And SK is still playing defense around this ball. No one has touched it yet. Down goes Jetton. Mary is able to get some damage onto Semantic. Down goes the nest egg as well. Totem are just playing defense now. The name of the game is to win control of mid, not to score the ball quite yet. Totem will finish the job whenever they can, but SK is just fighting for at least one kill before they start trying to get aggressive to pocket this ball in the goal.
50 seconds roughly left on the clock. That Viper Super will be opening up the walls a little bit further. There's still a push coming through there from Totem, and it's SK that really needs a push of their own. Skyrix trying to hold on to that position for as long as possible, buy some time for his teammates to rotate over and help out, but doesn't really seem like this is going to be working out too great. Jeden going to be eating a super in his face. Will find the kill onto Maru in the end. Has to wait a little bit, no matter what, before healing up, as Melez star power from the Byron. It's going to give him anti-heal for a little bit. The pass to Skyrix. This could be a chance, actually. But, oh, the kill from Maru. That's big. And you can see from Semantic's reaction that he's not happy about that. But it is what it is. Totem. They push things to a 5th and final set. And this is pretty wild when you think about it. We had the first semifinal between AQM and Na'Vi that goes down to a 5th set. And now the second one does as well. And we'll find out if we'll get El Clasico, the last El Clasico of the year, which I am quite hyped about, to be honest, to just, you know, set it in stone. Or is Totem gonna qualify, which would be another upset and another confirmation of their place in the Brawl Stars scene, which they've had to prove all year long. Pumped off at the World Finals with the top 3, top 4 placement. And now they want to set it in stone as well and show, yeah, we're here to stay for 2022 as well.
And well, it's all going to come down to the 5th and final set. As you put it, look how close Skyrix was to getting that goal right at the end. And here's a stat comparison too. And the damage and the kills are everything for Reply Totem. They simply played so well during this set. SK did have some times where they shone pretty well, but for the most part, Reply Totem had the consistent offense, always had SK at their goal, and when they didn't, they were keeping up an amazing defense. SK had some times where they were practically just filtering out one by one, and Reply Totem was struggling to get kills because of how tanky SK Gaming were. And, well, I mean, as we head on to this final set, that's not really a possibility. It's more of a peculiarity. Well, Teddy, it's Minecart Madness for set number 5, and I don't know if I jinxed it earlier. We do talk about the Caster's Curse, and if anything, Minecart Madness is a curse. It's a cursed map. It's the only map in the game with this dang minecart that seems to show up at the worst of times.
It always does, doesn't it? It always does. I mean, it would be too easy if it was there to help you out. No. It's gonna come to you when you're slowed by a crow in front of the door and just pops out and one-shots you. But yeah, it's gonna be a tough map to close it out. It is, as a matter of fact, Semantic's favorite map. I remember that. I don't remember from where, but somewhere I read it at some point on Twitter. So maybe that can make a difference. I mean, I do think most players dislike the map, so statistically I'd say it's more likely that SK preferred over Reply Totem, and it does work out quite well with their playstyle as well. But there's only one way to find out, honestly. I feel like today has been pretty wild in general. We've had a bit of everything all over the place, so I'm not sure what to make out of this, and I feel like it's pretty much a 50-50 getting into this final set.
I completely agree. I mean, it is a control-based mode, something that both of these teams are amazing at playing. It is the final set, and both of these teams have learned so much about the other's playstyle, at least on this day in this meta, and both teams succeed really well in the final set. Usually SK Gaming will really pop off when they're backed against a wall, and Reply Totem, for whatever reason, always win in set number 5, at least what we have learned from Gamestars, with the exception of earlier today when they faced against a player with a disconnect. But every single set, or every single match they have gone to set number 5, and stretch it all the way out, and yet they still win, and yet they are still in the international playoffs. So I don't know, maybe this is just how Reply Totem wins, but it also seems that for SK, this is how they win. In this case, though, we're still not even sure whether this is the same SK that we were looking at, say, in the middle of the year. Do they have the same fire behind their eyes and the same dedication to win? We're going to find out as we get into game number 1 of Minecart Madness.
All right, so far early on, just a regular gem trade. However, a lot of aggressive control. Maru going in will be able to pick up the kill as well. Gets the follow-up shot to connect onto Semantic. Yeah, he actually whiffed one, but will hit the next. Maru with some great dodges, will be missing his super, but Maru is popping off on the left-hand side, getting kill after kill and asserting dominance. Should get shut down now, and will be indeed. And Semantic finds an important double kill. Knows what is on the line and pops off when it matters most. However, some of the damage is already done as Totem start things off with a much healthier gem count, sitting at 7, maybe even 8 if Maru can pick up the next one. Has to be careful about the traps. Does know their location, is gonna defuse one, gets to 9 gems, and that might be the countdown starting soon as Jadon falls to Maru. This gem, not worth the risk, will be spawning next to Skyrix. But Skyrix falls, in fact, and so the Breza gonna try to bring back the 10th gem, picks it up now, gets slowed, but has a lot of space to work with. And now the job for Totem is to protect Maru at all costs to get that match point. Semantic gets a sweet double kill, but that's about all he's gonna be given as Reply Totem get to match point. And now things look real scary for SK.
Okay, when I say reverse, you say sweep, right? This is what it's all about. Totem have gotten the reverse sweep all the way up until this point, and now... Oh,
my bad.
Oh, thank you, Teddy. we could try that one. We could try that one again later. I was not expecting that.
I don't know. You said reverse, so I said sweep.
Sweep?
You just didn't stop. You said when I say reverse, you say sweep, and then you said reverse sweep.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
Still said reverse, so I went
okay. Totem have worked really hard to earn this reverse.
Oh, sweep.
Thank you.
Wow.
In any case, I mean, we gotta lighten the mood a little bit because we wave goodbye
we gotta
to
work
one
on
of our favorite teams here.
BSC 22, my guy.
Oh my god, yeah, the chemistry could use a little bit of work. This will be the example clip. This will be like the before and after that we play next year to demonstrate. But in any case, Teddy, we gotta lighten the mood because one of these teams is going home. It's either Reply Totem, the AQM defeater, right? Or as we have learned from the international finals, or it's SK to go for the final El Clasico of the year.
Yes, that is very accurate. Man, I feel like no matter what, it's gonna be heartbreaking for one of the teams. And it's not like, you know, some other third-party events where it's like a one-day event or short qualifier. GameStars takes a while. It takes a while. It genuinely does. A little less long for teams like SK and Totem that were invited due to their performance in Season 1. But still, it is a big commitment, and the cash prize jumps most definitely from, you know, each placement you get higher up in the leaderboard, and it is a lot at stake. It is the last event in Brawl Esports for this year, as far as I know, at least. So it is definitely it's definitely a lot to take in, and one of those two teams is gonna end their journey soon enough. Totem have a match point in hand, and SK are fighting for their lives.
Okay, SK bringing out the Crow on the right side. Skyrix at mid on the Bell will be pushing up versus Maru, who is getting pinched pretty hard by Semantic and Skyrix, but here comes Maru to say something about it. Semantic is going to be forced to push forward. No, and there's the minecart, and Semantic will get knocked to his death. by the minecart. Very peculiar, if you ask me, Teddy.
Wow, that should make it into your next peculiarities of Brawl Stars. I think the pros need your help, ready? I think the pros need your help. All right, so far it's pretty chaotic, but it seems to be stabilizing a little bit. Sooner or later, Mari does get slowed down. Will be able to connect a tap onto Jeden. Secure that elimination. That creates a little bit of space, but SK sees the opportunity with the man advantage. Super from Soderbrez that connects. Not gonna be enough to secure the kill into Skyrix, and now SK have a strong foothold in the mid at 8 gems. Close enough from securing a countdown. Mari is gonna fall to the poison, and that's definitely problematic as Totem are far behind gem-wise.
Okay, Totem. Once more, push up to mid. They gotta deny the next 2 gems to SK. There's one. Already going the way of SK. Mari is on such low health, falls to the poison. Semantic is 1 hit though, but there come the heals, and Skyrix is able to get that 10th gem and stop Soderbrez dead in his tracks. Maru and Mari are the only hope for Totem to come back at this point, and there is the super combo from Semantic. 1 kill, and Mari will be trying to get this last shot on Jeden for what it's worth, but it's not gonna get that last shot onto the one with all the gems. SK will be bringing us to a double match point.
All right, even more intense than our counterparts at the upper bracket semifinal. Not technically upper or lower, just physically written on the bracket, right? The first semifinal, basically. I don't know why I have to justify that, but I don't want to get people confused. But yeah, double match point, and that is gonna make things even more interesting, because now there's one more game, then we're done with this match. All right, then we're done, and one team is going home with 3rd/4th place. Still a good achievement, right? But you really want to go to the finals. You really want to go to the finals, and only one team can do it. Either it's gonna be El Clasico with SK, or it's gonna be whatever El Clasico is called in Italy, as Reply Totem, wanna face. They're both Italian orgs, Clash and Reply Totem. So maybe we'll get that matchup. Also an interesting one for sure. I would say that personally, I would really like to see El Clasico, but at the same time, I feel like Totem have been popping off, and they deserve to get as far as they can. But in the end, only one team deserves it. Only one team can make it, and there's only one game left to be played in this match that will decide the fate of both teams.
Only one game left, and for all the marbles, everything is at stake in the next game of Gem Grab, and there are no draws in Gem Grab, right? Well, I mean, maybe you get really specific, but otherwise, I mean, it's not like we're watching Back Hero Bowl like we are earlier. This is the last game. This is the last 3.5 minutes that separate one of these teams from the grand finals to face AQM or going home in defeat. Let's get it. Game number 3 will be kicking off both teams with the same comp, the mirror match for the final one. What on earth?
They're both switching off to the spike as well. You love to see it when teams see the same problem, and it's an interesting decision as well, because I mean, against Byron it's pretty good, but against Bell, for example, it can be a little less efficient, as the Bell shots can bounce from the cactus to spike, or I guess from the cactus to the other cactus. But wow, Jeden is just gonna destroy Soderbrez's life, and Totem are happy they started off with a bit of a gem lead. However, they will need to retake control at some point. It's also pretty nice for them that they did hit that mark onto Skyrix. But one lane has to fall here for SK if Totem want to retake some control.
Okay, life plan up on the back right side. Jeden still taking a lot of damage from Soderbrez, barely survives that last curveball shot too, but still manages to heal up. Meanwhile, on the left side, Mari is playing very, very aggressively versus Semantic. Semantic is very low. Here could come the pinch. There's a last shot from Soy de Bresa. Meanwhile, on the right side, Jetton is going to get locked in versus this minecart, and there's a last life plant from him as well. Murray has to play super, super carefully around mid. This could be a death sentence. Skyrix is going to go for the damage, and there is the damage amplifier as well. And Semantic is going to take major damage too, but not fall. Skyrix could be between a rock and a hard place. There is a great use of the damage amplifier landing on Skyrix, but SK is ahead now by 1 gem, soon to be 2 once this spawns, now 3, and there's a countdown for SK. Totem have to get this kill, otherwise it's a GG.
Murray pushing forward with Maru. Jannen is looking to pick up a couple of those gems as well. Not sure if that makes too much of a difference, but it doesn't matter in the end. There is no space to interrupt that countdown, and this is gonna be GG's. SK Gaming make it all the way to the grand finals, knocking out Reply Totem. It did take a double match point to make it happen. It almost looked like Reply Totem were about to get one of the coolest and most impressive comebacks and reverse sweeps of all time, but it is not meant to be. SK Gaming will be attending the final match, and that means, guys, that we will have a final El Clasico to decide them all. And I'm looking forward to that for sure.
Same here. I mean, what an amazing match to produce this victory for SK. Of course, we started in set number 1, moving all the way through set number 3. That's when we start to see Totem making a comeback, and SK just managed to pull it back in the final 2 games of set number 5, when we typically see Totem at their strongest, but SK are also the comeback kings. Take a look at the stats too. Really marginal differences here, but still one is clearly cut above the rest. That is SK Gaming giving us our final El Clasico of the year. Congrats to SK Gaming on taking the win, and GG to Reply Totem. Well played by these guys throughout the day and throughout the entire series here in GameStars Season 2. For SK though, this means that they have made it past so many obstacles. First, a 0-6 loss versus Tribe in the international group stage. Then some struggles versus Craze Clan in the international finals. And today, now they are looking to be in the same shape they were always in, coming very close to Reply Totem, but let's be fair. Totem is a lot stronger than we thought they were, and we learned that going into the World Finals and even now.
Yeah, it's been a wild journey, man. It's been a wild journey. It's been a wild year for Brawl Esports in general, and I think that closing things out with an El Clasico is poetic in its own way. We'll get to that match in a couple of minutes. We'll have a short break because obviously SK just finished a very long match. So give us some time for the players to prepare, and we'll move on to the grand finals. We'll catch you in a couple minutes.
The year is drawing to a close, as well as the second season of Brawl Stars Gamestars. From December 20th to December 23rd, 16 battle-hardened teams will fight for their chance to participate in the playoff stage. On December 26th, we'll find out who takes the sweetest chunk of the prize pool, amounting to $30,000. Follow us on social media to join our streams of the final stage of Brawl Stars Gamestars Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone, to GameStars Season 2. It is the Grand Finals. One of these two teams will be taking a spectacular prize of $10,000. And Teddy, it's between AQM and SK Gaming, El Clasico, to end off the year.
Man, what a way to end it as well, right? El Clasico was the opening of the first monthly final this year. We had it over and over and over again in monthly finals, in third-party events, whichever it is, we had El Clasico. What a rivalry between both teams. And now there is this opportunity to just, I don't want to say put an end to it, but close out this year, right? And see who is the best at the end of 2021 between AQM and SK Gaming. And our maps and modes for this final match are going to be Safe Zone in Heist, Nuts and Bolts in Siege, Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, if we get to see, which I hope we will, a fourth and fifth set. We'll have Pinball Dreams in Brawl Ball and Shooting Star in Bounty. This is not just the last El Clasico of the year, it's also the last esports match, or like tier 1 esports match, right? Dude, this is well. It's been an absolutely fantastic year for Brawl esports in general, whether it's the BSC or third-party events. It's been thriving, it's been growing, and it's looking so good for 2022. Let's have some closure for this year, guys. And here are our bans coming through already. Rosa, banned out by AQM. No big surprise, they've been banning it quite consistently throughout the event. Rico ban from SK. They don't want him in iChaos's hands, and I understand why.
Yeah, I mean, he was just wiping the floor with Rico earlier, and honestly, it's a very, very understandable ban. Here comes the second set of bans too, and once more, the Sandy ban from SK. From AQM though, the Daryl ban, which is quite interesting. We did say really good Daryl plays from these guys earlier, but they don't want to face SK on the Daryl, and that is also plain to see. You look at the earlier matches, and SK has been bringing on such an amazing performance today. They've really been bringing the heat, and now for this final time that will be facing AQM this year, they have got to bring everything.
Yeah, man, this is absolutely wild. So poetic in a way as well, right? That it has to be both teams that close out the year, despite everything that has gone on since Worlds, and you know, so teams like Totem and their rise compared to SK, and I don't want to say they're full, but there are struggles. It's beautiful to see that the year ends the way it started, but we don't know yet if it's going to end the exact same way, as I believe the first monthly final was won by Clash, if I remember correctly. So I'll double check on that, or maybe someone in chat can give us that information. But here are the players' legends at this point: Gia VGX, iChaos, and Yoshi825. I'll read all the numbers and everything. And then we'll have Semantic, Jaden, and Skyrix, two rosters that are going to be in the Hall of Fame of some of the best rosters in Brawl esports history, no matter what, especially for the EMEA region. Staples of this year. They have had such an important contribution.
Is that?
Yeah, it is a Totem jersey. He's also wearing a Totem jersey.
What? Wait, how'd that happen? There we go. How did that end up happening? Well, I mean, Totem got laid to rest. Maybe this is a memorial service for Totem, which we parted ways with in the last match. I'm also looking at the spike in the background. We got a little hat on it. It might be a beret. Regardless, it is clear that both of the teams are so ready to face each other once more. They brought out all their best gear to have some fun, but most importantly, claim the title of, well, the most Clasico of El Clasico. I'm not even sure what you call the victor of this matchup.
The most Clasico of El Clasicos?
I don't know. I guess if you're really Clasico, that makes you a real OG,
that's very
and that's what it's all about.
That's very clickbait. I like the sound of that. But yeah, dude, well match. I love the little homage as well. I'm pronouncing it in French, but a little homage to Totem as well from the players on the cameras. I think it's really fun. I'm not exactly sure why, but they also probably feel that they deserve to be here too. For their uprise that they've had throughout this year. Well, sorry, sad that they went out here to SK to a double match point as well. But this is our final match, and honestly, this could go any way possible. But I do feel like Clash looked a little more convincing to me throughout this bracket, and not just that, throughout the entire GameStars League. So therefore, if I had to, call a prediction, I would probably side with Clash slightly. I have no clue what's going to happen, and I've jinxed and messed up teams, future so badly in the past. So I'm not going to overdo it, but I don't know. I feel like I feel like they got the advantage. I feel like they got a small advantage just from their current form. But SK Gaming is SK Gaming, and I feel like if there's one team that has never failed to surprise us, it's got to be them. How do you feel, Randy?
Yeah, I mean, AQM has been very consistent throughout the day, and SK has at some points, wavered just a little bit, but they managed to land on their feet right towards the end in that double match point. They also took a very nice win over Tribe Gaming EU at the beginning of the day, which goes to show, and I believe that was their first matchup of the day, so they were most certainly prepared for that one more than absolutely anything else. And it goes to show that the preparation is absolutely key in taking it down such a tough matchup off of game number 1. And SK have faced AQM over and over again. And even though it's been a few months since they faced her in this tier of event, they still know each other pretty well. So we can expect a deeply mechanical and very mental level of game today, even though it's not the first one of the day.
Yeah, I could not agree more, dude. Just for some context, guys, and how those teams got here in the playoffs bracket, Clash took down Navi just before, was a 3-2 scoreline, and SK in their own semifinal took down Totem, was a 3-2 double match point scoreline. They reverse swept the 5th set, by the way, just so you know what those guys are capable of. It's wild. It's absolutely wild, and I'm so excited. I really am so excited. SK also took down Tribe earlier as well, 3-1 scoreline. A nice revenge story over there. I don't remember Clash's first match of the day. Do you? Oh, it was Blood Diamond. It was Blood Diamond, the whole Spanish match. I remember now. That was a pretty straightforward match, more straightforward than we're accustomed to from Blood Diamond. But story remains the same. We have the iconic El Clasico matchup, and I'm so excited to get into it. If you guys are just tuning in, because I see the viewership rising as we get closer to the match starting. The bans, as a reminder, are for AC Milan Clash, Rosa and Daryl, and then for SK Gaming, Rico and Sandy. So some interesting bans. Once again, I feel like Rosa and Daryl are very straightforward. They're very much just like automatic bans, if I can call them so. And then Rico is very targeted towards obviously iChaos and how good he is with Rico, and they just know they can't Rico diff him basically. And then Sandy is a bit of an other ban, I would say, but it is a ban that SK have pulled out a couple of times today already. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I'm almost emotional. It's been a long year, but it's been a great year for esports, and for a lot of different people. It's been a tough year due to obviously COVID and all that. And I think that esports has been partially thriving because of it, but also, you know, a way for everyone to find a distraction from everything going on. And I think a lot of people have become very passionate about it as well. And there's so many names I've seen hundreds of times in the last year and a half in chat, and it's great to see how far we've come. But guys, we're here for one and only reason, and that is El Clasico. AQM versus SK Gaming is starting right now, and we start on safe zone with so far a very passive approach. They don't want to give anything up. It seems like Achilles has gotten quite a bit of control, especially considering that he is not even in his mech just yet. Might be what opens things up.
It's a kind of dynamic with this brawler that makes her so effective. She can rotate from being long range to being short range and dealing loads of damage once she has that super charged up. So once Chaos gets that super, it is going to be a successful push on the right side, and AQM can start to work their way forward. The hazard is that Skyrix, once he has his own super charged up, will be able to get rid of that mech very, very quickly when Chaos tries to go through that choke point. On the left side, though, Yoshi takes a huge amount of damage. Semantic almost gets the kill with the homemade recipe, but gets taken down in response by Guille's homemade recipe. And just as we mentioned, on the right side, Chaos does meet his fate at the hands of Skyrix with so much damage from the Ego. Even though it does reduce damage while closer to Lola, no one's going to place that Eco so far away from them and try and fight two lanes at once. It's always going to be about that additional damage right on top of yourself, or tanking the damage on top of yourself as well. On the left side, Yoshi's broken open a lot of walls, a bunch of damage onto Jetten already. It's going to be all about getting the kill on a Jetten without feeding any damage to Jetten himself, as those supply drops are going to be absolutely key in the win for SK. Still, barely any damage on AQM safe, but any moment now, AQM will start to make their push towards SK safe to claim some damage of their own.
Yeah, they still got to find an opening for that. Attack from Guy onto Semantic definitely helps, but there's still a long way to go before that's an opening kill. Only 20 seconds left and a total of 9% damage dealt so far. Both teams don't want to give anything away, but at some point, you gotta commit, otherwise Faith is gonna come for you, and Faith seems to be SK Gaming this time around as they're pushing forward and beaming down the safe from AQM. SK pick up game number 1. Tough first game, not that much action, but you can just feel the intensity between both teams and how badly they want to win this, that they're not willing to even slightly peek, because they know that's a huge risk. You know, you have the advantage of defense in the game, which means that pretty much no matter which brawler you're playing, if someone is peeking you and moving forward towards you, you can just shoot and run backwards and hit them and they can't hit you. And that is why those starts can be so passive, unless there is a big opening, which in this case there really wasn't. Game starts slow, but you can truly just feel the pressure and the intensity. I think that's really the word, the intensity between both teams and how badly they want this, man. It's wild, and it's I would say a pretty boring game, but with what is at stake, it still makes it beautiful in its own way.
It's kind of like watching Knockout, right? You don't want to get taken down. No, seriously, it is. You look at the right lane. Look at how sweaty the matchup was between Meg and Lola. Yes, Meg obviously outranges Lola, but you saw like Meg without her mech was favored because it has more range and it's not super vulnerable to Lola. No one wants to get tapped by the damage, and everyone is just trying to save their own skin. It's hardly about let's all push up at once, right? It's let's get a marginal amount of damage on our lanes and then we start to push up. We got to make this coordinated call rather than just relying on the natural synergy that we have, because this is the level of game that you're at. This is the level of meta game that these players are playing. there's so much at stake, and you can tell the players value this match so much. Whether it's the way that they approach the match by throwing on their totem jerseys, saying, you know what, this is going to be a fun one, this is going to be a spectacle, like they know the gravity of the match, but they're taking it very seriously for themselves too, because they know that this is probably the last time these two rosters will face each other. As new contracts get drawn up next year, the teams are likely going to be split apart. The players will likely be split apart. There's a good chance that this is it. It's once and for all. And pretty soon we'll be heading into game number 2 to see how this set goes. A good first win for SK to get that momentum going.
Yeah, definitely. So it was close, right? And you could see that you just need a little bit of an opening for things to go very quickly, right? Towards the end. And that's the thing as well. If you're wondering why they're playing so safe, at this level of play, especially in modes like this, where there's not a lot of cover, not a lot of ways to get up close, and you have some very similar matchups here as well, range-wise, that you can't really take too much advantage from your natural brawler picks and advantages. So if there's the slightest tag, there's gonna be a homemade recipe straight to your face. You're dead. That's a 3 versus 2, creates a lot of space, and your team can push forward, or the other way around, right? And that can decide a game. But look at that. It seems like both teams have decided that the slow approach is not what they're looking for. They wanted to find some brawlers that could create these openings that they were struggling to find in game 1. And on the side of AQM, it seems to be the Barley. Whereas for SK, they're going for the traditional Colette and Byron, which is we haven't seen in a long time, as well as a Pam in defense on the left side. It's going to be the easiest matchups for them, but they are winning so far. Not damage-wise, although they do get a nice tag now. And they have middle control now in favor of SK. And with the Byron and the Pam, it's going to be tough to get them out of position just because they can constantly heal. Well, that...
Ooh, and there's the kill. Onto Jet, right?
You're
the
not
caster's curse. Once again, the caster's curse gets us, and hopefully the last time for 2021 that happens too. Yeah, I like the Byron Colette here. I think that SK was kind of crossing their fingers, hoping that AQM was going to bring a tank comp here. Obviously, we don't see that, and with Piper that they are facing against Yoshi, of all Pipers, it is going to be a struggle keeping mid control. They have done a great job of reducing that save to 69% so far, but now they continue to fall back as Yoshi exercises his range over these guys and narrowly escapes with 300 HP. Good homemade recipe and a nice snipe to finish him off from Yoshi. But still, no damage from AQM. 50 seconds remain, and here comes the healing herbal tonic from Guille to keep these guys alive at mid for just a little bit longer. Skyrix is also facing a tough matchup versus Guille on the right lane. He's going to get some damage on Yoshi, but there's the kill on a Jet, and the Semantic is super low too. Here is the first bit of damage from AQM on a SK safe, and it's almost enough to get the lead for AQM.
Only 5% setting both teams apart at this point, but 5% could be a set going to SK, and AQM, they're not willing to let that happen. Yoshi's taking a lot of damage. Skyrix was a great super, gonna provide a lot of extra damage onto that blue safe. Only 5 seconds left. The final chance for a beam here from AQM. Is it gonna be enough damage coming through? It's just barely gonna do it. And AQM, they tie things up in this first set. What a close game, what a clutch. They're still in here for Heist.
Unbelievable stuff. We're already tied up 1-1, and it looked so decisively in SK's hands throughout that entire game. But there was this lurking feeling, kind of lurking over me, really, that the Colette's not going to cut it. The Byron Colette's not going to cut it when you're playing defense versus these long-range brawlers. And in the end, it wasn't Piper that got the final bits of damage. It was Guille on the Barley. Yeah. But still, it's the amount of control that even Barley can exercise over Colette. You're essentially down a member. That super from Colette is not going to be able to do much versus these brawlers that she's faced against because she's either outranged or she's being attacked by someone over a wall. That's an impossible matchup for her. I do think that SK will do away with this in the next game because they did a great job of making it work versus not necessarily the strategy that they were expecting. But in the end, it fell on its face 2% short of a victory and therefore a set victory for SK Gaming.
Yeah, no, absolutely right on point, man. Well, Steph, I love because for context, there's a little bit of delay between us talking and you guys actually getting to hear and see everything that's going on. I saw everyone in chat saying like, GG's SK, GG's SK. But we knew that AQM tied it up. But yeah, man, wild first set so far. And it's already going to game 3, and I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's wild, and just to add to the story and everything that's on the line, right? I saw just before the match started, Yoshi tweeting a picture of Guille and saying like it's last match playing together with this guy in the heart, and like wholesome stuff, you know. In the end, no matter the Twitter beef, everyone is friends, and it's a great community. I think at Worlds, that's, you know, where we could see how united everyone is, because we're all just I don't say kids. I'm 22. I wouldn't call myself a kid. We are all still, you know, young people, and we want to have fun, you know, and we're all passionate about the same thing, and that's so great, dude. That's so great. All right, focusing on this match, I love how SK brought back the early, you know, March, April meta of Byron and Colette on this map, which is just something that we haven't seen in a while, and once in a while we'd still see it, but not with great success. It didn't work out great this time around either, but I like the way it looked. I like the way it looked. Totem announced 2022 roster. There's no way.
Wait,
am
what?
I in it? Am I getting Twitter verified this year?
Yeah, this is true. Well, I mean, someone said earlier that it's really amazing how the two Totem Academy teams actually made it to the finals, you know, wearing their Totem jerseys, repping the org and everything. Quite remarkable. Obviously talking about AQM and SK Gaming wearing their Totem jerseys. Maybe next year, right? Fingers crossed. Whatever the case it may be, we're still here in 2021, and we still got to find out who will it be to take the cake. Will it be AQM or SK in Heist? Still, set number 1, Guille will be picking up mid this time, and Yoshi will be the one on Colt on lane. iChaos in the Lola matchup on the right side, and once more, SK is going to go for the Byron Colette. This time, though, they bring a Barley. They want that safe damage. It worked really well for AQM. Let's hope for the sake of SK that it is a mission successful.
Yeah, I like how you call it safe damage as well, both because it's on the save, but it's also just safe. There's no tanking it, right? If you get in range, it is gonna connect, and you are gonna be dealing damage. It's even better if someone is in front of it, because then you can hit both of them and get to work towards your super or get a kill. Yeah, it's a shotgun snipe up close. We'll be able to pick up that elimination. Yoshi finds Jeden. So far, SK have a dominant start, and Yoshi's gonna miss a full-on spray there. Semantic takes him down. This is his chance to peek and try to get some damage on safe. Guille is focused on mid. Doesn't quite see that he had the angle onto Semantic open, but does see it now. Connects the snipe. Jeden is next to fall, and AQM have some sort of mid control, but at the cost of 48% of their safe.
And that is a lot of damage. SK are going to try and do what they can to keep the control here, though they've already had this happen to them once before, where in the final seconds, the enemy starts to push through. And there is the defeat onto Colette. She will be coming back to face off versus Yoshi, but for the time being, it's a 3v2. Now, SK can adjust over to the right lane. Yoshi will be taken down, though. Great kill there by Skyrix, but still, this is a 2v2 at mid. Guille picks up the kill on a Semantic, and it's a 3v2 now with Colette. A very weak situation for SK, but with Semantic now joining the ranks once again, it is possible for AQM to start doling out some damage. There's a little bit. iChaos can get some. 1, 2. Do we see the third kill? There's not enough time, and it was almost the play of the day, but that is going to be it. AQM so close there at the end to making a clutch play will be going down, and SK will be advancing on with 1 win so far. Set number 2 is on the way. First, we're going to get some highlights from set number 1. Teddy, it was so close throughout this game, and honestly, I'm blown away that SK Gaming chose to stay with the Byron Colette and made it work too.
Yeah, pretty wild stuff. I think that most people would have completely changed the comp, but they're like, that's not the problem. The problem was the turn brawling, which I don't remember which it was earlier, or the Pam.
Colonel Ruffs. No, game number 1.
Yeah, Ruffs was game number 1. Game number 2 was a Pam, right? Yeah, it was a Pam.
Ah, there we go.
With Colette and Byron. And they were there like, nope, the problem is the Pam. Removed it for Barley, and they had a much, much better result. I was going to say something, and I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, I do remember it now. Thing is, from the top of my head, I did not prepare, stat sheets and all that stuff like I did for Worlds. But from my memory, Heist was from far Clash's worst mode. Like, from far. Like, they were actually, like, almost bad at it. Which, Clash and SK are not bad at anything, so
yeah.
It goes a long way. I do have to add that this was one of their best maps from memory again, right? But this was one of their best maps in Heist for Clash, but it was still, like, mediocre, right?
Yeah.
So, who knows what this means coming into the rest of this match. We will have Siege coming up next. Iconic game mode for SK, but lately not quite as much, to be honest. More of a meme than iconic anymore. But who knows what great stuff they can pull off. Dude, this is wild. SK starting off with a good lead. Things are set up relatively nicely for them to maybe even pick up this siege set if they can carry on the momentum further up. You can see the hype and the passion behind the players from SK, the frustration right now behind the players of Clash. It was a close set, but sadly only one team can take it, and for now SK start off with an early lead.
Do you think it's the totem jersey that's causing it? Like, I don't mean to, but here's the deal. SK took the win, and Semantic is suddenly not wearing the totem jersey anymore.
Well, you think
I don't know about you. I
them?
don't know if you ever played Temple Run, but like the little like idol that you steal at the beginning. That's what Totem's logo kind of reminds me of. I think, is it cursed? I don't know. No shade.
Interesting.
But we'll find out, I guess. If AQM manages to bring it back here, then maybe that's not the case at all. Already a rough start for AQM. There's a vortex from Yoshi on the right side. On the left side, Guille will have to start working on the counter push. This could be tough actually for Guille, as he is gonna have to play into Semantic on the buzz. If he's careful, he can dash away from Semantic after the grapple. He just has to make sure that he can keep his distance as well as he can. There's a stun already. Guille goes down, and the bolt is deposited, but SK still has the lead.
Oh, beautiful stun there from Semantic to close out the team wipe. Second bot goes to SK as well, and they're looking dominant so far. Only 2 bolts leaking to AQM side. That's not a lot. That means that SK, they get to keep control. They get to have a level 7 bot, and they get to have the bolt lead getting into the third and final preparation phase as well. Yoshi does still have a gadget to try to rotate over the bot, but I think that was his last one as well. So now they are forced to take some damage, going for an early retake, sacrificing some damage on their Ike for some early mid presence, and so far it seems like it's the right decision. They have a lot of control, and SK Gaming are going to try to deny that bot from pushing forward. It's certain that AQM will get it. The question is, how much damage can they deal? How good is the defense from SK gonna be?
Okay, Jetton does have this super ready to go. Level 8 Siege bot coming in. And, well, we gotta see the Frank out here ready with the stun. Bot coming around the left side. There's a Honey Molasses to slow it down to tee up this defense. Guille will be getting the chain bats though, and he'll stay alive for a moment longer. Yoshi keeps on trying to get the damage. If he's able to get the super, then he could blow away some enemies to open the doors for Guille. There's the chain bats once again, 61 to 66. And it's so close to a comeback for AQM. Really, AQM nearly did the impossible. With those two brawlers, you are not going to be getting safe damage. With Mortis, with Gale, yeah, near impossibility, but they almost made it happen. And SK, while winning, should still be very, very wary and watchful of their backs.
Man, that's a tough loss for AQM. I think that where things went wrong is somehow IKEOS on the Barley got isolated and picked up. I didn't quite see it because there was a huge team fight on the left side of the map, but he ended up going down, and that relieved a lot of pressure for SK. They had a lot more space to work with. So the damage just couldn't come true, right? Barley was the damage dealer. His job was to be destroying the Ike. But he wasn't there. He went down. He got picked up by I just saw the replay from the delayed Twitch stream, but he got hit by a 3 KB shot and got one shot as he was getting close to the eye.
Well,
wild stuff.
That really
wild
stinks.
Stuff. Man, he
I mean,
couldn't get a single shot down. Not a single shot down. As soon as he got in range of the bee just destroyed him.
He went,
Wow.
Okay, I'm Barley. I do damage to the safe. This is what I do. It's time to do my job, and I'm dead. Okay, well, that's
early
cool.
retirement.
Early retirement. Yeah, well, I mean, I wonder if this will be cause for them retiring the Barley. Something tells me no. Usually you wouldn't get killed as Barley by B. Usually you'd have some walls to work with here, but I think due to the Frank, right, a lot of those walls were broken open, and that left Barley a lot more vulnerable. And once more, I mean, Teddy, just like you, I wasn't really a fan of the Frank B at first. I was very, very critical of when I first started seeing it like a few weeks ago. And no, I mean, you mentioned it before and it seemed counterintuitive. It makes complete sense now, right? You as Frank have enough health to be out in the open. It's more important that you keep things open for B. You're not going to land a whole lot of shots as Frank, right? So it's not about whether you can close the distance on your enemy. It's about whether your B can line up those supers repeatedly and get the shots that she needs. And for that reason, it does pretty well against Barley. I don't know if AC Milan Clash will get rid of the Barley. Typically, it's Guille that's playing the Barley. This time he was on Mortis. Let's see if things switch up.
All right, we have the same comp from AQM. SK gonna make a change. I believe the stew is new as far as I know. And so far, the first couple bolts kind of chaotic, but Semantic does win the fight against Guy. That's quite big because I think that secures the siege bot for SK. Yeah, indeed, they'll take the first bot, and IKEOS can only but watch as the bolt in front of him is gonna get snatched by Jeden. And it's already defense time for AQM early on. Not the start they were hoping for. Guy has to go for some damage on players, trying to dissuade them from going too aggressively towards the Ike following the bot, but can't really do all that much. And now the retake from AQM, they already lose IKEOS immediately. This is a disaster for Clash.
Okay, Skyrix will be playing for control around the right side. The next siege is coming very soon, and SK has the decisive advantage. Guille keeps on farming the super off of Jetten, though. He does have to go for an early escape, but in the process, feeds no damage, actually, to Frank. On the right side, Yoshi has the pushback ready to go, and there's level 5 from SK. It's going to be all about that final siege for AQM, but first, they had to get the appropriate defense, and Yoshi is in no position, actually, to be defending this bot. He will have to go for the pushback on the bot to get it into position. Here it goes. No, actually, he does go for the Vortex right next to the Ike, and that is going to be enough to get a very good defense, too. Well played here by AQM. They still have to get the last bot, though. It's not guaranteed. They only have 6 bolts to work with, and they need to get, like, at least 2 more in order to get this final siege and thus the win.
And wild stuff here. This is starting to look much better here for Clash. They didn't take that much damage with those 2 siege bots either. Their defense was clean, although they had to improvise. Although Yoshi wasn't in position to put his gadget where he usually would, a level 9 bot. Coming true now for AQM. They need 25% damage for the tie, 26 for the win. Semantic was an important kill onto Yoshi. That is gonna weaken that offense from Clash. Another kill from Semantic. Semantic is not stopping, and barely any damage has come true on the Ike, but is it enough? Oh! just barely.
Oh.
But this time around in favor of Clash.
And it was so close to being 76% as well. What on earth?
I thought I was gonna cry, not because I care who wins. I want this to go to set 5. I want this match to last for as long as it can. I didn't want it to be twice, like, you know, a couple of percentages. Oh no, that would have been a disaster.
Oh
Wow,
my goodness.
That was so terribly close.
And we saw it happen in Heist too, right? Like 2% differential there at the end for AQM in Heist. Now once more happening in Siege. And now, again, we are at the set point for both teams, right? It could go either way. Now, Teddy, you being in the spirit of competitive, right, are really hoping that AQM take this one so that we can get at least a set number 4. I know for sure, and I'm hoping just about the same. Look, however it gets to set number 5 is however it gets to set number 5. As long as we get there, right? It doesn't have to be as a result of a win here for AQM, but as long as we get there, because I think you know, Teddy, you and really everyone in chat and I all agree that this is the last El Clasico. We have to savor it. Some people getting a little bit emotional, right? And I still think I'm a little bit in denial, like it hasn't hit me yet, that this is the last one, right? And what a way to send it off. I mean, already, this is such a fiery matchup. All of GameStars has culminated in this.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Every single El Clasico, except there's barely any exceptions. That's the one thing. They've been amazing matches, truly, every single time. And that's what happens when you match two of the most talented and hard-working teams of all time in the game. And sure, you know, worlds were worlds, and both teams didn't reach what they, you know, didn't quite meet their ambitions. But you can't deny that throughout the year, it's been a historical matchup that has built up a legacy and truly just, yeah, set those players in the Hall of Fame. And it's crazy, man. It's crazy, and I definitely get emotional talking about it. I've also had the chance to guess a lot more El Clasicos than you have already. So
That's fair.
There's definitely more of a wow. It's the last one with those two rosters being the way they are, because there's gonna be big changes. We know it. We've heard about it. Yoshi leaving Clash, and Semantic. Most likely not going to be playing with Jeden and Skyrix next year. This is their final chance to be at the top again, together as a team, as a squad, as a family, whatever you want to call it. And here we move on to game 3 of Siege. So far, first bot seems to be a draw, I believe. Yeah, is going to be a tie. And this is gonna make things very volatile. That's what I always say after a draw. It's gonna make things a lot more complicated, because whoever gets this next bot might be in trouble for the one after.
Okay, Guille claims 1 bolt, perhaps another. Skyrix is trying to get some damage on him, but Guille's just too slippery. And here he goes once again. Ooh, and a little bit of aggression towards Skyrix as well, but he has to get away from Semantic. That is a hard counter. And he's going to go for it anyway, actually. Does get most of the way out of the way of Semantic Super, but doesn't do it in the end. There's a kill by Yoshi, but the bolt had already been banked. And SK has 6 bolts on their Ike, now soon to be 8, actually, as Semantic, or rather Skyrix, will be depositing this last one. Semantic still going for the aggression versus Guille. He thinks he can get a 4th level off of this. We'll see if it happens. He does have to play quite in the middle. Guille wants a pinch. He might be able to get it. There is a preemptive super from Semantic, and that is going to set him up for no what? And he jukes out Guille with the gadget, but in the process, loads of damage flies onto that Ike. AQM are fully committing. They know this is their last one, and the last bit of damage flies in. 49% taken off of that safe, and 51% is the final amount of damage left on SK safe before they get an offense versus AQM.
Man, this is wild. They're actually committing fully to that push now. They know they're gonna have to defend, and it's gonna be a thick siege bomb coming through from SK as well. Level 15 for SK Gaming, heading south towards that AQM Ike. They do still have plenty of utility from Yoshi to rotate the bot around. But He's going quite fast. Will be pushed around once more. He's getting beamed down so far, not really able to commit whatsoever. Is there still another gadget from Ikeos? No need, actually. They're all getting shut down, and Clash have done it. They secured a siege set and push things to at least the 4th set.
If I were SK, I would be just crushed right now, especially to know that that set could have been theirs if it hadn't been for that 2 damage and provide the chance to win it back. Clash came back ever stronger. No matter what SK have tried, Clash have been fighting tooth and nail every step of the way, and now it has led them to a set victory, and set number 3 will be on the way very shortly with both of these teams tied up in the match. Of course, first, some highlights of the last set. We saw SK start things off with really strong buzz play and a pretty close offense here towards the end for AQM, and then just about the same thing happened back to SK. What a killer offense here at the end netted a win for AQM. And in the final game, a very strong offense by AQM and very good attempts at an offense from SK did not net them the same amount of damage. And here are the stats too. You can see SK got way more kills, and in terms of damage, a lot more for Ace Team 1 Clash. Probably could be attributed to the tanks run by SK in game number 1, but still, strong gameplay from both sides. But it's clear that this one was kind of a rug pull out from under SK.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a steal, but at the same time, you need those clutches, right? And we expect them in an El Clasico match after all. So I'm fine with it, man. I want to go to set 5. I told you, my goal is double match point. That's what I'm aiming for. But obviously, I have nothing to do with how it's going. So it's more than more a bet than anything else. Ring of Fire is where we are going next. A surprising mode that Clash has somehow mastered. It was their weakest mode when they started off the year. They struggled on it very badly, but monthly final after monthly final, they started getting better and better at it, so that now it's actually their best mode was Brawl mode, surprisingly enough. So let's see if that is gonna translate into gameplay here against SK. 1-1 in sets, and the grand finals continue. Now, SK starting off with a little bit of a lead, a little bit more presence in the mid, but a couple of tags here are gonna turn that around. However, Skyrix is there to claim first blood onto Guillet.
And he's running boosted booster too, which is a bit of a peculiar one. It is going to get some additional healing for Jetton should he rotate over to the right lane, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. I guess he'll rotate over when he absolutely needs to. In the meantime, though, Skyrix and Semantic are doing a great job of keeping iChaos at the edge of the point. Here comes Yoshi, though, to start dealing with this turret, and he gets swiped by Semantic as well. Semantic picks up a couple kills with the help of Jetton as well, and SK have locked down control of this point. That boosted booster is looking quite strong now too. Gotta observe those right bushes, and 8-Bit is looking high and dry. Only 420 health left on that turret, but Skyrix has another, so it's no issue. As soon as he needs to use it, he'll slap it down once again right next to those logs.
Man, the damage booster is finding so much value overall, but SK have given up on that control avenue. Damage booster available, that's gonna help take down iChaos, although he's still alive for now. He's gonna mech up, but he gets melted down before he can do anything with it. Woo! Semantic trying to take down Yoshi. Yoshi gets the super to land, but he's so low HP himself, and this fight is a mess, but the mess is going SK's way so far.
Not looking good for AQM. They still can have this, though. Yoshi does have to heal himself up. There's a super from Jetton and an insta-kill onto Yoshi. iChaos now popped out of the mech, is going to have to find some long-range damage, but this turret is protecting them so well. SK are going to take the win here in Hot Zone, just as you said, Teddy. Such a strong mode for them, and I'll tell you why it sticks out to me so much that they are strong at this mode, because 8-Bit is a pretty innovative pick. 8-Bit has been kind of off meta for a while, especially 8-Bit with boosted booster, and they made it work so well. Every time AQM had something to deal with that 8-Bit turret, it came right back up. We saw even points where Byron Super was used to deal with the turret and get a bunch of damage off of it, but it didn't take it down. And when it eventually was, there was another one to match it. And so much value came of the boosted booster as well. It just shows the deep knowledge of this map and mode by SK Gaming.
I've seen this strategy played twice recently. Once on Ring of Fire, same position, same exact thing. I don't remember which team. It might have been SK, but I don't remember which team. And I've seen it played on Hard Rock Mine once as well. And the one on Hard Rock Mine shocked me even furthermore, because you traditionally always play 8-bit as a mid, right? And you go pick up gems, and then you have the extra movement speed, so you're still running around at decent speed. And once you have a nice gem count and you're in danger, you can just TP back to safety. And they were playing it completely different, where 8-bit was literally just a support holding down his lane and leaving the damage booster, once again, same position here as well, to help out his mid, and he was just holding his lane. So it works really well in this map. It's not the newest thing, but it is starting to catch some more interest, because it's highly effective. And the damage booster, not only is it larger with that star power, it's also extra damage, I believe, an extra 10 or 15% damage. I don't know it by heart, but that's a significant amount. That's like almost like having the damage gear adding up extra, right? But at all times, as long as you're in the zone. So you can find a lot of value with it. And I think it's a great strategy. And I think that the confidence to bring it in was, the importance of this match is thrilling, truly thrilling here from SK, and a great move that SK had no response to whatsoever. The question is, will they have a response for the next game? And is SK even gonna keep it in, or do they see it more as a one-time experience or a surprise factor to try to catch their opponents off guard? That is all to be taken into account, because honestly, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the logical response is pick Rico, right? And then you own the lane. The problem with that is, okay, well, I'm 8-bit. Okay, I'm pretty much meant to be a mid brawler, so
Rico
I just rotate over to mid, and then you play Rico mid. It's ridiculous. Rico. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but that's the big brains.
The big brain.
Exactly. That's the big brains. So far, early on, a couple of tags here and there. It's going to be quite important which Meg gets mech'd up first. So far, Guy is literally just chilling, not peeking, not taking any risks. Ikeos is taking quite a bit of damage, losing the battle so far. Will be thrown out of his mech for now. Semantic taking a big hit as well. And for now, it's very even damage-wise. And there you have first blood. Jeden finds Yashi, creating a nice opening for SK. And you see immediately that one kill gives them the entire mid control. However, with a low HP mech, Chaos seizes the opportunity to retake some of that control back.
Yeah, and taking a look at Guille over on the right side, he is hanging out in that corner pretty consistently, which is an interesting move considering that for a majority of the fight, he's not super effective in that position, as SK can choose to stay out of there, but he does provide a good amount of pressure, and he's going to be great at taking out that turret when he gets in range. And there is the kill onto the turret, which is going to make Skyrix a lot less effective. Here's the deal, though. You don't need plugged in when you got a bush to work with, and Guille is at risk of going down. Skyrix is getting juked out pretty hard, though. There's the kill, though, and he falls to the poison from Barley's attack. AQM is marginally trailing here. We are going to see Semantic go down, but he does get the mech right before he falls, and he'll be able to get in that thing from the get-go. Now with the boosted booster up, or perhaps not, as it does go down immediately after I said that. But SK do have Semantic up on the front lines. Loads of healing from Jet whenever he wishes to. And Yoshi has the super ready to go as well. It is a very even fight here, especially on the percentage front. Let's see how it turns out. Ikeos is in the mech now, and Semantic is going to get taken down, but Ikeos will meet a similar fate. No way! Semantic will get back in that mech, and this looks like a victory for SK.
Wow, man, what a tight fight here, but SK just barely take this one home. The response from Clash was good, but just not quite good enough. And that's the second set picked up by SK. Pressure rises up as now Clash are starting to feel the danger once more. And we move on to set 4.
Yeah, this is really interesting what happened in set number 3. We're going to get some recaps of this last set as well to go ahead and review over them. For me, though, the thing that I was paying attention to most was in game number 2, the way Guille was playing. He did a great job of taking out the turret when it came up on the left side. It was obviously placed over there to be far away from him and never got placed on the right side where it was really, really effective. The problem was that until that turret was up, Guille did not have much to do. And that does have an effect on you mentally, right? You want to be, you are a star Brawl Stars player on one of the best rosters in the world. You want to feel like you're doing something, right? And in that last game, Guille was hanging out in the corner where he couldn't really do much. And I don't know, I don't know exactly how to break it down, but I do feel like that had a large effect on the outcome of that match. It did come very close, and really any kind of microplay could have changed the outcome. But from the looks of the kills and the damage, man, this is a total steal by SK Gaming.
Yeah, and here's the thing as well, you know, whether, you know, there's the mental aspect of being on the side and not really providing too much value to your team in that position. There's also just this, you know, the scientific side of things, which is straight up you're dealing less damage because you can't hit your opponents, whereas the 8-bit was beaming down anyone that went mid, right? So it's a 3 versus 2 on that side of the map, and the goal was a good idea, I think, but I feel like maybe something like a Sprout would have worked a little better, was a little bit more range with the shots, and the Wolves could have, you know, gotten some position lockdown. I don't know, I'm just calling stuff, right? But I felt like Barley just lacked the range a little bit to participate to the fight. So I completely agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying additionally to the mental aspect, there's straight up the fact that you're not providing value, whereas the 8-bit on the other side was. We're moving on to, I believe, Pinball Dreams. I was finishing my explanation, so I half missed it. But we are, right?
Yes, yeah. Pinball Dreams is up next for set number 4, and if we make it to set number 5, we got to see a victory by AC Milan Clash here to take us there to the double match point, right? If it is Destiny, then Destiny is going to take the reins here in Pinball Dreams for set number 4. Keeping in mind the bans too, Rico is banned out, usually would be a pretty strong pick here as well. As far as other brawlers that can be played, typically we do see a sort of matchup on the lanes, Surge and Barley as well. Surge is a good counter to Barley, and there's not a whole lot more to say beyond that. I mean, the Surge-Barley matchup, it does tend to be a little bit stale-matey as well, but as far as mid, usually like a B to deal with the tanks as well. We're gonna have to see how it turns out. Game number 1 is on the way, and set number 4 is kicking off. Already the B, the Frank, and the Buzz from SK. From AQM, though, we do see that Surge and Stu, actually, who's going to be competing for that first super, already getting shut down by Semantic. And iChaos is going to have to defend Semantic over here on the right side. He's all slowed down. Do we see the goal already? Yes! And SK will be taking the first goal.
Man, SK not messing around. Semantic sees an opportunity, he grabs it, and absolutely murders it. As Yoshi got taken out early on, and it's going to be a tough fight once Semantic has those spools. If he hits them, it's a kill, and it's going to be a kill once more. This could be match point coming up if the defense from Clash is not good, but iChaos beams down Semantic. And this is going to relieve a little bit of that pressure. Skyrick sends a 3K shot reloaded. It's going to land it into the wall, so never mind. But he is pushing forward, goes for the TP in, finds one kill. Can he find a second? He will. It's only Jedden left alive. Yoshi with the pass, and this surely should be a goal unless Semantic can get the stun, but the stun won't be enough to stop iChaos. And Clash, they tie things up with roughly a minute left on the clock.
Plenty of time for either team to score before these walls break down. Obviously, SK would be feeling the heat the most once these walls break down, as they are operating at a range disadvantage. Semantic will get taken down, and now it's a 3v2, but the obstacles are going to work towards SK's favor for now. Jetton also waiting patiently with that super. Maybe wiggle walking a little bit, but he's waiting for the perfect opportunity to phase versus Yoshi. Does start pushing up just a little bit. As the clock runs down, SK know that they have to move now. They only have a couple more pushes left in them. If they allow AQM to stay in this position, they're going to have to fight for any sort of ground that they may cover. There's the breakthrough by Yoshi as well. Got to get the most value out of those gadgets before it doesn't do anything. Wall's about to break down. There's the super by Jen. It misses thanks to the super from Gie. A pass over to Yoshi, and AQM will be getting this goal with the super shot dribble to the backside. And if they get one more win, we are headed to set number 5.
Man, what a comeback. SK started off so strong. Semantic pumping off from the get-go, reloading his super. Yoshi maybe a bit naive on his lane, just letting him as well, and that resulted in a quick kill, and a quick goal follows right after as everything snowballs. But right after that, it's literally the same start again, and I'm there like, surely this is SK getting match point, but somehow IKEOS gets a really important kill onto Semantic, gets some nice tags onto Skyrix, pushing them back in the map, and suddenly things open up for Clash. They manage to get a strong push going. They score once, a little bit later they score twice, and this is set point now for Clash. We're that close from set 5, and a beautiful set here from Clash. Beautiful game, sorry.
Amazing stuff from them as well. And you saw SK Gaming really trying to exercise what they had. They had to play the hand that they were dealt, and the reality was they were not going to be able to make it happen in overtime. Yeah, they had a B that could like maybe deal with long range, but besides that, they were pretty lacking in terms of range, especially versus the brawlers that AQM brought, such as Lola, who's going to be getting so much damage at mid or close range. So I recognize the effort from SK to bring back the win in the end, but AQM, when you're facing them and you're already at disadvantage, there's almost no escape. Though, as we get into the next game, SK will be changing out one brawler. It is going to be Stu that they are picking up at this time. Hopefully for them, it works out. And so far, actually, it does appear that Jetten's going to be able to make it forward. Yoshi has to double back. Jetten, though, marches straight in. There's the assist from Semantic, and what a disaster. AQM will already be incurring one goal.
Once again, they start on the back foot and give an early goal to SK. Now they have to pick up the pieces from here, find a way out that doesn't involve losing this match. Semantic with a gadget picks up the elimination onto Yoshi, opening things up for some more aggression. IKEOS gets tagged up quite a bit as well. Guy in trouble, still alive, still causing trouble, but for how long? Semantic is gonna respect AQM here, giving some space for himself and his teammates to heal back up and come back to this fight stronger. Dash in from Yoshi, picks up the elimination. Guy on the left-hand side, looking to move upwards as well. A beam from IKEOS finds a little bit of damage, nothing too worrisome just yet for SK Gaming. And now SK's goal is under assault. Can Clash make the walls fall? Can they find an opening? They find one onto Semantic. Jetten is low as well. Skyrix, very low HP. Guy goes for the first kill, but that's about all he gets for now. The one-on-one trade, Semantic runs away with the ball.
Oh man, so close to a goal on the left side, but it just wasn't worth the teleport. And that is why we did not see the goal from Surge. Guy pushes up once more, though, has this super ready to go whenever he needs to. Semantic also at risk of going down if he doesn't get these good dodges. There's a super in from Semantic, another hit, and another. Down goes Guy, and Semantic is wide open for a pass, but SK are going to play the defensive game. And if they get this right now, they are headed onto match point. IKEOS tries to push forward, doesn't have that ego defending him. Guy does have a gadget to work with. Is it going to be enough? Here it comes. No, not enough time. A teleport and a super maybe could have done it, but there was Jetten to defend. And now AQM has brought us to match point.
Man, this is getting dangerous now for Clash as SK have a match point in hand. It is set point for Clash as well. One game for Clash and we go to set 5. But SK have their chance here to close things out. Get the clean 3-1. Not get all dirty and muddy in that 5th set. Honestly, as fans, we want to go to set 5. We want to go to set 5 just for the sake of it. No matter who wins it, we want to go to set 5. But SK, I think they have something else planned on their agenda, and that's just making this as clean of a victory as possible, and that means finishing things now. However, AQM, I mean, they fought until the end in this game. They will definitely fight until the end of the next one.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger game coming up next. It's either AQM taking us to the fabled set 5 or SK Gaming taking it all and ending the El Clasico with their name on the inscription of the trophy. And man, there's so much at stake here. As we already mentioned, it's 2021 coming to a close, the last major event. It's the last El Clasico, the last time these guys will get to face each other, most likely. And this rivalry will get put to rest, but one person will emerge the victor and the other will have to eternally say GG. Our third game should be on the way shortly. But until then, Teddy, I mean, I think the picks last game were pretty good. I think we saw great play, great interactions between Jetton and Guille. Guille on the Surge and Jetton on the Frank. It was just at the end, right? Too much health on Jetton. There's not much you can do beyond that. No stun is going to be able to get you that ball back and to get the goal for you.
Yeah, it's a complicated situation. I think one of the big difference makers in this in that previous game was also just Semantic on this too. Just a huge problem for Clash. They were not able to consistently take him down. He was winning the fights against the Surge, winning fights against the Stu from AQM, and it was pretty much all over the place. We have a bit of a reverse now as Guille goes for the Frank, Skyrex goes for the Surge. He won't get his second stage fed soon enough. But he needs to hit another shot onto Guille, gets it now. In Clash, a little bit more control. But is that really enough to find a goal here?
And not sure, we'll have to find out. There's a stun by Guille, and down goes Jetton. There's the pass forward to Yoshi, and Semantic's not able to intercept. There's the goal by Yoshi, and so much wall break as well. AQM could get a super straight from mid into the goal if SK is not careful. This is so different from last game, where we saw almost no wall break on the side of SK, and now we're even gonna see Semantic get stunned. Down he goes, and Skyrex has to get the dodge. There he is with the super to get the invulnerability for just a moment. A kill by Jetton as well onto Guille, and AQM find themselves on defense now.
An important kill there for Clash to try to slow things down. Dash in from Yoshi. Semantic takes a bit of hit, but Yoshi doesn't overcommit, doesn't want to risk anything, doesn't want to weaken up their own defense. Skyrex has a great angle onto Guille, gonna be very problematic. As Semantic and Yoshi keep finding it over on the right-hand side, but no clear victor just yet. Guille does have a super of his own, he's so low HP, does go down, and that's gonna be the team wipe.
Wow.
SK Gaming, they tie things up, and with just 30 seconds left on the clock, this could be GG's if Clash fail to defend it one more time.
Okay, this is everything. Yoshi has the super, Skyrex has the range on him though. This is a tough matchup on the left side. On the right side, a similarly hard matchup, but the clock is ticking down. SK has the range advantage, and overtime is on the way. Yoshi dashes over to the right to get closer to iChaos. He needs the healing, but there goes the shot from Skyrex, and Yoshi falls. Now a 3v2. Supers are charged, and the Brawlers are craving to use them as they can get this goal. Jetton does get the super forward, no contact on the super, and he falls to iChaos. Guille is going to get healed up all the way to the goal. Will he be able to get a pass over to Yoshi? And the ball goes in the corner. That is AQM sending us on to set number 5.
My words, a beautiful goal from Yashi to close things out here, pushing things to a fifth and final set. Ready, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I saw 3 SK players with all of them having their supers on the mid line with the ball as well, I thought surely as overtime kicks in, this is over. They're gonna find a way to close this one out, but somehow Clash turned it around, and we are gonna see that fifth and final set. And I don't even remember which one it is. Is it Bounty? Could it be? I think it is, right?
It's Shooting Star for 7-5.
Oh my god, that is gonna be an intense set of Shooting Star.
Oh my goodness. And here's a recap of the last set too. I mean, every step of the way, huge stuff. This is where we almost saw a goal by AQM, which would have finished off the game practically, and the lag walk from Jet and 2. SK using everything in their playbook to get in these guys' head, but AQM are untouchable when it comes to Brawl Ball. Or I don't know. It looks like they got roughed up a little bit. Now looking at the stats, I mean, check out the comparison on the kills, 23-23. If that does not scream even matchup to you, then I don't even know what to tell you. We will be heading into set 5 if you needed a little bit more proof, but oh my gosh, unbelievable gameplay from both sides. It is so even that we're headed on to Shooting Star, as the prophecy foretold, Teddy. We had been hoping for it from the very beginning, and here it comes.
My words, Jude, what a wild match already, and I was scared. You know, to have a final El Clasico that would disappoint, that would end up being like a trio sweep for AQM, was like, you know, not a single close game, but both teams have delivered, and this is what it's gonna take to set those two teams apart. We are gonna see the fifth set. We are gonna go to Shooting Star, and that is gonna be the last set, the last map of Brawl Esports for this year, the last one for El Clasico with those two rosters as they are, and we are ready to jump in. We have the classic comps on both sides, but the B to replace the Piper for AQM. And Blue Star early on picked up by SK. Gonna give them the early lead until any kills come true.
Okay, early lead for SK. Tick Super coming in, quickly dismantled by SK, and here comes a Tick Super of their own, taken down by iChaos and Gie. It's up to, really, Yoshi or iChaos to get these kills, and Gie and Jetten are there to assist the respective teams in creating some pressure. iChaos is closer to a very small area. This could be a kill. Good use of the Honey Molasses and great dodges, but that is, oh, interesting. Weird. I don't know if that was weird, but it was a use of the homemade recipe. It went over to the side, actually, and instead of at iChaos, it was almost a certain kill on iChaos had it been shot in that direction. Nonetheless, here comes the peep over to Semantic and bumps him into the tick mine. No way! And AQM have the lead.
That is unfortunate team play if I've ever seen some, or fortunate team play. As AQM take the 1-star lead, and now SK Gaming have to go on the hunt. 30 seconds left. They need a kill or they're gonna be giving away a match point. They've been in the lead for this entire match. They don't want to give it up anytime soon. But there's only 15 seconds remaining, and SK Gaming are starting to push forward. There is a peep coming as well. Does it find a connection? It doesn't. It's tanked by the Honey Molasses. A kill comes through. It's gonna be 2 kills, but look at that. The lead is going to SK, and they're gonna be getting their first match point.
Oh my gosh. What on earth did I just watch? What on earth was that? No way. Well, Teddy, we have one half of the reverse sweep now. But can we talk about that last game? It was so close at so many points. It was the peep coming back on the nanny, the perfect use of return to sender, then a giant shot from Piper, then the return to sender from the opposing nanny, returning the return to sender. And then a kill on the left side. SK bring it back afterwards. So much happening at once just in the last few seconds. But that's Shooting Star for you. It's either that or it's one team wins consistently throughout like the last 20 seconds and completely shuts down the final push. And honestly, I take the first option any day of the week.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty wild. I think the lead changed like 5 times between Clash and SK in the last 6 seconds. Absolutely wild stuff. But SK take it, and Clash, they fought hard to get out of that Pro Bowl set just to land into yet another match point for SK Gaming. And that has to be a terrible feeling. I can tell you it has to be a terrible feeling. But now it's about the recovery, right? Can Clash come back? Can they push things to a double match point? That is what we all want. I mean, you know, I'm asking for more every single time, but so far they've been answering my prayers. But I don't know, man. It's well, and there were some mistakes as well. You know, obviously Semantic, I feel like didn't have to die in that position. That was a bit of a shame early on as well, and that if that costed them the game, it would have been horrifying for him and for SK as well. But now it's match point for SK once more. The situation is under their control. The question is, can they keep it? Can they close it out? Can they be the final victors of El Clasico?
That is a big question that'll be answered either this game or the game after. It is the lead for SK, and it is honestly such a tough call too. Who was, I mean, if the back and forth had gone on even longer, like a second longer, who would have taken the victory? Or a second shorter, who would have taken the victory? It all came down to those final seconds, and from that, it's hard to call who played better, who played more consistently throughout the game, because I'll tell you what was consistent most of the game was the star counts, right? There was a kill at the beginning, and nothing happened in terms of kills throughout a majority of the game, except for that one kill with the peep bouncing. I believe what was it, Semantic into one of the mines
into
from
the
EA.
tick mine. Yeah.
That team play, I guess, right? That one is up for a very heated debate later on. But for now, what we can conclude is that this is the best matchup, and that GameStars, the tournament format, has absolutely 100%, 110% done its job 10 times over, because this is the most close and amazing matchup we could hope for.
It's wild, man. It's wild. I mean, out of all El Clasicos, there were some close ones. There's been some double match points. This one isn't yet. I still have my hopes that it might turn out to be a double match point. But no matter what, this is the El Clasico that is going to settle them all. And it's not going to change the scorelines that happened before. It's not going to change who won which monthly final. But it is going to decide who is the best European team at the end of the year. And that's still quite something, because BSE 2022 is not that far away, a couple months, and we're looking forward to seeing some of that. And if it can give us a bit of a sign regarding what to expect and what is coming next, I'm all down for it, man. I'm all down for it. And I think that from how long the guys are taking to ready up, the pressure is up, guys. Pressure is up.
Well, I mean, this is what's at stake, $10,000. That is a lot of, well, actually, I don't know. What are you going to buy with your $10,000? I guess it's a lot of gems, right? If you're that kind of guy. But I don't know. I personally like spending on groceries or rent or something. But yeah, this is your livelihood at stake, right? And that is a lot more than just Brawl Stars. For these guys, it's their job, right? And this is the difference between, you know, comfortably paying your bills and depending on the next tournament, right? Here we have Guille, and man, I mean, he looks pretty cool here. And here's Semantic as well. Semantic, look how intensely focused he is. Let's get into it. What could be the final game, and the comps stay the same. AQM will be hanging on to be on iChaos, SK, all of the same brawlers too.
All right, Jeden dares to go for the blue star, doesn't get punished for it. And that is also one of the disadvantages of no Piper for EQM, because otherwise if you peek and get tagged, there's a homemade recipe coming straight to your face. And the advantage of B, I would say, is that you can kind of come out of nowhere with a 3k shot and shoot it at another lane, and they don't really expect it, and you deal a massive amount of damage that can pretty much one-shot some of the brawlers on the map, or at least get them extremely low HP. One-shot them if your teammates help you out a little bit, but Ikeos is gonna fall to the pressure. Guille is gonna tank the tick head, and this is gonna be a 3-star lead now in favor of SK. Things are falling apart here a little bit. The Peep is not gonna be dodged, not gonna be tanked by Lasura either. Not sure what is going on here. The 3k shot from Ikeos is gonna be sent back straight to his own face, and this is not starting off great for AQM. A 5-star lead in favor of SK.
So dominant so far by SK. Here comes the Tick Super. It is going to expend a couple shots from Skyrix. iChaos isn't going to be able to capitalize on this, though, as he is kept at range and almost hits the shot onto Skyrix as well, but it's just a little bit too far. However, AQM is doing a good job of backing SK up to their wall. Will they be able to make it go all the way? Guille keeps on pressuring it, Jettin back, separates him over to the left side. Here comes the Super. It's not going to contact Jettin. 1 kill and some more damage on Skyrix. Return to Sender is going to be used, and iChaos goes down. AQM will be getting the score of 6, and SK with the score of 10. Congratulations to SK on becoming the grand champions of GameStars Season 2.
GG's SK Gaming have done it again and claimed yet another tournament title to their name. What a way to finish the year for them as they take down Clash 3-2 in sets, claiming as well the last El Clasico, maybe forever, but definitely with the rosters as they are right now, as they've been for most of 2021. What a journey it's been between both teams. What an insane rivalry. But SK are the ones that close it out and come on top, as they have for the most part of the year as well. Congratulations to them. Obviously, congratulations to every single team in the playoffs that are gonna go home with a fair amount of cash as well, and the bragging rights that come with it. But man, what a match, what a way to close this season out, and not just this season of GameStars, but this season of Brawl Esports, and an incredible year that it's been to witness as a viewer, but also obviously getting involved and having the immense privilege of casting so many great matches and meeting so many amazing people. Congratulations to SK. They played incredible throughout the entire year. They didn't have the World Finals that they wanted, but I hope that this is a bit of redemption for that, as they do claim the title of best team of the MEA for one last time. Semantic, Jettin, and Skyrix. What a team. Awesome to watch them there. Obviously, Clash. Thank you so much, guys, as well, for putting on such a great show. This is well, and I'm so happy that it did go all the way to the 5th set, that we get so many different matches, so much content, and that you guys also tuned in to check it out, whether it's on YouTube or on Twitch. It's been an honor, honestly, and it's been a great season. We should have an interview coming up with one of the winners. Ready, set, I'll let you take this away.
Hello.
All right, Semantic. It's great to see you. It's great to have you on the stream. We've had the pleasure of watching your player cam throughout the whole process as well. And man, what a journey to get here to the end, man. Congratulations once more. I mean, what a huge win for you guys to end off the El Clasico like this.
Huge thank you. It's been an amazing year so far. It's the last tournament actually where we didn't have the first place yet. So with this, I'm pretty sure we have the first place in every season of the tournament, at least this year. So I think first place of MEA is deserved for us. The year was literally a roller coaster for me personally, with lots of things behind the scenes on Twitter, on everything, with Worlds losing first round as the best EMEA team. Still coming back, winning the season, winning GameStars. Just thank you for the support. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, what an amazing return for you guys as well. And it must have been so tough. We saw versus Totem and even versus AQM. You'll grab the first couple sets in a row, and then set 3 and 4 start to lose your grip a little bit. What was going through y'all's minds at that point?
Well, on Totem we were almost like, no way we're getting reverse sweep now. No way that's happening. And then like we're all focused up again like last set. Focus up, guys. We beat them now. And same with Clash. Clash is just a Classico. Sometimes like we play bad against them. Sometimes we play good against them. Brawl is obviously their map, so not much to say against that. Just awesome. Like every team played again good. Totem played awesome. Clash played awesome. Just GG's.
Well, we're so happy for you, Semantic, for you and your teammates. Congratulations once more. Thank you for coming on GameStars, and thanks for all that you guys contribute to Brawl Stars competitive. It's been an absolute pleasure. Teddy, you got anything you want to say?
I don't really have any questions. I just want to congratulate you once more. I mean, we've talked a bit at Worlds and stuff. Dude, keep it up like that. You've had an amazing year. Same goes for your teammates, of course. And it's great to see you guys on top one last time with the roster as it is, with SK, with how everything is. We don't know what's coming next, but this has been an incredible year, and it's been truly a privilege to get to cast your matches.
All right. Well, Semantic, thank you so much for playing in GameStars, and thank you so much for coming on for the interview. Congratulations once more, and have an excellent rest of the year, man.
Thank you, and thank you for hosting us. Awesomeness.
All right, well, that does it for our interview. Amazing stuff. Great to see SK back in form. No matter what happens with them next year, you could see also the expression on Semantic's face. It wasn't just what we saw in the player cam. He wasn't all focused. There was a lot going on underneath the hood. There was a lot more at stake here than just the $10,000 in the fame and glory.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know. You can see the passion and the emotions behind it as well. It's wild. It's wild. And just to be clear, I wasn't asking for the roster changes. I was just saying no matter what happens, it's great, you know, to have this finish of the year. Just to get everything clear. I wasn't asking for any details. I don't want to know. But it's been a really important year, I think, for the development of Brawl Esports. And I think that without every single player that's competed, and obviously the top ones in particular, this would never have been possible or nearly as exciting. So I think that I want to give a particular shout out to everyone that's competed at any level, but especially to the top pros that have given an extreme amount of time to, compete and do this almost full time. Right? And some of them full-time. It's a huge commitment, and I think it's incredible that this opportunity exists in the first place. More particular to GameStars, I want to give a huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes, whether it's in production, in the admins, making sure the event runs as planned. Literally everyone behind the scenes that is working tirelessly, especially with some of the rougher days, with a lot of maintenances and technical issues and rematches. The long days are not just for the players or the viewers, they're also for everyone that's working on the project. A huge shout out, obviously, to Ready Set for being here along the way, and for everything. It's an honor to work with you, and truly a pleasure. And obviously a big thank you to everyone that has watched throughout the season. It's been truly a blessing to have you guys interact, especially today. It was a ton of fun. It's been almost 8 hours and it doesn't feel like it, and I think that says a lot about how awesome you guys are. Final thank you also obviously to GameStars and Starladder for organizing this event in the first place, and to Supercell, not just for making this game, but for helping run those community leagues and projects. It goes a long way in sustaining a competitive scene, and it wouldn't be possible without them. So a huge shout out to them, Kim, obviously Anthony for the BSC, everyone, literally everyone behind the scene. It's not just closure for GameStars, it's closure for the Brawl Esports 2021 year. From myself, big thank you, and we hope to see you guys very soon again for some more Brawl esports action.